ready to go?
Yeah.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to begin tonight's Planning Commission meeting, which is now called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. We are live on KCLV Channel 2, and this meeting will be rebroadcast Saturday at 10 a.m., the following Monday at midnight, and Tuesday at 5 a.m. and 6 p.m. Will everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, will you please call roll?
Chair Moody,
Here.
Vice Chair Schlotman,
Present.
Commissioner Quinn. Here. Commissioner Flangus, excused. Commissioner Trowbridge,
Here.
Commissioner Creer, Commissioner Cherry.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. I call everyone's attention to the information printed in your agenda concerning our actions and the appeal and review process, if appropriate. Please read this carefully, and if you have any questions, staff is available. Also, the second page of the agenda contains our rules of conduct. We appreciate your adhering to these rules so that we can have a smooth meeting tonight. Thank you. Item number 4, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. All comments made under this item for specific action items will be cross-referenced to those items. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Thank you. We'll move on to item 5. This is for possible action to approve the final minutes for the Planning Commission meetings of August 2nd, 2016, Special Planning Commission meeting, and the August 9, 2016 Planning Commission meeting. Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion to approve the Planning Commission minutes from August 2nd and August 9th.
Thank you. Motion is made to approve both minutes. Please vote. Motion carries. Moving on to item number 6. These are housekeeping items. Are there any items that commissioners, staff, applicants, or members of the public would like to pull forward for action?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Items 34 and 35, GPA 64853 and ZON 64854. The applicant has requested abeyance to the October 11th Planning Commission meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Yes, good evening. Richard Hawley, 400 South 4th Street, with the law firm of Hawley Driggs Waltz, regarding agenda item number 24. This concerns a special use permit number 65804. The special use permit is referenced as SUP 5397. Your Honor, we represent Joshua Kern, who is the appointed receiver for Quest Preparatory Academy. We are not here to contest revocation of the special use permit, but we're here to correct what the receiver perceives as inaccuracies in the record based upon the staff report that was submitted to the Planning Commission. So if I could take a few minutes to do that, I would appreciate that very much, and thank you for your time this evening.
Hang on. What we're going to do,
Yes.
that item is on our one motion, one vote
Correct.
portion of the agenda. So what we will do is pull that off the one motion, one vote. And so we have several more items to consider until we get to the point where we can hear from you on item 24. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Does anyone wish to speak on items 24, 34, or 35? Hearing none, Commissioner Slotman, your motion on these housekeeping items.
Mr. Chairman, those items number 34 and 35 for abeyance, and then pulling item 24 off the 1+1.
Okay?
Mr. Chairman, you won't need to vote on item 24 since you're going to be listening to something regarding that once it's pulled off, but you can consider the abeyance on the other two items.
Okay, very good. So we're just going to entertain a motion on items 34 and 35.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion to hold items number 34 and 35 in abeyance to the October 11th Planning Commission hearing.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries. We are now to the consent items.
Through you, Chair. Commissioner Trowbridge. Okay, thank you. We'll reflect that in the record.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to consent items. Consent items are considered routine by the Planning Commission and may be enacted by one motion. However, any item may be discussed if a commissioner, member, or applicant so desires. Are there any of those items that anyone wishes to discuss? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion on the consent items.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on items 7 through 9, I would move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries. The consent items are approved.
Mr. Chairman, items 7, 8, and 9 are final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 7 days.
Very good. We are now to the one motion, one vote portion of the agenda. The following are items that may be considered in one motion, one vote. They are considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items. All public hearings and non-public hearings will be opened at one time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the Planning Commission not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this part of the agenda. We'll begin with item 10, MOD 65948. The applicant owner is THM Enterprises Incorporated. For possible action on a request for a major modification of the Lone Mountain West Land Use Plan from low-density residential and medium-low-density residential to PF, public facilities, on the west side of Eagle Nest Peak Street at the western terminus of Sting Avenue in Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Item 11 is ZON 65952. The applicant owner is C.A. Charleston Owner, LLC, for possible action on a request for a rezoning from RPD 22, Residential Plan Development, 22 units per acre, to R3, Medium Density Residential, at 8401 West Charleston Boulevard in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. VAR 65972. The applicant owner is Church Christian Canyon Ridge, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow 3 monument signs along the South Street frontage and to allow 3 monument signs along the East Street frontage where 1 sign per street frontage is permitted at 6200 West Lone Mountain Road in Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Item 13 is SUP 65802. The applicant is Breen McAhern, and the owner is 3rd and Charleston LLC. For possible action on a request for a major amendment to approve special use permit SUP 53414 for a proposed 1,141 square foot expansion to an existing 688 square foot tavern limited establishment use with a 30 square foot outdoor seating area at 1108 South 3rd Street in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item 14, SUP 65847. The applicant is Far West Restaurant Group. The owner is 1015 Huntridge, LLC. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed beer wine cooler on-sale establishment use within a proposed restaurant with a 150-foot distance separation from a city park where 400 feet is required at 1122 East Charleston Boulevard in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item 15 is SUP 65894. The applicant owner is Concord Real Estate LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 91-unit, single-room occupancy residence at 1000 North Main Street in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Item 16 is SUP 65959. The applicant is Tacos Los Paredos. The owner is Eastern 95 LLC. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for an existing open-air vending use taco cart adjacent to residentially zoned property to allow proposed hours of operation from 9 a.m. to 11 p.m., where 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. is allowed, at 400 North Eastern Avenue in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item 17 is SUP 65965. The applicant owner is TAG Centennial LLC et al. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a beer wine cooler on-sale establishment use within a proposed 2,824 square foot restaurant at 5770 Centennial Boulevard, Suite 150 in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 18 is SUP 65973. The applicant owner is KT Lomboy LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit to establish a swap meet indoor use at 3130 North Rainbow Boulevard in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Item 19 is SUP 65982. The applicant owner is Abisham Properties LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed motor vehicle sales used use at 2100 South Decatur Boulevard in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Item 20 is SUP 66197. The applicant owner is Ronald McDonald House Charities of Greater Las Vegas Incorporated for possible action on a request for a special use permit to allow a ground-mounted solar panel installation at 2321 Potosi Street in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Item 21 is SDR 65945. The applicant is Mo Construction LLC, and the owner is 1025 Main Street LLC for possible action on a request for a major amendment to a previously approved site development plan review, SDR 58133, for a proposed 5,056 square foot addition to an existing 14,410 square foot commercial development at 1027 South Main Street in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item 22 is VAC 65723. The applicant owner is Anthony Gerard et al. For possible action on a request for a petition to vacate Jarrett Avenue in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. And item 23 is VAC 65927. The applicant owner is Summerlin Memory Care LLLP for possible action on a request for a petition to vacate public sewer and drainage easements generally located on the south side of Smoke Ranch Road, approximately 665 feet east of Expressions Drive in Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Does staff have any report on any of these items? Hearing none, I'll open these for any public comment. If anyone that's here wishes to be heard on any of these items on the one motion, one vote portion of our agenda tonight. Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Any discussion on the Plan Commission?
Through the chair, if I may, in item number 13, I live within the notification area. It won't affect me in any greater or lesser way, so I will be voting on the item.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion, but before making the motion, I'd like to make a couple of disclosures and abstentions. Item number 13, there's the Tavern Unlimited built or this being proposed within the notification area of a Tavern Unlimited that I own, so I'll be abstaining on that matter, which is item number 13. Item number 21, 1025 Main Street LLC. The owner of that property is also my landlord for the tavern or the urban lounge that I own, so I'll be abstaining on that matter. Noting those two abstentions, I'd like to move to approve items number 10 through 23. Noting my abstentions on item number 13 and 21.
Okay, thank you very much. Motion is for approval of items 10 through 23. Please vote. Motion carries, noting the abstentions of the vice chair.
Mr. Chairman, items 10, 11, 15, 18, 22 will be heard at the City Council meeting on October 19th, 2016. Items 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, and 23 are all final action unless appealed to the City Clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. We have now come to the public hearing items on tonight's agenda. Although we have pulled item 24 forward, or off the one motion, one vote, before we hear item 24, I'm pulling item 101 under the director's business. I'm going to pull that forward and start off with that. Item 101 is TXT 65077. The applicant owner is the City of Las Vegas, for possible action on a request to amend LVMC Title 19 Unified Development Code of the City of Las Vegas to reintroduce standards for the CD, Design Commercial District, and remove provisions and standards for the CDO, Design Commercial Overlay District, and provide for other related matters.
I wanted to pull forward 102, I'm sorry.
And at the same time we do that,
101, we can wait.
oh, we can?
Yeah, let's just wait.
Okay. So we're not going to pull 101 forward, but we are going to pull 102 forward?
Yes. Sorry about that.
No problem. Item 102 is TXT 66412. The applicant owner is the City of Las Vegas, for possible action on a request to remove and replace the Downtown Centennial Plan with the Vision 2045 Las Vegas Downtown Master Plan and amend the LVMC Title 19 as applicable. Staff recommends approval. Let's have the staff report, please.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I'm going to give a really brief report on what this text amendment does, and then we'll take any questions. As we all know, the City Council adopted the Downtown Vision 2045 Master Plan in June of this past year. As a part of that vision, there is a number of strategies for implementing that plan. The first part of that implementation is to eliminate the Downtown Centennial Plan, which is the current standards for downtown, and replace those as part of the Downtown Master Plan. And so that's what this item does. It is going to, it has a number of components that we're working with. The first one is we're going to refine a few of the maps. One of those boundaries that we're looking at, this one is still some discussion, and there'll be some elements of this continue to be worked out between now and when the ordinance goes before City Council later in the year. But the Las Vegas Medical District, as currently depicted in the Downtown Master Plan, goes from Rancho along the Charleston corridor to Valley View. That other item that you read into the record and that you will hear later today about reintroducing the CD zoning district, that kind of runs counter to what we're doing with the Downtown Master Plan. So we're looking at removing that corridor from the Downtown Master Plan area as a part of what that other action to reintroduce the CD zoning district. The other mapping exercise that we are looking to do with this amendment would be to add to the historic West Side area. The Ward 5 office, in conjunction with UNLV's Downtown Design Center, did a very extensive community planning effort that resulted in what's called the 100 Plan. And at the time that we did the Downtown Master Plan, we didn't have enough scope with the consultant to incorporate the entire area that was under the 100 Plan into the Downtown Master Plan. So staff will be doing that as a part of this text amendment. Here is the main, or one of the two main pieces of this amendment. We will be updating the Unified Development Code, Title 19, to change 1910-110 It'll no longer be the Downtown Centennial Plan overlay. We will be changing that to the Downtown Master Plan overlay. Not a huge change there. And we'll begin to introduce some language here that will align with the new boundaries, the new map, and some of the differences that exist between the new districts. Because as you know, we expanded what it means to be downtown under the Downtown Master Plan vision, and so there's some kinks that we have to work out, and we'll be doing that with the amendment to 1910-110. Essentially, we have created a prioritized kind of list of districts that we will be addressing as we are developing the development standards or updating development standards. These are being done in two ways. One is some work that we've already done by looking at the context of the various districts. The other element, though, is what we are hoping to have is an extensive district stakeholder involvement through some various workshops. In fact, we've already begun that in the Arts District, in the Fremont East District, and then there's quite a bit of work that's already been done in the Las Vegas Medical District with the Las Vegas Medical District Advisory Committee. So between the work of staff and the stakeholders in the various districts, we will have draft standards that we will actually be bringing back before the Planning Commission later this year. In the interim, though, we are putting basically all the various plans together into one downtown master plan. So we'll take the existing Centennial Plan, we'll reduce that down somewhat in its size. We'll take the Las Vegas Medical District Plan that we have standards for the medical district. We'll also break that down, and we'll build a new implementation chapter of the downtown master plan. So our priority approach as of right now is we have two kind of groups in what we're calling priority group A. That includes the Las Vegas Medical District, Fremont East, 18B, the Las Vegas Arts District, and then the historic West Side and Symphony Park. Group B is the Resort Casino District, Founders, Market, Cashman, and the Civic and Business Districts. And then finally, and these are areas where there's a lot of development potential, but the horizon for seeing development, so we can take a little longer on these, are the Founders District, the Gateway District, and the Design District. Although, as I say, a little longer, we still anticipate having all of these back before you for development standards to be looked at in January 2017. This just gives you an idea of some of the standards that we will be examining as a part of this process. We'll be looking at height and density. We'll be looking at parking standards, encroachments. So when a building needs to cross into the right-of-way, whether it be with balconies or outdoor seating or landscaping, what are some ways that we can improve that process and those standards? Sidewalks and amenity zones, building placements, and then last but not least for a lot of people, we'll be looking at the uses that are allowed. This table just really summarizes the extent of the amendment that's before you today for your recommendation. Again, the amendment that's before you will see some adjustments as we flesh it out before it gets to City Council in ordinance form. What we're asking today is for you to approve the substantive work of this amendment, which is, as I said, outlined here. And then we will be going to City Council in October to give them a quick update. It will have been, 4 months essentially since they adopted the vision plan, and they did request that we update them on a regular basis. And so these are the elements that we will be updating City Council at their first meeting in October. We are revamping the executive steering committee that was developed for this project and reinitiating them with a defined meeting schedule for the coming year, as well as a very defined scope. We're creating the bridge. We're going to update the council on the bridge strategy, which again is what this amendment essentially does. It bridges between where we were with the Centennial Plan to where we want to ultimately be with the Downtown Master Plan development standards, which again we're going to work on this fall and early winter. What we're looking for at the ultimate case scenario is what we're now kind of calling this urban form zoning. Right now, the UDC, the zoning code, is really predicated on suburban type of development. But we know that in downtown, one of the reasons why we had the Centennial Plan was because that zoning, that suburban kind of approach doesn't work in an urban core. And so we will be working with the steering committee and the stakeholder groups to develop what we're calling this urban form of zoning. And then there's one other component that we're working with our Economic and Urban Development Department on, and that is kind of a relaunch of the Symphony Park development standards. There's a lot of energy with some of the projects that are underway there, and with the reset following the recession, we know that there's adjustments that need to be made to that plan, and so we're working with EUD to do that, and that will also ultimately get incorporated into the master plan. With that, I will take any questions. Again, at this point, we're looking and asking for a recommendation to move forward with the consolidation of the downtown Centennial Plan standards, the medical district standards, into what constitutes a new chapter of the downtown master plan so that we can begin that implementation process.
Okay, thank you. This has been noticed as a public hearing item, so if any members of the public wish to be heard regarding item 102, please come forward. I don't see any, so I'll close the public comment and see if we have any discussion on the Planning Commission. Director?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Summerfield, can you pull that presentation back up and go back to the second to last slide? One more back. Okay. So excellent presentation, Mr. Summerfield. I think gave a lot of background as to where we are and where we're headed and all of that. But just for the Commission's clarity, can you just spend just a minute being very clear on what it is exactly that this text amendment is going to do?
Okay, so through you, Mr. Chair, this amendment will, currently all of our language in the code talks about the Centennial Plan. So this amendment will remove all references to the Centennial Plan and now refer to the Downtown Master Plan. That's going to clear up quite a bit of confusion that we have right now, because we have a vision and policy guidance that was adopted by Council in June that is the Downtown Master Plan, but all the development standards sit in an older separate document called the Centennial Plan. So this will clear that up, make everything into one document. It will also begin the process of addressing those expansion areas that we've added to the downtown planning area, like the Founders District, like the Cashman District. It will clarify what are the rules that apply in those districts, whereas right now, again, they're in downtown, but they're not in the Centennial Plan. So the rules, the standards, the abridgment, if you would, of the development standards that apply under the Centennial Plan do not apply in those areas. And so that has created some confusion in our development community, so we will be clarifying that. Again, beyond that, it's really a cleanup at this point to eliminate some of the confusion between having like 4 documents out there that all are governing kind of the same space. Create one document, and then we'll be working to streamline that document to better represent what the vision calls for from a development standards perspective.
So, Mr. Summerfield, then is it fair to say that what this really does is takes the standards out of the existing downtown plan and applies them to the new downtown plan with that new vision and those new boundaries?
That's correct, but I want to be clear, it doesn't necessarily mean that the allowances that are applicable, say, in the Arts District will suddenly also be applicable in the Cashman District. We don't know yet if those standards are right for the Cashman District. We're going to work on that, but now it will be clear in one document that the Arts District means the Arts District means the Arts District, for instance.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, through you, a couple of questions for Mr. Summerfield. So what goes on in the Arts District and what's currently allowed in the Arts District might not be applied towards Cashman Field, but what currently exists in the Arts District will continue to be allowed in the Arts District, or you're adopting something totally new?
Through you, Mr. Chair. No, we wouldn't be talking anything new necessarily. Now, to clarify that, we are working with the Arts District, with the neighborhood association there, on some changes related to the use provisions in the Arts District. So that may be something that we would move forward in this change if we can get that work done. We have been working for a little while, actually, with that group, and consensus, isn't quite there yet, but we're hoping that we can maybe get that consensus before we need to move this forward to council in ordinance form. So if that can happen, then yes, we would be looking to incorporate some changes to how uses are administered under the current Arts District direction. But beyond that, we're not looking to make those changes yet. We want to bring any substantive change to the development standards themselves back before this body for you guys to take a look at, weigh in on before we make those changes again. And we're looking to do that in the fall, winter, in early 2017, January, February.
Thank you. And, you know, I know that I've been working with you for a year and a half as one of the original stakeholders with the new downtown master plan at the Fifth Street School, and I've attended many meetings, but you know, I know that the Arts District has uses that are allowed and versus the uses that are restricted, and I know that that's one of the things that we're trying to change with the new downtown master plan. And we had a meeting where we went through all the uses allowed within, you know, the city of Las Vegas, and said we didn't want this and we didn't want this and this, but everything else would be allowed. And I don't know if any of those uses ever got back to you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I know that my staff member who is most closely working with the Neighborhood Association has had some continuing dialogue. I will be honest, I'm not sure if we've received a definitive list on that. And once we do get that definitive list, then we will work with the council office, particularly the Ward 3 council office, which I know has a vested interest in what happens in the Arts District, to make sure everybody's comfortable moving that forward at this time, because that is, as you mentioned, that is a shift in the thinking. Right now, it's a very detailed list of what is permitted, and so if it's not on that list, it's not permitted, which kind of stifles innovation in entrepreneurship. And so what we do want to get to, if we maintain a permitted use list at all ultimately, is maybe one that says we don't want these 5 or maybe 10 things to occur in the Arts District that they deflect from the character of that district. And so we don't have to come before this board and city council every time someone has a great idea that's just not currently contemplated. So we are working on that. We don't have that definitive list yet to be able to move that forward at the moment.
And through you, Mr. Chair, if I may continue for just like 2 minutes, because I mean this is kind of important to downtown. So whenever those uses finally are determined for the Arts District, that will come back before the Planning Commission and the City Council. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So part of this action would allow us, if you so chose to, would allow us, because changing that use provisions would be in substantial conformance with what we're requesting on this text amendment, to take that directly to council as a part of this ordinance. However, if I receive direction that this body would like to see that particular component of the amendment, then we will hold off on moving that forward as a part of this action and bring that forward as a separate text amendment at a future date. Well, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it would have to wait until January when we do the rest of the development standards.
I think it's very important that this body sees everything that's going on within the new downtown master plan. You have Sam Cherry, who has been invested in downtown for 10 to 12 years, who has built multiple high-rises and multiple businesses downtown. I've personally constructed 40 to 60 projects downtown, and I know where downtown's going. At least I like to think that I know where downtown's going, and hearing from multiple clients and multiple people that are invested and people, just general homeowners. And I feel that, you know, to bypass the Plan Commission, go straight to City Council, we're not getting the best downtown master plan that we possibly could get. Of course, Bob Coffin lives in the district, and other people might know about the district, but us here on the Plan Commission know about downtown, and we'd like to have, I mean, personally, I'd like to have input, since I've been involved with this, more than City Council, on, you know, some development standards. I'm reading the report that says, it says, the existing regulation states that the requirement that 3 business owners located within the DCP overlay downtown Centennial Plan overlay district, as appointed by the mayor to send downtown design review committee, replaces reference to the DCPO downtown Centennial Plan overlay with the updated DTMPO downtown Las Vegas Vision 2045 master plan overlay. What's that mean?
That means we're going to change the name. At
Yeah.
the end of the day, that's what that means. This, again, this is a bridge strategy. This is not making substantive changes, generally speaking, with the exception of, again, if this body is so inclined, the uses related to the Arts District, making that shift. This is really about updating where it says Downtown Centennial Plan, instead says Downtown 2045 Vision Master Plan, and changing the map so that it's reflective of the new boundaries, and addressing that inconsistency for those new districts where the current Centennial Plan standards may not be appropriate, and so we've got more work to do to come up with what those standards should be. I do want to make clear that it is never our intention in planning to circumvent the Planning Commission in any way, shape, or form. We will be bringing back all the standards that we would be proposing. Additionally, you haven't gotten your letter yet, but you will be getting a letter from the city manager's office that we're requesting that you continue to serve on the executive steering committee, as I was talking about, going forward into this implementation phase. So the Planning Commission will be represented on that. Additionally, I'm more than happy to do briefings between now and when the ordinance would go to City Council. But we work at your and the council's discretion. So if you want this to come back for the Arts District uses as a separate amendment between now and when we would move forward with development standards, we're more than happy to do that, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one more question. So, I mean, and it's not just about the Arts District, but I'm reading the existing regulation and the proposed regulation. And the existing regulations outlines overlay districts established by the title, contains language exempting automatic application residential development standards, contains language exempting the automatic application of commercial development standards, and then goes on to talk about the DDRC, and then it goes into all the different districts, and a lot of this stuff just keeps repeating. The proposed regulation versus the existing regulation repeats itself, removes the DCPO downtown Centennial Plan overlay and replaces with the updated DTMPO Vision 2045 Master Las Vegas Master Plan overlay. So it really doesn't tell me what we're approving. And I know that this is a vision statement, and we're looking at just updating the language, but it doesn't tell us what the language is. And unless if that language is going to come back to us for adoption prior to going to City Council, I can't support this text amendment. If the director and or city planning staff and Mr. Summerfield could say, yes, absolutely, Commissioner Slotman, this will come before us before we adopt the regulations for every district and not bypass the City Planning Commission, then we can send this to City Council. But if you're going to say that this is going to get bypass or bypass Planning Commission, go directly to the City Council, then I can't support this.
Mr. Chairman, if I could please. Thank you, Commissioner Schlotman. Absolutely, every proposed change to a development standard in any document will come before before the Planning Commission. That would never occur. I think Mr. Summerfield was referring to something that's been an ongoing piece of work and that table will come before the Planning Commission. I can assure you of that.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Appreciate your help.
Commissioner Quinn?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I tend to agree with my colleague, Commissioner Schlottman. I think tonight, voting on this, I feel like we're voting on ideas that are coming that might be, I just don't feel confident in supporting it, not knowing exactly what the changes are going to be, because you're not it's not set in stone. And unfortunately, I'm not going to support this tonight because I don't really understand, if I vote yes, what I'm really voting yes on, if that makes sense to you. I feel like there's just too much unknown, and although your presentation was incredible, I would like to see it back at the Planning Commission level before it does go to council, just because there's just so much out there that I don't know. And so I thank you for your presentation. I appreciate the hours you put into it, but I need more information, sir. Thank you.
Commissioner Cherry?
Through the chair, are there stakeholders represented on the executive committee from each area?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the, under the current executive steering committee, there were a wide variety of people. I don't know that I could say definitively if there was a specific representative per district or area. It was more a social strata thing. So we had business, we had large businesses, small businesses, we had property owners, we had interested nonprofits on that steering committee. In the next iteration of this, we will have kind of a two-tiered steering committee process. We will have a subset of the executive steering committee that worked on the vision kind of serve as an umbrella steering group. But then, because we will be getting into much finer detail on the districts, we are going to convene a working group for each district that will comprise of developers that have been working in that district, architects, business owners, property owners, specific to, say, the Arts District or the Fremont East District. In fact, we've convened the first group with the Fremont East District already, and that was actually very successful. We had a number of business and property owners from that district, as well as an architectural firm that's been working extensively in that area, participate in a 2-hour workshop where we kind of really began to talk about the character and characteristics of the corridor along Fremont and those neighborhoods adjacent to it. So that is the intent. It's going to be a two-tiered system, an overall steering committee, and then a working group that will be made up of very specific people from the various districts.
Okay, through the chair, I think it is important that there is representation from every area, and more to the Arts District. It's probably the one area that is the most restrictive with its uses, so I hope there's great representation from that neighborhood, and I'm sure you'll do the outreach to find them. Just so I understand, that we're trying to vote on something that's basically changing the words to the new vision on the document. All new applications that come forward, it won't affect them in any way, and then at some point you're going to come back with what the regulations and policies are underneath this new document, and then tie them all together at some point?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. So to maybe for Commissioner Quinn and the Vice Chair, this amendment is to take the Centennial Plan, put the standards that currently exist in the Centennial Plan into a new chapter in the Downtown Master Plan called Implementation, take the Las Vegas Medical District plan, take the standards out of it, put it in this new chapter called Implementation, not change those standards, but just simply incorporate those standards into the Downtown Master Plan, so there's one plan, not 3 as there is now, and then change the appropriate references in Title 19. Where currently it says Downtown Centennial Plan, it'll now say Downtown master plan. And that's why the language in the staff report is repetitive, because there's lots of references to the downtown Centennial Plan in there, and we're changing all of those references to the downtown master plan. That is at the core what this amendment does. The only piece that I offered up that would potentially be a change, and it's not a development standards change, would be because of the amount of work we've been doing with the Arts District on uses. We did have some discussions about, again, with your approval and as a part of the hopeful approval recommendation of this body, that you would be okay with us moving on uses, not development standards, but uses, or changes to how uses are treated for the Arts District based on that work we've been doing with that community. If you're not comfortable with that, if you want to see that Arts District amendment come forward, that's fine. We're more than happy to do that. This would just have helped, since we've been working on that one so long with that neighborhood association, would have helped speed that process up a little bit more, since there's been a kind of delay. But again, we are more than happy to come back with a text amendment specific to that and not hold that up until we get to development standards. But again,
I think you answered this question,
Okay.
so I'm going to cut you off. We've got to move this along. Any further?
No, through the chair, I think that added a lot more clarity. I will rest with what Commissioner Schlotman said. I would like to see the documents come forward and not bypass, but I think the director cleared that up for us. So I feel like I could support it knowing that it comes forward, but I would like to see the Arts District stuff come to this board. Thank you.
Commissioner Quinn, follow up?
If I could, through you, I understand it a little better by Mr. Perigo, and you will see my support, but I would really think it would be a great idea if you would invite either Mr. Schlotman or Commissioner Cherry to one of your steerheading committees, because this is what they eat, breathe, and sleep, and, you know, they understand it much better than I do, but I'd like to see one of our planning commissioners on that committee. Thank you.
Thank you. We ready for a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, after I understand this a little bit better, and I see the language in here where we're just replacing the downtown Centennial Plan Overlay District with the downtown Las Vegas Vision 2045. And so I could support that. The thing that confused me the most was all the existing regulations were kind of overlaid with just a generalized language, but as long as all of this is coming back to us, every district and all the uses within the Arts District, so we can, you know, take a look at that, because I think that the Planning Commission, with all due respect to the City Council, I think we're on the ground a little bit more, and we see the uses of more firsthand on a daily basis, and I think I could go ahead and support this. So with that, Mr. Chairman, on item 102, TXT 66412, I'd move to approve.
Thank you. Motion is to approve item 102. Please vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will be forwarded to City Council in ordinance form.
Okay. We are now to item 24. I'm unable to vote on item 24 because of a conflict of interest. Specifically, I represent Fred Wade, who has an ownership interest in this location. So I'm going to hand this off to the Vice Chair for handling.
Thank you. Again, Richard Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 24, DIR 65804, applicant, City of Las Vegas, owner Dynamic Property Holdings LLC, for possible action on a request to revoke a previously approved special use permit, SUP 53970, for a public school primary use at 7485 West Azure Drive, Ward 6, Ross. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Vice Chairman, based on the lack of compliance with the conditions of approval of the entitlement and its subsequent review, staff finds the use cannot be conducted in compatible, harmonious manner with the surrounding land uses, is recommending that the entitlement application SUP 53970 for the subject site be revoked in accordance with the procedures identified in Title 19.16. Property owner or owners are in support of the revocation of the special use permit for the school, and the city has assured them that the surrendering of the special use permit does not prohibit them from applying for a different special use permit in the future. Please note, additional letters of support have been received after the publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Chairman, Richard Hawley with the law firm of Hawley, Driggs & Walsh. We're here on behalf of Joshua Kern, who is the receiver appointed by the authority over this charter school, Quest Preparatory Academy. I want to make it clear that we're not here to contest revocation of the special use permit. As a matter of fact, the Azure campus, which was located and operating at this particular location, was closed back in June, on June 16th of this year, and a letter was sent to Director Perigo advising him of the closure of that campus on August 1st. The reason for appearing this evening is to correct what the receiver perceives to be inaccuracies in the record based upon the staff report that has been submitted to the Planning Commission. Mr. Kern believes that this is important for purposes of the receivership for which he has a responsibility. So I appreciate your time this evening. As indicated, the report prepared by the staff recommends revoking the special use permit on the ground that 5 of the conditions set forth in the initial special use permit were not satisfied. Quite frankly, those findings or the recommendations or the basis for this recommendation are simply inaccurate. All of the conditions have been satisfied as set forth in the special use permit, including the one that was most difficult to satisfy. One of the requirements was that the student population at this particular campus of 435 students at the beginning of the 2015-2016 school year be reduced at the beginning of the second semester to 215 students. It was extremely difficult to make that change and reduce the population by that number. Nevertheless, the receiver personally participated in that process, oversaw the process, and accomplished that condition by moving the entire 7th grade from the Azure campus to another campus that was operated or is operated by Quest Preparatory Academy. So the reason for closing the campus really was this condition to reduce the student population was impactful on the school. The school receives a per capita funding from the state for charter school students, and when the population was reduced from 435 students down to 215 students, it resulted in the campus simply not being economically feasible to operate at any point in time on a going forward basis. So that's the primary reason why the campus was closed. Anyway, thank you for entertaining my comments this evening.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission for further comment and possible action.
I have a clarifying question, Mr. Chair. If the school is closed in already, will that take away the special use permit just in general without us doing anything?
Well,
Mr. Chair, if I could, or Mr. Vice Chair.
Yes.
Once a use ceases at a particular location where there's a special use permit in place, that special use permit still stays in place for a
the
period of
location.
time, even after that. So I think it's 2 years for this one, maybe a shorter period, but it's 1
1
year.
year.
Sorry, 1 year.
Thank
So there could be another school come in there, so.
Thank you.
well, I think we all remember this one. We've seen it before and had issues with, you know, the applicants not following staff's conditions and granting an extension. But anyways, there's no other comments. I'd like to
Thank you. I'm
ask
ready
for
to
a
make a
motion.
motion through you, Vice Chairman.
Please do.
Under number 24, DIR 65804, I'm following staff's recommendation this evening for approval. Thank you.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Mr. Vice Chairman, that action is final unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Slotman. We are now to related items 25, 26, and 27. Item 25 is VAR 63577. The applicant is D.R. Horton, and the owner is Lexington Partners LLC et al. For possible action on a request for a variance to allow no amenity zone where such is required for a proposed residential subdivision on the north side of Durrell Lane, west of Decatur Boulevard in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 26 is WVR 63579. For possible action on a request for a waiver to allow a 154-foot external intersection offset where 220 feet is the minimum distance separation required, and to allow no interior streetlights where such are required for a proposed residential subdivision in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. And item 27, TMP 63580, for possible action on a request for a tentative map for a 57-lot, single-family residential subdivision in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Can we please have staff's report?
Mr. Chairman, these items have been held in abeyance several times to allow the owner to organize and meet with the surrounding neighbors. Revised plans were received in July indicating a new pocket park between lots 53 and 54 while still maintaining the requested 57 residential lots. In August, staff received additional plans replacing the sidewalk with a decomposed granite surface, but otherwise the requests have not changed. As no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance related to the property has been presented to warrant the requested waivers and variances, staff recommends denial of all items. Note that there was one additional protest received after publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Ron Portero, 7958 Lookout Rock Circle, Las Vegas, Nevada. As you know, we have been at this for quite some time. And I would like to preface my remarks with a couple upfront key points that I think are worth consideration by the Commission. Somewhere in all of what we've been doing with the submittals, the question of density has gotten lost in terms of how applicant came in. And for example, if you look, I've got, and I don't know if you can zoom in on this map here, there are 3 projects. Get rid of that. This project is the one that we are currently reviewing, 25 through 27. But the applicant came in right up front with a sense of, you might call it give, or being sensitive to the community.
Mr. Patero,
Yep.
Can I get you to speak into the microphone,
I'm
please?
sorry. Yeah, I got to pull that back out. There are 3 projects, Decatur 2 over to my right here, 16 units, came in with 8 requested. The instant case, Decatur Donald 1, 65 units, 57 requested. And I will note that that was previously approved back in 06 or 07 for 64 units. And then Decatur Donald 3, 17 units allowed, 8 units requested. I would suggest to you that applicant doesn't seem to get any credit for coming in right up front with a substantially less amount of density when the density is there for more. But we just want that to be taken into consideration during the course of the deliberations. 60 days ago, you sent us back and said, have meetings. We did. Matter of fact, not only did we have 1 meeting, we scheduled 2 meetings because we wanted to make sure that we didn't kept going round and round, and we did this. And we scheduled 2 meetings at the YMCA August 3rd, and we scheduled another meeting August 23rd. The applicant sent out over 1,000 notices. At the August 3rd meeting, at the Centennial Hills YMCA, it was attended by 6 total households. 5 were located on Unicorn or adjacent to the Decatur Donald 3 project, and 1 person lived on Tom. At the August 23rd meeting, it was attended by 5 persons or 5 households, the same attendees minus 2 other ones. Personally, I've taken 5 trips out there. I've gone up and down. I've taken photos. I've looked at these projects. I've had a chance to speak with other neighbors as well, either by phone or by email or personally. So we came in and we asked for these variants and waivers. And I would suggest to you that after August 3rd, staff came to us and said, we need your changes by the 11th. We hadn't had our second meeting yet, so we went forth with the changes and took the sidewalks out, as we said. And we did not make the changes, if you look, as the neighborhood request for the backing out of those lots along Durrell. But we did add the open space lot of 6,000 square feet right in the middle of this project. We got rid of the sidewalk, put in the crushed granite. And then they also wanted a crash gate on Durrell, which changed totally the circulation element and access for fire and rescue. On somewhere after our first meeting, I had a chance to visit with the people, Art and June Lowe, who invited me to their home after a phone call. They live right here, between these two projects. They are, among all the neighbors and all circumstances here, the most severely impacted by these projects. I met with them. They're very nice people. Walked them through the projects, what we were trying to do, and they basically said, we like it, and they sent me a letter, and I have, if somebody would like to hand this to the commissioners, a letter of support. And their support, if I may, talks basically about, we are convinced that this project will be good for our neighborhood. Right now it is a dust bowl after they tore down the estate homes years ago. People dump their trash on the empty land, and kids ride their motorcycles, creating dust everywhere. It's dangerous for the children who zoom out onto the road without even looking. So we have support for what we're doing there. Yeah, we do need a variance and a waiver. We did take out the lighting as requested by the neighbors. So there's been some give and take. There's never going to be enough, I think, in terms of what we're trying to do to please all the neighbors on all the issues. But we've been working and we've been listening. And so on this issue here, we request approval subject to the approval for variance and waiver and for the tentative map.
Okay, thank you. This has been properly noticed for public hearing tonight. Can I get an idea of how many people are here to speak on items 25 through 27? All right, see about a dozen, maybe 15 of you. I am going to put a timer on comments and limit your remarks to 2 minutes each, unless you'd like to designate a spokesperson for whom I'll give 10 minutes. So it's up to you. Let's go ahead with 2 minutes each. Come on up. I need everybody to be ready to follow right after another so we can move this along.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Michael Adams, 6875 Unicorn Street. I am one of the designated representatives of the neighborhood. Knowing that our time tonight would be extremely limited, I actually wrote most of my notes, so if I may indulge if it takes me an extra minute, because I also have documents I'd like to submit.
We'll take your documents, but I'm going to limit you to 2 minutes.
Okay. First thing is, I'd like to thank Mr. Patero. I think he has been a very good representative of the owner's interests, and he and I know that anything that happens here is not personal because he represents the owner, and I am one of the representatives of the neighborhood, and especially for so many people that were not able to attend. So the very first thing is, we took, as the representatives of the neighborhood, we took your suggestions from the 2 months ago very, very seriously in working with the owner. The first thing I'd like to address is the attendance that he was talking about, and the very first item that I would like to submit is the actual attendance notice that went out. I can't see the screen, so I don't know if it's actually coming up. Okay. I'd like to address the actual attendance notice. You will notice on there is a typo for day and date. You will also notice the time of when that was stated, which was also stated that you're still dealing with people that are on vacation, and because of 5:30, people who can't get home from work yet. So that's the very first item I'd like to submit. The second item I'd like to submit is an email that went directly to Mr. Protero from Mr. Limerick, which is Mr. Protero's response. On that response, the thing that I want to be able to draw attention to is the very last line of the email that states, and I quote, "Fortunately, we will be having a second meeting on August the 23rd. That's the second item. Before that August 23rd meeting was when everything had to be submitted. The last thing that I'd like to throw in, because I can see that my time is done.
Your time is up.
Is wanting to get a fresh feel for the neighborhood. We took a fresh petition. This is not names that you've already received. This is the neighborhood that is directly next to the 11 acres.
I'm sorry, you're 30 seconds over. We'll take all three documents from you, and we'll make those a part of tonight's record.
Those are all fresh names.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Commissioner, my name is Mark Christensen. I live at 6817 Unicorn Street. I'm here as a representative not only of the neighborhood, but I'm the Executive National Director for Veterans in Politics. The individuals that have been represented by Mr. Protero as 1,000 some odd individuals in the neighborhood, over 80% of those individuals are veterans. They purchased up there under the understanding that that was a a rural preservation plan area identified not only by the city, but by the state and the county. Has been subsequently changed to R1. They purchased that property up there, single story, to accommodate themselves, such as myself, as disabled veterans or veterans who are in a disabled capacity. We have no guarantee that there's going to be an HOA. We have no guarantee that there's going to be single-story buildings. We have no guarantee of floodplain control. We have no guarantee whatsoever in any plans that have been submitted, other than the plans that have been submitted that have been rejected by this commission 4 times. On top of that, there are an additional 2,000 disabled veterans and veterans in the area that are extremely concerned about this development because it's going to set precedents for other developments that the owner currently has land in that area to develop. Strongly recommend the council take into consideration you're not only affecting the people, but you're affecting those individuals such as myself who are disabled and are veterans in this valley. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Alfred Pozo, 6865 Unicorn Street. I would like to let you know that I support staff's recommendations for items 25 through 27. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian Fortner at 5150 Deer Springs. To start off, I do support the denial, like the recommendation says. My points are more about let's just hold them to the standards that are set. We have them set for a reason. If we're just going to approve everybody that wants variances because they ask, then why do we have those standards set? In situations where you want like a foot, I think that's what these meetings are a little bit better for, is because it's so close to what you're asking. In this case, it's not that case. And also, when nobody has any objection to it, we have a large community around there that objects to it. So that's another reason to not give them these variances. Have them build within the standards that are set for the reasons that those standards were set. Let's not let them squeeze streets over and add more lots just for profit. If that means only putting in 5 houses instead of 6, then I think that's what they should be held to. The rules are set there for a reason, and let's uphold those rules, and especially in this situation. Other situations, I know you guys allow it, but in this one, we've came in multiple times now. Every single time we're all here waiting to try to speak and go against this. Just, we're not against developing. I like that the community would be built, but let's not give them these variances so they can squeeze all these extra lots. Let's, you know, if you divide the square foot by how many is technically allowed, yeah, you can do 60 houses. No, you can't if you actually build to the standards. If you divide the square feet, maybe, but when you actually start putting the sidewalks in and that kind of stuff, you start losing lots. Now they're asking for us to move streets over, change traffic flow through cul-de-sacs. It's going to affect our community a lot, and there's 2 acres next to me that is equestrian still, and we're talking about setting like a momentum would be, they tried to go to R1 on that one to do the same thing, and we want to keep that equestrian. If we start switching it to R1 and now giving them variances, they're going to stack, instead of maybe 3 or 4 houses next to mine, they're going to put 8 to 10, and it's going to impact all of us greatly. So hold them to the standards, build within the rules. We're not asking them not to build, we're just asking them to build to your standards.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Kim Clanton Green. I live on 6810 Unicorn Street. We bought our house in 1997. We're some of the oldest residents in the area. We moved there when there was only a handful of houses within sight. And as they built, we gladly, the whole neighborhood gladly worked with the builder, but we have to recommend against approving these variances. There are some questions that we haven't been able to get good answers from. Our representative, Mike, has been great, but he hasn't been able to find out from the owners whether or not they plan on building 2-story homes there. He's never gotten an answer with that. He's never gotten an answer on whether they're planning on building at all or simply getting their variances and passing it on and selling it. We have some really legitimate concerns. And like everyone else here, we're not against homes being built there. We just want them to be held to the same standard that was set up by the commission. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, John DeRica, 6805 Unicorn. And like everybody else, we're not against the development. We just would like the houses and the roads built with the same standard of the houses and the roads that are around that area. Wall on Durrell and not backing out onto Durrell and things like that. Otherwise, we're good with, we're not anti-development. We just would like the same standard that we're already there. Thank you.
Thank you.
I agree with the other neighbors.
Your name and address, please.
My name is Marisa Kimber, and I live at 6805 Unicorn Street. And I have to agree with the rest of the neighbors in denial. I think that they should hold the standards and work with us, because I have given suggestions as to what would make everybody happy. And I just think that maybe we should get together and make more plans, because the plans as they are with the cul-de-sacs, if they just made a couple of slight variations, the houses would work. As if they backed out onto because the traffic would go up and around all of our streets. It would increase our traffic, and they would be going up and around because they wouldn't want to have to go up and make a U-turn on Decatur to get into their housing tract. And also the same thing with Durrell. They're going to be coming down Durrell to avoid doing that. So I am in denial.
Thank you.
Dale Green, 6810 Unicorn Street, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Go ahead.
I don't think they should get the variance. That's my simple, thank you.
Thank you.
I got one little picture I'm going to add. Sanine Gerheim, 6911 Unicorn Street, and I'm not sure how I lay the picture out.
Put it right there in the middle.
Is that upside down to you guys?
We're seeing it upside down. There you go.
All right. So that's our Unicorn Street, and that's pretty typical of our neighborhood out there. We were told that they were going to try to change the Unicorn property, Unicorn Durrell, and make them, instead of a big block wall around everything, which is obviously not typical of our neighborhood. I actually butt right up to that property. But I didn't hear about any changes that are going to go on. So that was the only offering we had, and we haven't heard that that's going to happen. So I'm in agreement with all my neighbors. We would like to see a more rural atmosphere, not so many houses, reduce the numbers, don't allow all these variances, because we'd love to keep this rural neighborhood that we have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Anthony Gerard, 5177 Jarrett Avenue. I'm the neighbor to the picture that you just saw. My home is directly off of Unicorn, only house on 5177 Jarrett. We purchased the home last November, As we purchased the home, we purchased it with the right and the thought that we were purchasing in a rural neighborhood with safe surroundings for our children, to grow our children in that area. We want to stay in that area, and that's one of the reasons we purchased the home. With the thought of having 18 to 20 homes that are backing out onto Durrell, it brings up a safety concern to me and my family and the people in the neighborhood. That is one of the concerns that I have. And then also just there's no two-story homes within the neighboring area outside of ones with, I don't know, several acres, over an acre of property. Most of the lots that they're describing are under a quarter of an acre, and we have no concern, or one of our concerns, I guess, is that those be single-story homes as well to fit with the model of the surrounding area and the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Heidi Lemrick, 5121 Durrell Lane, and I agree with my neighbors in recommending denial for these projects, and I also agree with my neighbor Tony. I do have young kids. I'm on Durrell, and it would be a scary thing for all these cars backing out onto Durrell and all the traffic that it's going to increase. And we're concerned about the safety of our children. We're also concerned about our neighborhood. There's been plenty of other neighborhoods around us in the immediate vicinity that were R1 that were built with larger lots and with our neighborhood in mind. And our neighbors love them. They're great. We're okay with that. We absolutely want development. We'd love to see houses and development on those vacant properties instead of what they are. We just want it to be consistent and fair to the neighborhood. We feel like it's been a rough go with these developers and his representatives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Adams, 6875 Unicorn Street, Las Vegas. Originally, we did have a lot of requests when this project started. We've kind of conceded down to 3. One of the problems that I have is at one point, they had dropped their houses on Unicorn down to 6. Now, as punishment, we've brought them back to 8 again. It's kind of a game that's been played. We asked them about what's going to be built on there. We have no information. They tell us that, well, that's not up to us, that's up to the builder, which brings me to the idea that they may, once this is cleared and passed, may end up just selling the property, and then we're at the mercy of the next person that wants to build on this piece. I don't understand that when the board makes all these decisions and codes and regulations with wisdom and they know what they want it to do, when we follow all of these codes, how one entity can come up against hundreds of homes and cause such a havoc and such a problem with all of the things that we want done in this area. It's been designated to a certain point of what it's supposed to be, and now we're having to fight to keep our neighborhood as it's supposed to be. So I am in agreement with the staff for denial. Thank you.
Thank you.
James Limerick, 5121 Durrell Lane, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89131. This project sits pretty much across from my house. It's not one of the projects that sits next to my house, but it sits across from my house. Some of the only things that we were looking for on this project was consistency with what's been built on Durrell already. There's a 10-foot landscape line with a block wall. The developer refuses to change 11 lots that are backing out on Durrell. All we asked for was contain your subdivision within your subdivision. And in doing that, they would create a landscape area and a block wall that would be consistent with 3/4 of the rest of the block that this project takes up. The same idea of backing out was not favored too well by Commissioner Cherry and Commissioner Schlotman the last time this go-around was, and obviously the developer doesn't care about that. The other thing they obviously don't care about is building to the standards. I watched a meeting on item 102 that went on and on and on about Title 19. Obviously that means a lot to the city. Well, this developer, 3 out of 3 projects, is not complying with Title 19. They have 11 acres, for God's sakes. Why can't they put the driveway in compliance with Title 19? I'm sorry, on 11 acres, that should be the start of where we're going to start our engineering. Hello, driveway needs to be 232 feet apart. Or instead, they start with how many lots can we fit in our configuration. So I agree with staff's recommendation for denial of this project. The neighborhood is asking for very little on this project, and there's a lot of smoke and mirrors about how many lots and how many houses that can be built, but let's stick to what it is. Show me a plan that sticks to the standards and put us on a level playing field, and then we'll have a discussion about what we're willing to give up. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kim Gerard, and I also reside at 5177 Jarrett Avenue. And like my husband spoke earlier, we just moved in November, and this is our forever home. We are, residents of Las Vegas for the last 16 years. We have 2 small children. And when I found this property, I was mesmerized. I was in love. It brought me back to my Midwest roots. And we reside next to the 2.5-acre equestrian farm that Sanine owns. And again, I agree with my neighbors. We just want to keep things consistent. And we just ask that you will hear this and that you will deny this. Thank you.
Thank you. Has everyone spoken that wishes to? I'm going to give the applicant, I'll give you 3 minutes for a rebuttal or reply, whatever you want to call it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things we are talking about is just this project. We have another project, 2 projects coming up to discuss. The third project, we proposed and discussed changes with the neighbors, several of them, after the submittal deadline of August 11th.
So since we're just talking about this project, let's talk about this project.
But one of the residents said because the changes you were talking about, I haven't heard those, I'm not feeling like you're helping.
I'm going to call those the next 2 projects following this.
Okay.
So right now, we're just talking about 25 through 27.
Yeah, but, and again, and I will say this, there's been a lot of discussion about not following the standards. On this particular project, we took the sidewalks out because they didn't want sidewalks. We are not having interior lighting, and the neighbors didn't want interior lighting. Well, that's not to the standard. My question is, when we want a waiver or variance that you like, we're not going to talk about it, but the ones we don't like, you're going to hear about it. And we're not developing to the standards. You can't, in my mind, you can't cut it both ways. And so, we're moving to the middle here, and yeah, they're backing out, but all throughout the Northwest, Hammer Street between Durango and Cimarron, people back out on both sides of the street, same size street, smaller houses. It's not unique. One gentleman said there were 18 to 20 houses backing out. There's 11. And again, I'm hearing from a lot of folks here tonight I've never seen, I've never been contacted by, and I welcome them. We've had 2 neighborhood meetings. We've got 3 or 4 times as many folks here tonight than had occasion to attend the neighborhood meeting, and I will say this. At the first neighborhood meeting, I was there at 5:30. I said, and folks said, hey, they might not be here. I'll wait. I'll wait till 7:30. If you tell me somebody's coming, I'm waiting. And I did that. Second neighborhood meeting, same thing. We're developing to compromise standards. We need a few things. They want a few things. We've done that. We're below the density, and I just believe that we've done some things to move to the middle. And of course, I don't really think, given what you've heard, that there'll ever be a satisfied neighborhood group. Although some very nice people here I've been working with, I will say that. So we do want your approval, subject to the waiver and variance for this project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Public comment is closed on items 25 through 27, and we can discuss this as a planning commission. And let me begin. First of all, more from a procedural standpoint, I felt like both the applicant and the neighbors spoke generally about, I'll call these 3 projects here. So I guess I'm speaking as the chairman now. Hopefully, we don't have to hear from everybody again because you said your piece about those items. I am going to open it for public comment on those, but I hope we don't have the same thing repeat itself for the next 2 projects that come along. What I didn't hear, the very first item, item 25, is about an amenity zone. And I really didn't hear much, if anything, about the amenity zone. I don't have a problem with waiving the amenity zone. This is one of the things that I feel like at my request and at the Mayor Pro Tem's request, the applicant went back and met with the neighbors. So specifically on 25, I'm okay with the amenity zone. I also didn't hear much other than from the applicant about the waiver on the interior streetlights, and my guess is that most of the neighbors would agree that they don't want the interior streetlights. So I'm okay with 26 as well. With regard to item 27, I think that one's more controversial. This is a tentative map for a 57-lot, single-family residential subdivision. There are questions about what is going to be built. That's really not part of the tentative map, however. I know the neighbors have questions about what the applicant might do with this down the road, but that's also not an issue that's in front of this Planning Commission. We're here to make decisions about land use. The two things that I did hear from the neighbors are primarily regarding density and traffic flow, and specifically the backing out onto Durrell. I disagree with the neighbors that are here. I think this is a good fit for the existing neighborhoods. I know it's not ideal. I know it's not what everybody wants, but there have been some compromises here, and I think the applicant has worked to facilitate those compromises. So with regard to item 27, I can support the tentative map as well. So I do think that the project, as it has changed, has become more compatible with the surrounding neighborhoods, and I'm okay on this. Now, I do have a question for the applicant, Mr. Patero, if you'll come up. And actually, I don't. My question is going to be for a subsequent project. So I'd like to know if any of the other planning commissioners have any other comments or questions. Yeah, Commissioner Trowbridge.
Thank you. This is for staff. On items 25, 26, and 27, the parcel involved there, what is the maximum number of units that would be permitted there? And while we're waiting for an answer there, let me send one over to the people in Public Works. Speak briefly, if you would, about the backing out onto Durrell by 11 potential homes.
Sure, through you, Mr. Chair. The code does not prohibit backing out into streets that are 60-foot width or less. It does prohibit streets that are 80-foot or 100-foot, 60 feet, larger than 80 feet. So primary arterials, major collectors are prohibited from backing out into the right-of-way, but minor collectors, as Durrell is not prohibited.
Durrell is considered a minor
It's
collector,
considered a minor collector.
60-foot or less.
60-foot minor collector, correct. And just since I have the mic, I'd like to mention, if it is the Commission's desire to approve the variances, I will need to make some changes to add a condition to 25 and revise a condition on 27. So just give me direction if you would like me to change if you're inclined to support the item.
Since we're on that, can you tell us what those change conditions would be?
Sure.
Sorry to interrupt, Commissioner Trowbridge.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. Because we're taking the sidewalk out on both Durrell and Donald, the condition added to the variance would be sign and record a covenant running with land agreement for half-street improvements not constructed at this time on Durrell Lane and Donald Road. Extend all required underground utilities such as electrical, telephone, etc., located within the public right-of-way past the boundaries of the site prior to construction of hard surfacing. And then on the tentative map, condition number 7, we would just add a sentence that says, this condition shall be modified by variance 63577 and waiver 63579, if approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we have a number yet regarding the maximum number of units would be permitted?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Sorry for the delay on that. The number for this particular development on items 25 through 27, 65 would be the maximum number of units allowed.
So it's 65 is permitted, and they're requesting 57?
Correct.
And the issue that caused me the most concern was backing out on Durrell. That is a permissible activity because Durrell is a narrower street. And also that the no amenity zones are being included or deleted, whichever direction it goes, from this project at the request of the neighbors. So,
I can't have you speaking from the audience.
well, I've only heard that it's been at the request of the neighbors to get rid of the lights and to get rid of the other thing. You guys want those in?
Will someone,
Okay,
Mr. Adams?
that's my exact point. You either object to it, or you don't care, or you support it. 2 of the 3 give me reason to support the request. If you had said, we want those lights, we want all that stuff, tell me for God's sakes. Otherwise, I'm going with the other 2 options, which are we don't care or we support it. You want the lights? You want the lights? You guys go with putting the lights in? I think you're asking for something you don't want.
I can't have anyone speaking from the audience. Mr. Adams, I'm going to have you come up. Mr. Patero? I think the question for you, the applicant, was whether you'd be willing to put in lights if that's the neighbor's request.
We were under the impression that they were actually not wanting.
That's not my question.
Okay.
Listen to my question.
Whatever they want.
Okay.
How's that?
Mr. Adams, are you telling me the neighbors want lights?
At this point, yes, sir.
Okay.
There is no at this point. It's a yes or a no.
Yes.
Don't come back next week and say we changed our mind at this point.
No, sir. No,
Okay,
sir. Yes, sir,
thank
we
you.
do.
Thank you very much.
We do want the lights, yes, sir.
Okay, give them the lights.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
You don't want it.
I have
Commissioner Carrera?
one question. How much of a hardship would it be to change moving from backing out on Durrell to some other alternative method?
Is that a question for Public Works or the applicant?
The applicant.
Through the chair, Mr. Creer, Commissioner Creer. We go back to square one. We scrap everything and start all over again. We've been at this 6 months, and it really is in, I think, the best interest of the applicant and all of us to get this thing forward. And so it really is, and I've heard this from staff, that if we go back and try to redesign with that in mind, we scrap the whole thing. And we're really not there.
And why did you choose with the original design?
Original design.
Hold on.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I said, why did you choose with the original design to back out on Durrell?
Through the chair, Commissioner Creer. The original design was a proposal by D.R. Horton, who is still in discussions with the applicant for acquiring this and building the product there. And so they were in charge of the design and the engineering, and then they backed out, to be honest with you. They said, you know what, we don't want to be a part of all of this. So I took over a couple months back, and so I can't get into why, other than a builder decided to do what they did.
So you just took their
Original
design?
The original design.
I would need to ask D.R. Horton what was the reason,
perhaps so.
rationale behind it.
Perhaps so.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Trowbridge?
Excuse me, one more question for staff. Was this project rejected 4 times, or was it continued 4 times? Big difference.
Mr. Chair, through you, this has been obeyed 4 times. This is the 5th time you've seen these items.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, question through you for Public Works. So who bears the expense of the covenant run with the land for the no amenity zones required in the future? Let's say in 5 years from now.
Sure, through you, Mr. Chairman. So if the project is approved without sidewalk and the decomposed granite is approved, then the applicant will sign a covenant run with land, and at some point, 5 to 10 years from now, when the neighbors want sidewalk, then they'll petition the city, and the city most likely will do a special improvement district and then assess all of the property owners who are attached to the parcels as they sit today. So all 57 lots will be most likely, party to a special improvement district to put sidewalk in. And as I understand it, the streetlights are going in. So really the only thing they're asking to do is, remove the sidewalk.
All right. Well, I mean, just being a developer myself, I don't feel that it's right for me to be a developer and push off improvements and dollars onto homeowners in the future. And so therefore, unless if the developer ever come, or if we can come to an agreement in the future where developers are willing to put up the full expense or bond for the full expenses of not installing amenity zones, even if neighbors don't want the amenity zones, I'm not going to sit up here and approve no sidewalks and amenity zones and push it off to a developer, to homeowners to bear that expense in the future. So therefore, I can't support that item.
Through the chair.
No question, hang on. Commissioner Quinn?
Excuse me, through you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mark Christensen, sir, you mentioned many times about 2,000 veterans living in that area. I'm very, very sensitive to the needs of the disabled. Briefly, just a one-sentence answer, is it the sidewalks that has, because I don't understand where these 2,000 vets live, but we're not going to discuss it.
It's called the Americans for Disabilities Act.
I'm very familiar with it. So is it the sidewalk that has you upset that's gravel, or?
The sidewalks.
Yeah.
Additionally, this area is identified as a equestrian area.
Okay.
The city has already amended and applied over $2.5 million for horse trails in this area without sidewalks. The sidewalks that were identified for the building of the 4 developments that were in the area were absorbed by the developer, which was D.R. Horton at that point, as an amenity to facilitate the Americans for Disabilities Act.
Okay. I don't want to lengthen this meeting because we're going to be here till 2 in the morning, but I was very interested in your concern because I live with it every day. So thank you, sir, for your answer.
Thank you, ma'am.
And your service.
Commissioner Trowbridge, did you have anything else?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. I am ready to entertain a motion on items 25 through 27. Commissioner Trowbridge?
Okay, which, just so I don't make a mistake, which 25 is the one that is requesting the waiver of the lights and offsites?
The lights, I believe, is on, well, I'll
Through
let
you,
staff
Mr.
answer
Chairman,
that.
item number 25 is simply to allow no amenity zone where such is required for the proposed residential subdivision. The following item 26 would allow for the intersection offset waiver as well as no interior street lights where they're required. And then the last item is the tentative map.
Thank you. In regards to item number 25, I make a recommendation for approval, subject to all staff conditions.
Thank you. Please vote.
Mr. Chairman, can I get just a clarification? That includes the amendment to remove the sidewalk, or the condition that I read in would be the covenant for the sidewalk, or if it doesn't?
Mr. Chairman, as this item was not noticed for the removal of the sidewalk, that motion cannot be part of this unless it was renoticed for the elimination of the variance from complete street standards. At this point, it's only regarding the amenity zone.
I guess that answers that.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'm confused. Does the amenity zone not include the sidewalk?
The amenity zone is the transition between the back of curb to the sidewalk. In this instance, they were going to have the curb, then sidewalk, and then their landscape buffer. In the complete street standard, it would be the curb, a 3-foot, if I'm not mistaken, amenity zone where you would have landscaping for a protected sidewalk, and then the sidewalk, and then any additional landscaping back of that sidewalk.
Now I'm confused because that sounds like the amenity zone does include the sidewalk.
The amenity zone is simply the transition between the back of curb to the sidewalk. It is a landscape transition strip.
So through the chair, question for Mr. Lowenstein. By us approving the deletion of the amenity zone, we're not deleting the need for a sidewalk, we're still installing the sidewalk.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the sidewalk would still be required. It would simply just be at back of curb, where if this is not approved, you would have a 3-foot transition strip before you hit that sidewalk from the curb.
Thank you.
Commissioner Carrere?
And why wouldn't they want the back of curb and the landscaping? What's the reasoning for that? Mr. Patero.
Through the chair, Commissioner Creer, I have an exhibit here that is showing Dorel for this particular project and what the landscape and coming off the curb looks like. And if I point here, you will see as Dorel comes over from Decatur on the east side of the entryway, there is the 5-foot and 6-foot landscape area and decomposed granite. On the other side, okay, where there is not going to be a sidewalk, the sidewalk was taken out of that section C3. And that was part of the August 11th submittal, I do believe. And so we have just crushed granite only, in keeping with what at the time, what we believed was the neighbor's request. We don't want sidewalks, we want the equestrian nature of what's going there. So we took the sidewalks out and put the crushed, decomposed granite there. And then on the other side, we let the landscape in to the east of the opening there.
But as of now, though, we aren't really talking about sidewalks. Sidewalks are going to go there, correct?
Well, we had not shown them, but if the commission says we need to have them, we need to have them. But we're not showing sidewalks on Dorel because of the request, what we believe, maybe erroneously, the neighbors saying we don't want sidewalks at that location because we're riding our horses. And if that has changed, then that's news to me, because these documents as submitted do not reflect sidewalks for this particular project.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner Kerr?
It does, but it doesn't clarify the fact that if sidewalks are going to be there or not, if we approve or deny this.
Sidewalks are,
If you deny that, yes.
Sidewalks will be there.
Yes.
The way it's presented now, correct?
That's what staff told us.
Right.
Sidewalks are going in.
Okay, but like you said, the information that was submitted does not show sidewalks, so they're going to have to amend this submittal to show sidewalks?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, this application as brought forward was to allow no amenity zones, which is that transition strip of landscaping from back of curb to the sidewalk as part of the complete street standards. It does not include the removal of the sidewalk. So with the approval of this, you would just have a sidewalk at the back of curb. Regardless of it currently showing decomposed granite, that would actually be probably Portland cement of some sort.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, let's go back to the vote. Commissioner Trowbridge.
To be completely honest, I'm totally confused. What the applicant submitted showed just decomposed granite, and now we're saying by approving their request, we're going to require them to put in sidewalks?
Depending on which reiteration of the plans that were submitted to staff and from staff
Which
updating it.
ones are we considering?
The ones before you show decomposed granite, but the application does not include, the variance does not include the ability to eliminate the sidewalk. So with approval of the waiver, only thing that's being removed is the amenity zone. A sidewalk would still be applicable regardless of the cross-section of the tentative map.
So, Mr. Chairman, a question for Mr. Lowenstein. Regardless if it's approved or denied, we still have a sidewalk.
Right. That is correct.
It's just the fact if we have the 3 foot between the back of curb and the sidewalk or not.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, Lucian Pite here, Public Works. Just the amendments that I mentioned previously, those no longer are needed because they can't be heard tonight, so.
Correct.
You can take out any amendment that I mentioned here and the conditions do not need to be amended by Public Works.
Back to you, Commissioner Trowbridge.
Motion's been made.
All right, motion is to approve item 25. Please vote. That motion carries.
Now, in regards to item number 26, the waiver 63,579, this is another one. Seems like a major element of this proposal is to allow an intersection offset of 154 feet where 220 is required. The other portion is to allow no interior streetlights. I don't know if we can modify that proposal on the fly here and say, okay with the intersection change, but no with the streetlights being eliminated. That's a question for staff or the DA, which the two are lumped together, but we want part of it is acceptable and part of it's not acceptable.
Is that a question for the city attorney?
What's the question? I'm sorry, Chair.
Yeah, the question is whether we can approve the waiver on the intersection, but
Through you, Mr. Chairman.
but deny the streetlight waiver. Yes.
So in relation to the waiver, condition number 3 states a waiver from Title 1902-240 to allow no street lights along proposed interior private streets where such is required is approved. You would amend that condition to state denied instead of approved, and then make one motion on it with the amended condition.
Please consider that the motion.
Okay. And so your motion is for approval of
For
item.
approval with the deletion of subsection 3 or something.
The amendment of
Which was
condition
the
3
lights.
to reflect where it previously said approved to say denied.
Okay, thank you. Motion is made to approve item 26 with the condition as stated. Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chair, can I just do a quick check with the clerk to make sure they're getting all this? The clerk, are you guys getting all this? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Now, before a motion is made up through Public Works, is this one where we are having a changed condition?
No, Mr. Chairman, we don't need any condition changes for Public Works.
Okay, thank you.
And in regards to item number 7,
27?
I'm sorry, 27, the tentative map, because they're by current zoning entitled to 65 units and they're only requesting 57, I'd make a recommendation for approval of temporary map 63,580.
Thank you.
Subject
Please
to
vote.
approval.
That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 25, 26, and 27 will be heard at City Council on October 19th.
Okay, we have three more related items, beginning with 28, VAR 63584. The applicant is D.R. Horton and the owner is RMH Trust. For possible action on a request for a variance to allow a connectivity ratio of 1.0 where 1.3 is required, and to allow no amenity zone where such is required for a proposed residential subdivision at the northwest corner of Durrell Lane and Decatur Boulevard in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 29 is WVR 63585 for possible action on a request for a waiver to allow a 187-foot external intersection offset where 220 feet is the minimum distance separation required, and to allow no interior streetlights where such are required for a proposed residential subdivision in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. And then item 30, TMP 63586 for possible action on a request for a tentative map for an 8-lot single-family residential subdivision in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, again, the issues with this site have to do with providing adequate separation distance between intersections, providing complete streets along Decatur and Durrell, and connectivity to the perimeter streets. Revised plans were received in August, changing the sidewalk along Durrell to a decomposed granite surface. Again, that's not reflected in the notice that went out for just the amenity zone and not the sidewalk. In addition, the applicant has informed staff as of this morning that street lights will be provided on the interior of the subdivision, and as no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance related to the property has been presented to warrant the requested waivers and variances, staff still recommends denial of all items. As the waiver of the interior street lights is no longer needed, staff request the following change to condition number 3 of WVR 63585, a waiver of Title 1902-240 to allow no street lighting along the proposed interior private street where such is required is hereby withdrawn by the applicant. Note that there were additional protests received after publication. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Patero, before I start, I want to ask you and anyone else who speaks on these three items to speak on these three items. We've heard general conversation about three projects, but we are talking now about the northwest corner of Durrell Lane and Decatur Boulevard, so we don't need to hear everything repeated, and out of respect for time, I would ask you to narrow any comments that you have and that the neighbors have.
Thank you. Chairperson Moody, Commissioners, Ron Portero, 7958 Lookout Rock Circle. On behalf of the applicant, what I'd like to do is address the amenity zone first, so that we can be very clear on what this request is. Very simply, if you take the southwest corner, which is currently developed with sidewalk and landscape, not technically an amenity zone, and staff can confirm that or not, we matched it because what we had previously submitted did not match it, and so we went back because the neighbors had said, we want things to be like, at least in certain places. So what we did was we redrew those plans, and so what you have on the corner, our corner, matches exactly as far as the, again, it's not an amenity zone, but it is sidewalk and landscape, and because there's not a buffer in between, you can't call it an amenity zone, and I think that's a point of clarification that may help the Planning Commission. And so that's very important. The connectivity ratio remains the same. It's a little bit over the 1.0, but it's very doable as far as there's only 8 lots in that, as opposed to could have been 16, and we do emphasize that. The offset of 187 feet is approximately 37 feet short, but it still gives a lot of slowdown and into the Durrell at that location. and we do agree with the streetlights being added back in. So with those thoughts in mind, we ask for your approval, subject to staff's conditions.
Thank you very
It's
much.
short and sweet.
These three items have been properly noticed as public hearing items, and I'll now open this for public comment, again limiting any remarks to 2 minutes each.
James Lering, 5121 Durrell Lane, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89131. This project sits out on the corner, obviously, of the street I live on, Durrell and Decatur. Once again, I think it's wrong to okay a project that asks for the variance of waivers for a street intersection on this one, even more than the previous one, in terms that it puts it closer to an intersection on a 120-foot right-of-way road. Decatur is a major, major road out there, and it seemed like we got lost in the amount of lots. The lots are what the lots are if they design to the standards. So design it to the standards and show me a drawing of the amount of lots. They might actually end up with more lots than they have now. So I'm not quite sure how it got off track on lots, and that's the smoke and mirrors that I keep talking about. But no, I don't think this project should go through in its current state because they're asking for a waiver of distance on roads, which is uniform standard drawings. So hold them to that standard. My recommendation is denial. It's obviously the same as staff's. Thank you.
Thank you.
John DeRica, 6805 Unicorn. And the only thing I have to say is there's no turn lanes on this. We have a turn lane from Decatur on to Deer Springs, but there's no turn lane from Decatur on to Durrell or Decatur onto the shady Chestnut Cove. And cars go pretty fast down Decatur. And the confusion with everybody here, there seems to be a lot of confusion with the whole commission, so you have to excuse if there's a little confusion amongst us who this is our first time here.
Brian Fortner, 5150 Deer Springs. Recommend also how staff says denial. Hold them to the standards that are set, especially in this intersection, because like was previously stated, it's on Decatur, major intersection. Even if it is a smaller side street, the Durrell, you need a lane to be able to turn over and to slow down in there. You know, some people would say, well, why did they set this lot up? They asked that on the last one. Well, why were they set up to back out? Well, I don't know. Well, part of it probably because of profit, because then they'd have to readjust everything, and it's the same thing with this. You start making them take lanes and holding them to the standards, they can't develop as many houses. I don't like the reduction in the traffic flow. It's set for a reason, and the reason that they want the variance is so they can put another lot, because if otherwise they have to put a turn through. They can't make a cul-de-sac. By doing that and increasing the traffic flow now, they can add another lot. So that's why they're asking for these variances, and we're not asking for them not to develop. We're asking for them to be held to the standard, and if that means taking away one lot to stay to the rules, it will have a good impact on this type of intersection also, because again, everybody's going to be coming right out onto Decatur. And yeah, it seems like it's more about profit and why they're asking for these variances, just to be able to squeeze in that extra square footage for these house lots. So I would recommend denial on all of them for those reasons that I mentioned.
Thank you.
Mark Christensen, 6817 Unicorn Street. At this intersection, there is no turn lane, there is no crosswalk, there is no stoplight, there are no pedestrian identifiers for crossing. As far as the Americans for Disabilities Act, the sidewalk that ends where just before this development, there is no identified crosswalk for that from the end of that sidewalk to where they plan on developing. The turn lane would have to be identified. Additionally, the sidewalk that would be going east to west or west to east as you identify it, all the way down to the end. You cannot have a side, according to the Americans for Disabilities Act, you cannot have a sidewalk that ends at a property without continuing to the other end of the street to afford opportunity. My mic cut out? Yes.
It did.
Well, I'm glad I've got the map. This side is North Las Vegas. This side is Las Vegas. There is no crosswalk here. There is no light to regulate traffic here. There are no crosswalk identifiers from here to here. From this point down to this point would be a sidewalk. From this point down to, I believe it's Durrell, or correction, Decatur. No, my fault, Bradley. There is no sidewalk. So the city would be required to build a sidewalk to accommodate Americans for Disabilities Act from this point down there. Who's going to build that? Who's going to pay for it? It's going to be a requirement of the city at this point in time to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, did we hear from everyone that wishes to be heard? Mr. Patero, I'm going to give you 1 minute for any reply.
Public Works did not require a turn lane. We had that discussion with staff and then Public Works directly. So it's not required at that location. And you can see on this map here, there is transition. There is a transition that goes from the north-south prior to going into the development. Also, I heard the gentleman talk about shoving these lots in there. I don't understand the profit motive behind that because it's we could have gone for 16 and we went with 8. And so I think we request your approval based upon the amenity zone waiver. We're going to give the landscape and the sidewalk all the way around to the corner.
Thank you.
And we'll work with Public Works if there's a crosswalk striping necessary at that location.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to close the public comment and open this for discussion on the Planning Commission. Commissioner Trowbridge, we're starting with you.
Let me just ask another really stupid sounding question. Why is this developer coming forward with authorization to build 16 homes, but they really only build 8? That's interesting. If you would just leave it like it is, you could build 16 homes and perhaps make more money. Why would you want to go with only 8 homes? That was a facetious question, but you could try to answer it if you want. It's just, what are we talking about here? Are we really sticking it to the neighbors by giving them less homes than what you would be authorized to have? Sounds like that's what the request is. This requirement for turn lanes, I don't know where that came from. The Public Works said it's not required. There are transition zones, if I'm reading the map correctly, where it's shown as yellow or something.
Can I just follow up with a question or two for Public Works? And can you just briefly address the turn lane, the crosswalk, and streetlights that will or will not go in the future as a result of this project?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. So when they actually go to a construction drawing submittal, those things are looked at by traffic engineer, and we will require, I can't tell you for sure if we're requiring a crosswalk at this time, but with the sidewalk and things going in, the person reviewing the traffic, the construction drawings will require what is required by the codes and the MUTCD, which is the traffic manual for the nation. As far as the turn lane, no turn lane is required. As was kind of pointed out, you can see that by doing their transition paving, they're kind of creating a default turn lane. Until it gets fully paved, then that would probably go away, but again, there's no time frame on when that was. And the reason we're not requiring a turn lane is because the volume of traffic southbound doesn't warrant putting a right turn lane in, a dedicated right turn lane.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Quinn?
If no one else has anything else to say, I'm ready to make a motion.
Sure.
First of all, I want to say that I don't think I've ever seen an applicant work so hard to meet the needs of the neighbors, to come up with what they want. It seems like they, I think you've just done the best job possible. On top of that, you're within the code of the city. With that being said, I'm going to make a motion for approval on item number 28, variance 63584.
Thank you. Motion is to approve item 28. Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to abeyance item, the waiver 63585, number 29. My motion is also for approval. Thank you.
And this time, we need to address condition 3.
Yeah, the light condition, I guess, right? Number 3, Lucian?
So, motion is for approval of item 29 with the
Condition of number
amended condition number 3.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Condition number 3, as was read during the staff report.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion is for approval.
Can we just ask staff again to reiterate what that means with the amended condition number 3?
Okay. So the applicant is going to provide street lights on the interior, so the condition will be changed to withdraw that waiver. It'll be stated in the condition that the applicant withdraws the waiver of street lighting on the interior. Okay.
So the motion is for approval with the addition of condition number 3, correct?
To be amended to state a waiver of Title 1902-240 to allow no street lighting along the proposed interior street where such is required is hereby withdrawn by the applicant.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 28, 29, and 30 will be heard at the City Council meeting on October 19th.
We haven't voted on number 30 yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem.
It's okay, it's getting late. Moving on to abeyance item number 30, TMP 63586. My motion again is for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Quinn. Motion is to approve item 30. Please vote. That motion also carries.
And Mr. Chairman, item 30 will still be heard at the October 19th City Council meeting.
Thank you. Although we've hit 2 hours and it's time for a break, I do want to finish with items 31, 32, and 33, which are related. Beginning with item 31, VAR 63587, the applicant is D.R. Horton and the owner is Precedent Properties, LLC. For possible action on a request for a variance to allow a connectivity ratio of 1.0, where 1.3 is required, and to allow no amenity zone where such is required for a proposed residential subdivision at the southeast corner of Durrell Lane and Unicorn Street in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 33 is WVR 63588 for possible action on a request for a waiver to allow a 183-foot external intersection offset where 220 feet is the minimum distance separation required, and to allow no interior streetlights where such are required for a proposed residential subdivision in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. And item 33 is TMP 63589 for possible action on a request for a tentative map for an 8-lot single-family residential subdivision in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, these items were held in abeyance to allow the owner to organize and meet with surrounding neighbors. For this development, the number of lots has been increased to 8, which was the original number of lots. As no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance related to the property has been presented to warrant the requested waivers and variances, staff is recommending denial of all items. And note there were protests received after publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Patero, name and address, please.
Ron Patero, 7958 Lookout Rock Circle, on behalf of the applicant. Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission, this is the item I spoke of earlier where we had met after the August 11th submittal deadline for everything you've seen. We want to change significantly this design to allow the homes on Unicorn to back out and be exactly like all the residents who are up and down Unicorn currently are. There was a significant discussion we had at our second August 23rd meeting, and we listened and we said, okay, you know, what's the right thing to do? And the applicant and the ownership group said, let's change and redo all the lots 1, 2, 3, and 4 instead of walling it in and making it a compound. The residents said, can you take those out onto the street? So where they wanted the wall over here on the other project, they don't want the wall there, and we're willing to do that.
Sounds to me like you need an abeyance.
And so therefore, and we're also willing to work on the wall over here on lots probably 5 and 6, coming in off of the 1 acre property, and work that wall, those first 2 lots, to bring that down as well. More discussion. So we would, and if the neighbors are okay, we'd like to ask for an abeyance on this item to allow that submittal, which we submitted to staff last week, but it's not official because they couldn't take it until we do this.
Okay. I'm going to open this for public comment and limit the discussion to whether or not the neighbors agree to an abeyance.
Mr. Chairman, as this would be the 5th requested abeyance, the Planning Commission would have to make a finding of cause.
Thank you.
Ready?
Good evening.
Cindy Gerheim, 6911 Unicorn Street. This is the property that I thought was under discussion. I showed you the picture of our neighborhood. I'm asking for the abeyance.
Okay,
so
that's
that
all
we
I
can
need to hear.
We can work with them on this.
Perfect, thank you.
James Limerick, 5121 Durrell Lane, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89131. My property abuts against this project. In the last 6 months, I've personally lived a hell. Last time we were in here in July, I think July 13th, or that meeting, they were proposing 6 lots.
So, Mr. Limerick, are you opposing or supporting
I'm opposing.
an abeyance? You do not want an
I
abeyance?
do not.
Okay.
I cannot take it any longer.
Okay, thank you.
Will I get a chance to speak about, depending if it's obeyed or not?
If this...
Because I'm also slated to be away, probably at the next, so.
You know, normally what I would do is ask you to hold your remarks till the end of the Planning Commission meeting. We have a long, long meeting ahead of us, so I'm going to ask you to go ahead. I'm going to put you on the timer for 2 minutes,
Okay.
since you are opposing the abeyance, to make a record.
I am opposing the abeyance. My reasons for that are, last meeting we were in here that this got obeyed for 2 months. They're proposing 6 lots. They went from 6 lots to 8 lots and blamed that on me. That was publicly blamed on me at a meeting I was not at. They also went in that time and they added a few more things in there. And then the last thing that I saw in an email the other day was, instead of a 9-foot wall against my property, which is all being caused because of the waiver of the street. It has to do with drainage, and it has to do with their layout of the lots. They're asking for a waiver on that, and if that waiver is denied, they will have to re-lay out the lots on there, and the footage won't work with R1, so I won't end up, and the drainage won't be in the road, I won't end up with a 9-foot wall. Their solution was, because I said I don't want a 9-foot wall, the latest thing a couple days ago with the emails and everything like that is that we're still going to make it a 9-foot wall, but we're going to make the top 3 wrought iron, so that everybody is up there can now see into my property and give me no sanctuary anymore. So it's, no matter what I say, they turn it against me. If I say I don't want 4 lots against, if I don't want 3 lots against my house, they say, how do you like 4? If I say I don't like a 9-foot wall, they say, well, how would you like a see-through wall then? So you have no privacy into your backyard. The lots, the places where it's a 9-foot wall, and I have no right to it. That was said before. I understand that. But I can still have my opinion, which is a right. My opinion is those are my bedrooms and my pool area and my backyard, which is my sanctuary. I lived here for 16 years, and to have that taken away from me is just wrong. It's led to a lot of sleepless nights and nothing. But this conversation has gone on for 6 months, so please do not obey this. They've had 6 months to make these changes, the same changes that I've always been asking for, and there's been no movement except for last minute. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we doing the approval of the abeyance, or are we going to give?
Yes, I'd like you to limit your remarks to the abeyance.
So whether I want to abate or not?
Yes, name and address, please.
Brian Fortner, 5150 Deer Springs. We do not want this abated for the same reasons you just stated.
Okay, thank you.
Heidi Lemrick, 5121 Durrell Lane, and James is my husband, so it's our house that's adjacent to this property and is the most affected. We've been through the runaround with this developer. I definitely vote no on the abeyance. We'd like this portion to end. I hope that you vote no with your staff and deny what they want to do. If they put the road where they want it, it is so detrimental to our property and our well-being, to our property values. We'll have 4 houses butting up, backyards butting up against us. Like my husband said, we'll have the 9-foot wall against our bedroom, our backyard where our children play, our pool area. You know, my husband bought this house 16 years ago, and in a rural area. We're RNP, and we feel like we need some sort of protection, and we feel like we need some sort of buffer. And we've been offered nothing. The movement has gone backwards, and I respect Commissioner Quinn. However, I respectfully disagree. This representative and this developer has absolutely not worked with us. Like it's been said, it's all been smoke and mirrors. It's been trickery. We were lied to about the first date of the meeting, and then on the second meeting, we were told, oh, we've already submitted plans, so this meeting we really can't change anything. So if you want to tell us anything else that you want, you know, nothing can be changed. And then we also were told at the first meeting, that was the wrong date, that let's start with a fresh, clean slate. I'm new here, which he wasn't. He met with our 3 representatives for over 3 hours one night to ask what the neighborhood wanted.
Are you for or against the abatement?
I'm against the abatement.
I think the chair stated the fact that we're going to take public comment regarding if you're for or against the abatement. I apologize to interrupt you, and I apologize
and like my husband
to supersede the chair, but I think we need to get an answer
and
from that.
I'm against the abatement, and like my husband said, we are out of town next month.
Thank you.
And we're concerned because this directly affects us, and it's now the week that we are out of town.
And I gave you 2 minutes to speak about why you're against that, but for that very reason. Come on up. Can I have the rest of you line up behind the microphone, please?
Michael Adams, 6875 Unicorn Street, one of the neighborhood representatives. I am against the abeyance, but I have a different reason for it. I'm the one, or one of the ones, that worked directly with Mr. Protero on this particular piece of property, and unfortunately, I work out of state. So for it to be abated for the next month, I feel we may be able to get some more movement, but I won't be here. So, and because of that particular reason, I have to go against the abeyance. Otherwise, I would personally request that possibly Mr. Protero and myself could work out some more plans, but I'm going out of state. So, thank you.
So there would not be a time when you could talk over the phone about this item?
I may be able to meet with him as far as the next week. But that's about it. I'm going out of state after that point.
But you are against obeying this item?
I have to be against it for timing.
Thank you.
Mary Adams, 6875 Unicorn Street, Las Vegas. I'm against the abeyance. I just need this done. The one point that I would want to bring out is everyone says you can put 16 units on this property. That's a misleading thing because that's not taking into account roads and easements and everything else that go into these homes. So 16 is a false number. That's also with the other pieces. It's the same thing. If you did square box by square box, yes, but you add everything that needs to be on the house for it to be in code, you cannot get 16 units on these houses, on these properties. But I am not for obeying this again.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mark Christensen, 6817 Unicorn Street. I will not be in town. I'm against the abeyance. I will be going to Brooks Army Hospital for surgical procedures for reinstatement of function on my legs and potential treatment for my back. Mr. Protero has not contacted me according to this commission, and by unanimous vote of this commission, there were 3 of us appointed to be representatives to work through this. I have not been contacted in 2.5 months by Mr. Protero. I have reached out to him on 2 separate occasions, and he has not called me back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'm Anthony Gerard, 5177 Jarrett Avenue. I am not in abeyance, not in agreement with the abeyance. Just it's gone on far enough, I think.
Thank you. Mr. Patero, 1 minute. I'll close the public comment as soon as we hear from you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, last week I called Mr. Christensen at his home. I asked his wife to have him call me, and after about 4 minutes or 5 minutes of discussion, which included calling the applicant names, we ended the conversation. Obviously, he didn't get the message that I had called to talk to him, and I had also emailed to him the changes that we were proposing to have some discussion for an abeyance. This abeyance is all about giving them that backing out onto Unicorn. I don't understand it, but I'm letting you know why we want the abeyance, because we want to change from a compound with walls all the way to get rid of those. And we do want to lower that wall. It's not a 9-foot wall. It's a much lower wall. It's a 3-foot retaining wall, 3 to 4 foot block wall, and then maybe a wrought iron feature or whatever kind of feature. We can work that out, but it's not a 9-foot block wall along that one south or the east wall there.
Thank you, Mr. Patero. All right, the public comment is closed, and we can discuss this. And let me say, I happen to agree with the neighbors on this. I don't want to see an abeyance. I think we send this forward. I'd like to see us vote on this and let the city council make a decision on this along with the other 2 projects. So let's first take a vote on the abeyance, and then we can go from there. Unless there's any other discussion about the abeyance.
Go ahead, Mr.
Commissioner
Vice.
Quinn. Commissioner Slotman.
Do we need to take a motion on the abeyance since, okay, I would move to not hold this in abeyance for, well, let me call out the particular items. Items number 31, 32, and 33.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, has there been a motion for an abeyance?
No, that's what I'm waiting for.
Oh, okay.
I think the vice chair is about to make a motion on that. He's just trying to determine when the next meeting is.
Well, I would make a motion for no abeyance.
Okay, so motion to deny the request for abeyance.
Yes. Well, there,
You don't have to do that.
right.
So here's what I'm asking.
If there's going to be no, if it's commission's desire not to have an abeyance, it doesn't need to be a vote. Just hear the item regularly.
Okay, so we don't need
Yep,
a
you
vote
don't
on the
need a vote.
abeyance.
Nope.
All right, very good.
Unless someone's going to move to it.
Yeah, here's my suggestion. I've already stated my feelings generally. I think between now and the time these projects and these items are heard in front of City Council, that the applicant and the neighbors can have a discussion and see if you can reach a compromise on the backing out on Unicorn Street. So I don't know if there's any other discussion.
I just wanted to say one thing. Mr. Patero, regarding these people with the backyard that's supposed to be 9 feet, and then you're adding the wrought iron, I understand that in the front yard, the fire code is such where you have to go like 6 feet or whatever it is, and then have the wrought iron. Can't you build these people's wall up? You know what I mean? And, give them something. Come on.
Through the chair, Commissioner Quinn, they don't want the wall.
Well, they don't want
But-
wrought iron so people can see in their house.
Well, yeah, they don't want the wall.
Could you
A wall
work-
is not even required. We lowered the wall to, on top of a 2 or 3 foot retaining wall, 3, 4 foot of block, and then a feature. We don't really care what the feature is. If it is
How
amenable.
about no feature? Just go 9 feet.
Well,
It would not be 9, it would be 6 or 7.
All right, no, I just wanted to make a comment to see if you could work with them, please.
So
Thank you.
Commissioner Quinn, maybe I can clarify because I do have some background on this. I believe the applicant reached a compromise or suggested a compromise of not adding a perimeter wall around this neighborhood. And part of that was because the surrounding neighbors do not have a wall. So having a wall would make this stand out in this neighborhood
My
and therefore make it
misunderstanding.
not compatible.
Well, if I may, Commissioner, a wall out on Unicorn and then with monument walls on the entryway into to the development. But there are perimeter walls
Okay?
on the east side and south side where the horse property is. Actually, the owner there wanted a higher wall, and so we gave that.
All right, that makes sense. I
Yeah,
appreciate the
okay.
clarification. Any other comments? I'll entertain a motion. Mr. Cherry?
I'll make a motion on item number 31, VAR 63587, motion for approval.
Thank you. Motion is to approve item 31. Please vote. Motion carries. And before you make a motion on item 32, do we need to state, I assume that the condition number 3 will also be amended to match the previous project?
Mr. Chair, no. This one, the waiver will stand for no interior streetlights.
Okay, very good.
Item number 32, WVR 63588, I'd make a motion for approval, subject to all staff's conditions.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries.
Item number 33, TMP 63589, I'll make a motion for approval on that as well.
Thank you.
Subject to all
Please
staff
vote.
conditions.
And Mr. Chairman, through you, question for the motion maker, is that based on the plans that were submitted and that we've seen today and not based on backing out onto Unicorn? Is that correct?
That is correct, and with the hopes that the applicant will work with the neighbors between now and city council.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for that clarification. Please vote. A motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 31, 32, and 33 will be heard at city council on October 19th.
Thank you very much. We will be in recess for a break. Ladies and gentlemen, this Planning Commission meeting is called back to order. Back on the agenda, we are starting up with items 36, 37, and 38 that are related. Item 36 is ZON 64861, and the applicant owner is Nita Quitorio and Buddy N. Quitorio for possible action on a request for a rezoning from PO Professional Office to R3 Medium Density Residential at 519 South 8th Street in Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Item 37, VAR 64862 for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 3-foot rear yard setback where 20 feet is required and a 3-foot side yard setback where 5 feet is required for an existing dwelling unit and a 0-foot side yard setback for an existing accessory structure, Class 2 shed, where 5 feet is required in Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. And finally, item 38, VAR 64864, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow 3 parking spaces where 5 parking spaces is the minimum required in Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the subject site contains 3 residential units, 2 that were previously approved through a variance and are therefore legally non-conforming, and 1 that was converted from a former accessory structure to storage shed without building permits or inspections. The applicant is requesting a rezoning from PO to R2, which is medium residential, which will accommodate the proposed density. Variances are required as a 3rd residential unit and a more recently constructed accessory structure do not meet the required rear and side yard setbacks. The residential unit did meet required setbacks for an accessory structure at the time of construction. Variance for parking is also needed, as the applicant is not providing the 2 parking spaces required for the 3rd residential unit. The rezoning is not appropriate for the area that has predominantly converted from single-family residential units to commercial properties. The proposed rezoning to R3 and the corresponding increase in the density allowed is not compatible with the surrounding uses. The requested variances indicate the site is overbuilt and cannot accommodate the increased density of the development. Therefore, staff recommends denial of all applications.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman, members of the board, members of the commission. Brian Hardy with the law firm of Marquis Arbot Coughing. I have with me today the owner, Mr. Buddy Quitorio. A couple of things. I'm going to take the items one at a time just so that we can take them in order. The first one is relative to the zoning request. What this is really bringing us back to is the ramifications of what happened when the City Council on November 16, 2011 decided to rezone the entire area for the convenience of some residential or some non-residential properties. In fact, the rezoning, I have the minutes from that. The applicant was the City of Las Vegas on that particular one, and they did a request for rezoning from R1, which is single-family residences, to PO professional offices. They did this, and it's indicative in a memo, and I have the copy of the memo, if we can go, of what the intent was behind this particular rezoning that had caused my client to actually have to be here today. At the end of this is what I think was the interesting reasoning. This is an interoffice memorandum that was attached in the documents in support of this 2011 City Council hearing. And what you'll see here is you'll see that it says changing the zoning at this time benefits the, and I've changed to what it should have said, but it says timing benefits the property owners because the existing structures would be considered conforming and could be rebuilt more quickly if destroyed. This was to help 35 property owners in the area. Those property owners were businesses. They forget that this was originally a residential area. So what it should have said was changing the zoning at this time to benefit certain non-residential property owners. And so what we're looking at here is we have one of these impacted residential owners that has been there for a period of time that would now like to be able to use his residence to be able to do what it was originally planned to do. It was approved in 19... It was originally approved, the house was built in 1941, and it was approved and permitted to have a secondary parking behind it in 1961. And they've had that secondary unit back there since 1961. It was properly permitted at the time. It was properly permitted for them to be able to do all of the uses that they wanted to. Ultimately, that was converted over into a pool house, and that pool house has since been converted into a 3rd unit. And so what we have here is we're asking for R3 zoning. And so what we'd like to see is what was intended by the original, what took place in November of 2011. It was intended to help out businesses, but it wasn't intended to hurt or harm the residences that were there in this downtown area. Residents that were living there were impacted. I mean, this really assisted business owners so they could commute home to their suburban homes, but it didn't contemplate the individuals that were living and residing in the downtown area by changing this entire zoning carte blanche across there. And so what we're asking for is to allow us to go back to that residential R3 zoning that we would have had and we would have been entitled to. And that's with respect to the zoning request. The second item on the agenda today involves the variances. And I want to talk, let me make sure I've got one other thing I wanted to point out, that this use is not inconsistent with other uses that have been approved. If you look at what was one of the exhibits into the documents today, I've highlighted all of the other R3 and R4. If you look at the overhead, if we can get the overhead, you'll see, if you look, there are a number of R3 and R4 properties, similar to what my client's asking for, approved in the area. They just have to now go and get that special permit change instead of it being the other way around, which it used to be, where it was businesses that would go and get the variances. Now it's the residentials having to go back and get the variances. So that's what we're here for today. There was a number of there was people that were in support of it, people that were in opposition of it. A couple of the people that were in support of it, I think it's interesting, one of those individuals, they put on their, they wrote on there, having neighbors who live in a home is beneficial, given continuous problem. We have homeless and limited police. I believe current zoning was incorrectly implemented by a person who did not own any property by mistake when other properties that were not belonging to him. And so I think this individual understands that the implications of what happened in 2011 can affect these residential owners. And the only thing that we get in these opposition is we get, most of them, by the way, are from business owners in the area. It says that encouraging business in the area is required. I want to remember that first, the people that were here first are residents. So encouraging business in the area, this is an owner-occupied dwelling that he's going to retire into. He's currently, a lot of the pictures you saw there are because he's reconstructing one of the units in order to be able to retire and live there with his other two occupants, okay? So we would appreciate the rejecting the denial and actually approving the zoning change on item 36. With respect to item 37, these are the setbacks. I have a drawing that's provided as well in the documentation supporting this. You'll see there's 3 units. You have the initial unit, which has been there since 1941. Okay, it's been divided and was divided appropriately and zoned for that, and it has 2 units there, and then we have the 3rd unit in the back. What we're asking for with respect to that is the requirement is now, the current requirement is a 20-foot setback in the rear. Well, 20 feet would take out this entire back studio that is there right now, that has been in existence since the 60s. And it was properly zoned at the time, but now that we want to go ahead and go back to the zoning that we lost, we now have the potential to lose that other 3rd unit. And so they're asking to have that taken to what was then approved as a 3-foot zoning setback on the back of the property. Also on the side, they're asking to go ahead and reduce it from a 5-foot to a 3-foot. As you'll see, if it's required to go to a 5-foot, I've got to cut into a house that was built in 1941 in order to be able to take that setback to a 5-foot on that particular side. And then on the other side, we're talking about taking 5-foot to a 0-foot. If you look at again, the property line, the house abuts the property line on the side, so I'm going to have to cut back into a house that's been there since the 40s if I'm required to go ahead and not granted those variances. And simply put, we're just asking to be able to continue the use that this has been used for up to and until this point. It was zoned for what my client, when he bought the property, he understood it to be an R4 zoning. He thought there was going to be able to get an extra unit in this. And then we come back and we start looking through things and we realized what he bought had been redone in 2011, and that what he had bought was actually now office space, and that it was going to be some other things. So we've tried to work diligently after he was contacted by the city to try to put this into place and get everything appropriate to what he believed that he had purchased at the time. Finally, with respect to the parking, one of the things that I want to address with respect to the parking, which is item 38, the proposed parking needs to be 5 in order to meet these units. When you look at the calculation, that's a bit of a misnomer. It's actually 4.25 parking spots. I know that we usually round up, but what I can tell you, if you look at the drawings on this, and I want to have you see that, is that what we see here is, if you look on this, you'll see that we have the 2 spots that are designated in the back, and we have 1 long driveway. I know that tandem parking is not generally encouraged in the city, but we have the ability to do tandem parking right here. So there are 4 spots. Just we would tandem park in the front. So we're not going to be taking up a bunch of space on the street or anywhere else. There's the ability to park 4 cars, not the 4.25, but 4 cars on the property and lot. And so we'd ask that, bringing it down to the minimum of the 3, understanding that we do have the tandem lot. And you can see that in this picture here, how long that particular driveway is. We believe it to be appropriate and would ask that you go ahead and allow us to do that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Items 36 through 38 have been properly noticed for public hearing. Any members of the public wish to be heard on these items, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public comment and open this for discussion on the Planning Commission, beginning with Commissioner Trowbridge.
Thank you. I think one of the staff members mentioned they were requesting now for it to be R2. Was that a misspeak? They're going for R3?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, they are requesting R3 zoning.
Thank you. It was also stated several times that they wanted to go back to the original zoning. Was the original zoning R3?
Through you again, Mr. Chairman. Previous to the rezoning to PO in 2011, the property was owned R1, single-family
It
residential.
was never an R3.
No.
At what point in time, maybe I can ask the developer, at what point in time did the pool room become an apartment?
It was zoned as
Or was it approved?
Yeah, it was 1961. That's when the pool area was put into the back. And so it was originally R1, but then there were variances associated with that which allowed it to be a combined unit. So there was 2 units that were there based upon a variance, but the zoning was R1.
And when was the pool house converted to an apartment?
That was only, yeah, it was before my client bought it. We're not quite sure when that conversion happened. It doesn't look like those.
One of your parking spaces in the back there that we're claiming can accommodate 2 vehicles.
Correct.
Seems to be currently occupied by one vehicle that appears to have been there for ages.
Those vehicles we're in the process of going ahead and cleaning up the property, and we can go ahead and take care of making sure that any vehicles that are not supposed to be there, that have been there too long or not licensed, we're going to get those all off the property and clean it up.
And the current owner has owned the parcel since when?
The current owner? 2002.
So it's been almost 15 years and it's still parked there.
Understood. He has not been an owner-occupied parcel until recently. This is now where he intends to retire and move into one of the units. So it's been, he's owned it, but it's been leasing it out completely. He's now going to be moving into one of the units, and that's where he's going to be retiring, and then having the other 2 units available for rental so that he can.
What prompted this item to come before the Planning Commission?
We had actually received a citation, and so we had to come before the Planning Commission. Otherwise, my client had no idea that any of this had been done prior to him purchasing the
So
property.
for some reason, the zoning people or the inspectors felt that something was wrong.
And we've worked actively with staff. One of the benefits that we have is that we have such a great staff here at the city that we've been able to work with them to accommodate those things that we need to do.
To achieve what? The photographs that were showed didn't look all that in compliance.
I'm sorry?
The photographs that were shown didn't appear to be all that in compliance with any of the codes.
What we would like to be able to do is to go ahead and work with staff to be able to get everything taken care of. We have been working on the interior of one of the units that is currently approved, and we've been able to continue to work on that. As soon as we can go ahead and pull the building permits and everything else for that back unit, we'll pull all those and make sure everything comes into compliance.
Thank you.
Commissioner Creer?
Thank you. So this was zone PO in 2011, am I accurate? Yes. And when did the applicant or the owner purchase the property?
In 2002.
He purchased it in 2002?
Correct.
And what has he been doing with it between 2002 and 2011?
The same use that he bought it for, which was as a multi-tenant unit.
So people were renting space in those units, in those 3 units, or in some way, shape, or form?
Correct. 2 of the units have been approved via a variance that had taken place before he owned it. That initial house had been allowed and permitted to be able to be a multi-tenant unit for just the 2. It was the 3rd in the back, the pool house in the back, that we came to find out later on was not the approved 3rd unit.
So when the notices went out to go from residential to professional office, your client wasn't noticed? He didn't know about it?
He says that he did not know about it. Whether it went to the residence and one of the tenants and provided on to him or push it on to him, he's not sure. But he doesn't recall ever receiving the notice, is what I've been told.
Now, is this like an overlay? Or they rezoned each individual property from residential to professional? I know you weren't there, but I'm wondering.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, as a city action, they were rezoning a number of properties at one given time. Each individual property owner was noticed based upon the records of the assessor's office of where that property owner's, where that mailing should go to. And each property owner had the ability to request to not be part of that rezoning, similar to how his neighbor to the north is still zoned R1 and opposed that zoning action.
Okay. So at one point, 30 or so houses came in front of the City Council, Planning Commission, each individual item, and the gentleman is saying that he knew nothing about it, you weren't there, but then it took you from 2011 to now, so it's taken 5 years for you've been renting it out for 5 years, and now you just figured out that you're not in compliance after 5 years?
Correct.
And you only got one notice?
Correct. And the other thing that I will point out is even after we got, initially when he got the notice with respect to city staff coming out and telling me he wasn't in compliance, we then sat down, he then retained our firm, we went out and sat down with city staff, and it took us and the staff a lot of diligence to find out what the background was inside of this. We worked together to find out how this had been zoned, all the variances, because this property had been changed and modified. There were certain documents that were very difficult to get a hold of, both by us and the city, and so we worked diligently to find out what was going on. So there was even confusion originally on the citation on how he was cited that had to be then changed and modified because we found some other documents that had been recorded that showed that there were some other zoning options for us. There was a very clouded title across this thing and the whole.
Does the applicant own other properties here in Las Vegas?
Yes. One other residence that he's
So one other residence in this?
Correct.
So you really have 2 properties to manage. I personally find it hard to believe that someone could rezone your property, notice you, and from being on this commission for a year or so, and see all of the notices that go out, neighborhood meetings, back and forth, et cetera, for someone to say, I didn't know about it. I find that very, very hard to believe. Now, whether someone ignored it, that's a different story. But to say, I didn't know about it, I find that very hard to believe. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you. Commissioner Creer, Commissioner Slotman?
Yes, Vice Chairman. I remember when we rezoned like 30, 35 properties from residential to professional office, and I remember that vote. But question through you for the applicant. When was the pool house constructed and when was it converted?
It was originally constructed as like a garage in the back, and that was permitted for that in 1961. And it was permitted for that to be a garage on the back. There was a exterior fireplace that was done, as well as the pool, all done at one time. That back garage ultimately became kind of a pool house by the prior owner. It's from what we can tell. Again, none of us, I wasn't there. I wasn't 65. I don't know if I was 61. I don't know if I was even around then. But we weren't there. Owner didn't own it at the time. But eventually, somehow, between then and when he purchased it in 2002, it had been converted from that garage into a pool house. And it does not appear that there was any permitting that was done with respect to that particular conversion. But it appeared from when he purchased it and some other things that it looked like it was a pool, it was what it was. It was a pool house that had been converted earlier than that, and then the prior owner had been utilizing that pool house as a tenancy. And so when he purchased the home, he believed that everything was intact, that everything was the way it was supposed to be, and he had those representations from the prior owner. And now and then later on, he finds out that maybe that might not be appropriate, and that's where we sit here today.
So when you say you're trying to work with staff, is it your client that is verbally abusive and to code enforcement officers in open carries where they have to bring Metro out to the site just to view the property?
I wasn't aware of that.
What happened?
Well, it's in the staff report if you would have read it.
I've got the staff report. I don't recall.
Somebody was abusive?
That was abusive?
Yes, verbally abusive to code enforcement, and they have to call Metro before they go out to the site. So just wondering.
Do you have the name?
Of who it was?
I'm sure y'all can look it up. I'll see if I can pull it up as well. And was it you that had the illegal pet store without a business license within that?
No, it was dissolved.
That was a tenant that was
That was
there
a
for a
tenant.
period of time.
That was a
And that's been
tenant.
discontinued as soon as we...
So that was a tenant that you were leasing to, but you weren't managing that tenant, right?
Correct. Well,
You weren't managing the business that well?
can you repeat the
My client was
question?
not involved with that business operation.
Oh, no, I wasn't.
That was before you took ownership of this property?
No, when I took owner of the property, it was 2002. And it was actually a 4-unit at that time, and I wasn't aware of the zoning and anything. And so I've been renting it since then until I found out, because of citation, that it was, the zoning was changed to a professional office.
Oh, okay,
And I
we're not
wasn't
talking
aware
about that.
of
But on 1/28/2015, code enforcement processed a complaint for a living room being turned into a farmhouse with cages and birds and guinea pigs, operating a pet shop without a license, multiple rental units on site are not taken care of and are rented out on a cash basis, operating without a license. Pool is adjacent to one of the rental units and not being properly maintained. Property taxes are not being paid. The property owner is very abusive, aggressive, and open carries a weapon. Complainant advises to have Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department to escort code enforcement for an investigation. Case remains open pending the outcome of these applications. And you're before us asking for, this third unit. I mean, you're only allowed to have the two based on city council's rule from 1975. I mean, you have a track record of not getting business licenses, not managing your property. You have a track record of, just doing everything that you're not supposed to. I mean, sir, there's an abandoned car with missing fenders, and there's, bricks and a dresser, and the place is trashed out, and now you're here before us saying that you're working with staff. That doesn't look like you're working with staff.
It was before.
Yeah,
Would you like to address that?
Yeah, with all due respect, we've been able to work with staff ever since my office has been involved in this. I've worked readily with staff to make sure they've had access to that property. I understand the issues that have been going on, in particular, the issue with and I don't understand quite where somebody had been kicked off the property or Metro. That may have happened before I was involved. I didn't see that. But what I know about it and I'm aware about, because we've talked with that tenant and made sure that they stopped all of that kind of stuff. Any of that activity where they were running this. And again, the owner had been has made a decision in the last year or so to be able to go ahead and retire to this unit and become it, so it's an owner occupied with 2 other units that are available. And he's in the process of making those redevelopment. That's why he now has more direct access with the property. The prior tenants that were there that were doing this, as soon as they were cited, we tried to actively work and make sure that they were, from what I've been told, my client worked with those tenants to get them to stop that use so that they could stop that. And in fact, I believe that when working with code enforcement, for talking with the tenant, he actually worked to go ahead and get rid of all of those animals, which I think he has done since, most all of those animals have done since that point in time. And we even, one of the requirements was if at the very front is where I think the store had been, is at the very front of the house and kind of a patio out front, that it had been kind of shut off. And we've since allowed that to be reopened, and it's now just strictly a patio. It's just like a normal house. In fact, if you look at and you can see some of the improvements at the front of the house that we've done. What you're looking at in the picture that you're seeing right now, aside from what we've got on the overhead, is the backyard. As you can see, there's washing machines and things out there. One of the pictures that I think staff did a great job taking a picture of is you can see the inside of the house. And I think that's one of the most telling pictures, is you can see that it's actually being renovated at the time these pictures were taken. This is a picture that was taken just a couple of days ago, where you can see the front of the house has all been cleaned up. We've been continuing to work to make sure that it's taken care of. But this is one of the pictures that was provided and taken by staff. If you look inside of that, you'll see it's been gutted out. Everything inside of there is being renovated. And that's what we're in the process of doing, is to make this a nicer location so he can live there and so that he can have a closer handle on what's going on with his tenants.
Well, I think he should live there, and he can rent out one of the other dwellings, but the structure that was illegally constructed and asking for variance for an illegally built building and not having the correct amount of apartment or parking with the place being so trashed out. I mean, he's owned it since 2002. Don't come to us and ask us to clean it up at the last second and say, hey, we're going to be a good property owner and do this. I mean, I could support the setback variances for the existing buildings that were built with permits, but as far as the changing from PO to R3, I mean, because City Council back in 1975 already granted a variance for the 2 units to go from 4 parking spaces down to 3. Now you're adding a 3rd unit, so you're underparked by several units, and really not showing to be able to manage the property correctly. So I don't mind supporting the existing dwelling, but converting that property to a 3rd dwelling in the rear and the illegal shed and everything else I couldn't support.
Thank you, Commissioner Slotman. Commissioner Cherry?
Through the chair, just with the what seems to be an illegal structure and use of that 3rd room, and what looks like would be a host of ADA issues from the pictures if this was a multifamily dwelling, I can't support this application, so I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay, thank you. Please do.
Item 36, ZON 64861, I'll make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for denial.
Thank you. Motion is to follow staff's recommendation and deny item 36. Please vote. Motion carries. Item 36 is denied.
Item 37, VAR 64862, move to follow staff's recommendation for denial.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries. Item 37 is denied.
Item 38, VAR 64864, motion to follow staff's recommendation for denial.
Please vote. Item 38 is also denied.
Mr. Chairman, items 36, 37, and 38 will be heard at City Council meeting on October 19th.
Thank you for your time.
All right, we are now at related items 39 through 43. And before I read these into the record, can I get an idea how many people are here tonight on these 5 items? All right, about 20, maybe 25 of you. Maybe 30? Okay. 36 of you. Thank you. Item 39 is GPA 64838. The applicant is Booz Development Group Incorporated, and the owner is Nevada State Bank. This is for possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from office to service commercial at the northwest corner of Cheyenne Avenue and Fort Apache Road in Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Item 40 is ZON 64839 for possible action on a request for a rezoning from office to C1 limited commercial in Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Item 41 is SUP 65273 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed auto repair garage minor use in Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Item 42 is SDR 65272 for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 8,580 square foot general retail store other than listed, a 2,418 square foot restaurant with drive-through with a waiver to not orient the building to the corner where such is required, and a 3,115 square foot auto repair garage minor with a waiver to allow service bay doors to face a public right-of-way at the northwest corner of Cheyenne Avenue and Fort Apache Road in Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. And item 43, TMP 65348, for possible action on a request for a tentative map for a one-lot commercial subdivision in Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Can we please have staff's report?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting entitlements for an undeveloped lot at the northwest corner of Cheyenne Avenue and Fort Apache Road. The request for a general plan amendment to SC Service Commercial and a rezoning to C1 Limited Commercial are appropriate due to the location at the intersection of two primary arterial streets, as well as the proximity of other similarly zoned properties, and staff is recommending approval. Since the initial posting of the project for the August 9th Planning Commission meeting, the applicant has made a number of changes to the site design to mitigate the impacts of the requested waivers, including moving the repair facility away from the adjacent multifamily residential development to the west, and moving the restaurant closer to the corner and orienting the drive-through so that the speaker is away from the adjacent residential and shielded by an intervening building. With these changes, staff is recommending approval of the associated special use permit, site development plan review, and tentative map.
Thank you. Good evening.
Mr. Chair, before we get started, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Creer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I am going to have to refrain from voting on these items as I am a client of Nevada State Bank and in the process of a personal business matter with them. So out of abundance of caution, I'm going to abstain or remove myself from this process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. Liz Sorokak, 8965 Southeastern Avenue, here on behalf of the applicant. This property is located on the northwest corner of Cheyenne and Fort Apache, which are two 100-foot right-of-ways. As staff has stated, there are multiple applications to allow that we will need to have approved in order to allow our development to go forward. And I just want to talk about the adjacent area a little bit before I talk more about the uses. So we have, if I can direct you to the overhead, we have office to the north, we have Fort Apache here, Cheyenne this way. On the northeast corner, there's a gas station, a C-store, and some general retail that is similar to what we're proposing for our site. There's also a tavern that's further to the east. And then we have the sorry, I want to get the name right. Medium-low attached residential, which is the neighborhood to the west, the Silver Spur neighborhood. And I believe that's where all of the neighbors are from, although there may be a few other neighbors that have showed up today. And then on the other side of Cheyenne, just to orient you, that's Sun City Summerlin, and there is no access to Cheyenne from there. So we are proposing a Del Taco on the site, which is going to be right on the corner here. It is, as staff explained, we decided not to have it oriented directly on the corner in order to allow the drive-through, the cars to come in from Cheyenne, get into this drive-through lane, which has enough for 9 cars to be stacked in it. The call box will be here closest to the corner of Cheyenne and Fort Apache, and the pickup window will be here basically on the Fort Apache side of the building. So we do need a waiver because the building is not oriented directly to the corner, but we felt that this was the best layout in terms of the drive-through, taking into consideration the residents that are here to the west, and we do have an intervening building, we have landscaping, and then the Del Taco here on the corner. It's proposed at 23 feet, and that'll become important later. I'm going to show you a section that shows the change in grade, which was another issue that was important to the neighbors. Cheyenne slopes from the west to the east downward toward the basin of the valley. So we're 23 feet on the Del Taco, 20 feet on this retail building, which is directly adjacent to the neighbors, and 22 feet on this Jiffy Lube. The Del Taco is 24 hours with respect to the drive-through. The restaurant will close at 11 o'clock at night, and we also have the Jiffy Lube, which is located up here on the northern part of the property. As staff said, we did go back and change the layout of the property. Originally, we had the Jiffy Lube turned this way so that the bays were facing the neighbors and facing Fort Apache. So we turned that building in order to have the bays not facing the neighbors and not facing Fort Apache. We're about 280 feet from Cheyenne between the right-of-way and the bays. We have intervening landscaping and parking lot. So again, although we need a waiver because these bays face the right-of-way, we've tried to design the site to take into account the adjacent neighborhood and then also take into account to minimize the visual impact of the bays with respect to the site. The third building on the site is the general retail building, which is located over here. It's a little over 8,000 square feet. It's intended that it will be a maximum really of 3 tenants there. We're hoping to get 1 tenant. This particular development, Bose, is they're based in Florida, but they're a national developer, and they specialize in national retailers, and so the goal is to have retailers like that in this space. For instance, something like a Subway or a Kneaders or a Starbucks, something along those lines. We just, right now it's general retail. We don't have a specific use for that. Obviously, if we need a use permit for one of those uses at a later point, we'll come back, although the examples that I gave you will fit into that general retail category. We meet all the parking requirements and all the landscaping requirements for the site. And at the neighborhood meeting, the neighbors raised several concerns which you will hear tonight, but I will just touch on some of them to hopefully explain how we've addressed the concerns that we can address. They raised concerns related to safety, traffic, the overall appearance of the site in terms of lighting and noise and things along those lines. Given that right now it's a vacant lot and there is going to be development here, obviously that's going to be a change for them. So with respect to safety, there is an existing 6-foot wall on this west border of the property. We are willing to make that an 8-foot wall, and I understand that that will require us to take down the wall and put up a new wall, but we're willing to do that in terms of trying to mitigate some of the potential safety concerns that the neighbors would have, noise concerns, visual impact, things along those lines. We're willing to do that. With respect to traffic, there is a lot of concern about the traffic on Cheyenne already. Of course, our applications, if they're approved, are subject to a traffic study, and we have tried to look at how the traffic we think will generally flow on the site. Although there is one left-hand turn in from Fort Apache, if you're going north on Fort Apache, you can turn left into the site. The other driveways are all right in and right out. So I think that does mitigate, in some respects, some of the concerns related to safety. And then also with the drive-through oriented on this corner as opposed to the building, we believe that, people, whether they come in from the Cheyenne or the Fort Apache entrance, they will go through the drive-through and most likely will go back out onto Fort Apache, where they will go right onto Fort Apache, and they will have the option of coming down here to this existing traffic light, flipping a U-turn, taking a left-hand turn, or taking a right-hand turn onto Cheyenne. So we've tried to address the traffic in that manner. And then with respect to the lighting on the site, we've agreed that with respect to this retail building here, we've agreed that there will not be any signage on the back of this building. Any lighting that we would have on the site and that we do have on the site is all to the city code, which is the downward facing lighting. And then I want to show you one other thing. So this is a cross-section of the neighbor, so the neighbors are here, the existing neighbors to the west are here. There's the 6-foot wall. This site drops down, the grade of this retail building on the west part of the site, this drops down about 4 feet. And this site continues to drop down to where the Del Taco is. That's about a 10-foot drop between this existing grade of this neighborhood and this site. So the visual impact is going to be minimal to the neighbors, just given the fact that the site does continue to drop down as you go down. And then also, just so we can go back to this, just to remind you that the retail building that's here is essentially going to screen everything else that they would see going this way. And then I just wanted to point out that we have a 20-foot landscape waiver that goes along this border. If the neighbors we have a landscape plan proposed. However, if the neighbors wanted different landscaping there, we're more than willing to discuss something with them that would make them happy. So with that, staff has recommended approval on all of these applications, and we've done our best to address the concerns that the neighbors have raised, and we'd ask for your support, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. I'm now going to open this for public hearing, and there are a lot of you here. In the interest of time, to protect yours and ours, I'm going to ask you to limit your remarks to 1 minute each, with 36 of you here. However, if you want to appoint a spokesman, I'd be willing to give that one person up to 15 minutes, which is about what the applicant took. 3 people. 3 people? Okay. If you'll limit it to 3, I'll give you 5 minutes each. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson Moody and Commissioners, for this opportunity to speak. My name is Donald Gittersucky. I live at 9333 Mount Cherry Avenue. My wife Mary and I are 20-year residents of Silver Spur, the residential community abutting the property at 9212 West Cheyenne. In 2004, the City Council felt that this property should be office-based, and it was amended from medium-low density residential to office and rezoned from undeveloped medium-low density to office. Approval by the Staff and Planning Commission and the City Council. The plot has since remained office-based. Then in 2013, the Maverick Company proposed changing the general plan for this 9212 property from office to service commercial and rezoning from office to C1 limited commercial. This was denied by the Staff and Planning Commission. At that time, you stated, quote, "The service commercial designation and the limited commercial zoning district are not intended for a property with the characteristics of the subject site." And that refers to the property and the site. And your staff stated, "The proposed development is not compatible with adjacent residential developments in the surrounding area, as it is too intense for the surrounding residential development." Also, you stated, "The proposed development is not consistent with the general plan, as an amendment to the plan is required and not compatible with the adjacent residential office land uses, as it would allow for zoning districts that are much higher in intensity than prescribed by the 2020 master plan." After this denial, the 9212 property again remained office designated as it was originally designated in 2004. Now, just 3.5 years later, Booz Development, a Florida-based company, has requested the same changes. Maverick, however, had proposed a 4,790 square foot convenience store. The current booze proposal is for 3-plus businesses totaling 14,096 square feet, or about 3 times more intense and intrusive than Maverick, which you stated was, quote, too intense for the surrounding residential development back in 2013. Let's overlook for a moment the noise, traffic, and hazardous waste of the Jiffy Lube and the 24/7 odor, lighting intrusion, and crime potential of the Del Taco, and focus our attention on the 8,580 square foot retail slab, which incidentally was shown and stated at our neighborhood meeting as a 5,000 square foot retail slab. The Planning Commission staff states that up to 7 tenants can occupy this 8,580 square foot retail slab. This would be the equivalent of 7 Subway restaurants, or 2 3/4 more Jiffy Lubes, or 3.5 more Del Tacos. So instead of the 3 commercial businesses, we could be faced with up to 9 commercial businesses. Since we have no idea at this point what those 7 businesses will be, I think approval of these applications is very disconcerting. Yet your staff has recommended approval. The developers had said they are seeking 1 tenant. Well, I think we all know how that goes. While a sewing and knitting store may be nice on this site, a Harley-Davidson dealership would not be so nice. Blanket approval of these applications just because they meet the development standards, conditions, public works, etc., would be a great injustice to the hundreds of us people who live just over the abutting 6-foot wall, many of whom will be residing there for the rest of their lives. Yet your staff has recommended approval. Nothing has changed in the 3.5 years since Maverick was denied these changes to commercial. Nothing. This property is the same property today. This northwest corner is exactly as it was when Maverick was denied. Changing this property to commercial would still be, quote, not compatible with adjacent residential developments in the surrounding area, as it is too intense for the surrounding residential development, unquote, as your staff previously stated. And this proposal is much more intensive than previously proposed. Yet your staff has recommended approval for these changes. Now, and I would like to emphasize this point.
So that beeping is your time is up.
I just have a little bit left.
All
It's
right.
very germane. Now, and I'd like to emphasize this point, whether you travel 1 mile north, east, south, or west of this 9212 property, there are no commercial zone businesses fronting Cheyenne or Fort Apache, which abut residential areas. None. This property would be the only one. This proposed commercial use would abut our single-family residence to the west. It therefore cannot be operated in a manner that is harmonious and compatible with existing surrounding land uses and with future surrounding land uses as projected by the general plan.
All right, I've got to cut you off now. You're more than a minute over. I appreciate your remarks, and I need to ask everybody else here, the vice chair reminded me of this. Is everyone here that is here to speak in opposition with this in agreement that you have these 3 spokespeople? Could you just raise your hand if you are, and go ahead and put your hands down if you are not in agreement with that. Okay, thank you very much. Can we have the next spokesperson?
We
come up,
once
please?
again recommend denial. I just have one closing
I'm
comment.
sorry, I've let you go so far over. I'm afraid I'm going to open the door for everyone else tonight. So come on up. Please keep your remarks to 5 minutes. Who's the next spokesperson? Who? After this gentleman. Can I have you come up front so we can hear from you as soon as he's finished? Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is John Wood.
I live at 9401 Mount Cherie Avenue in the Silver Spur community. I'm speaking for my neighbors in my household in regard to the proposal to rezone the area at 9212 West Cheyenne in Fort Apache. We as Silver Spur are unanimous. We do not want this to happen. We are a close-knit, quiet community, and a proposed project will change that by rezoning and allowing the types of proposed businesses to build will create safety issues to our community. Exiting Silver Spur at this time is already risky. The proposed change will change the traffic dynamics and make it even more unsafe. There is the bus stop, the intersection, the left turn lane, and the entrance exit to Silver Spur, all together. The speed limit on Cheyenne is 45 miles an hour. 65 plus is common. Build a proposed project, and you will increase the danger not only to Silver Spur, but to the Silver Spur residents, but also to the people that travel Cheyenne on a daily basis. Our other concern is that we purchased our property knowing that the lot in question was zoned for offices. The proposed change will allow businesses known as cluster businesses to build here. We already have a number of these businesses on Cheyenne, and we did not buy our homes to listen to noise from a car shop, see towering neon taco signs, and an unknown business next to the proposed wall of our community. Our homes lost value, like many did in Las Vegas, during the recent crash. We are just beginning to recover. My understanding of the history of the property in question is that it originally sold for $12,900. The bank gave a loan on that for $1,300,000, and it went under. This means, as I understand it, that the bank now owns it. That the bank wants to get out from underneath this is understandable, but it shouldn't be at the cost of our community. Many of us in Silver Spur are retired. This is our last home. Please, do not rezone and ruin what we've worked so long and hard to build. Don't rezone and create a hazardous situation for us, and don't rezone and start the downward spiral of our community and the neighborhood with cluster businesses that will once again bring our property values down. We've come to you, a united community, to ask you, please do not do this. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Hello. I'm Glenn Grayson, 9425 Mount Brett, number 101. First thing I want to note is that the write-up infers that the proposed project has been revised in response to neighborhood meetings with the community and adjusted to match some of our requests and demands. Nothing could be farther from the truth. There have been some minor modifications to the developer's site plan, and it does not change in any form the overwhelming disapproval that your community has responded here. All 289 oppositions that were voted, that were submitted, are still in opposition. Every one of the 112 owners in this development, Silver Spur, bought their unit with the knowledge that this was office next to them. They wouldn't have purchased if they had known that
some higher intensity would be developed eventually there. I do take exception to the staff's comment at the bottom of page 6 that our development, the Silver Spur development, provides a needed buffer between this project and single-family residential. So why in the world would single-family residential have more respect to this body than the Silver Spur development that's there now? I realize that vacant land is sort of an anathema to the city because you want to get development and you want the tax dollars. But this is a permanent solution and a bad solution to a temporary problem of vacant property. Please deny this zoning change and stop it here for us. Finally, I wanted to let you know that the agenda, the printed agenda, and the agenda online incorrectly state that staff is recommending denial on items 41 and 42. And it's not until you delve into the staff report that you find that staff is actually recommending approval. So if residents who checked the website to see what the recommendation was here noted that staff was recommending denial, they might not have come tonight to show even more opposition to what you've seen. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to give the, let me make sure everyone that wishes to be heard, either for or against this, has been heard through your spokespeople tonight. Thank you. I'll close the public comment. I'm going to give the applicant 2 minutes to reply. All right, 1 minute.
Thank you for the opportunity to respond. With respect to the concerns that the neighbors raised regarding compatibility, this is located on 2 100-foot right-of-ways. They've been arterial streets, planned as arterial streets, although even if they weren't built out, they've been planned that way for many, many years. And if you can't put commercial on the corner of 2 100-foot right-of-ways, where can you put it? So we believe that this is appropriate for this corner, and we believe that it is compatible. It is similar in intensity and in nature to the development that exists on the northeast corner.
Okay, thank you very much. With the public comment now closed, I'll open this for discussion on the Planning Commission. Commissioner Quinn, let's start with you.
Good evening to the applicant. Thank you. That's okay. Could you tell me the height, please, of the west wall that is abutting the neighbors, the height of the
6
west?
feet.
Okay, is it possible to raise that wall to 9 feet?
Would my client agree to do that?
Yeah.
Yes. If they want 9 feet, yes.
Well, I just think it would be nice. I mean, 6 foot and they're looking right into it. It's just a thought. Also, do you have your landscape plan prepared now?
Yes.
May we see it, please?
Sure. Oh, and I have one in color. Would you rather see the smaller, though?
I'd like, that's fine. I
Sorry.
just want to make sure it's fully landscaped and nice.
Sorry.
So you have trees and then nice little green stuff in the middle, and so it's going to look nice. Okay,
Correct.
those were my 2 questions, the landscaping, and if this is approved, I would ask for the condition to be added to raise the west wall to a minimum of 9 feet. Thank you.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the minimum or the maximum height requirement before a wall variance would be required would be 8 feet.
Well, 8 is fine, better than 6. Thank you, Mr. Peter Lowenstein.
And I think the applicant stated that you've already agreed to raise the wall to 8 feet. Is that correct?
We did,
Okay.
Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No other comments? Commissioner Trowbridge?
I'll comment. I find it difficult to support a zoning change from office to C1.
Hold your applause, please.
So
Not appropriate
I won't be
tonight.
supporting it. It's just too intense.
Thank you. Commissioner Cherry?
Through the chair, I've gone back and forth on this quite a bit, and, you know, on one side, I see it if it was still office, you could put a pretty substantial office building there and maybe have a 24-hour call center, a large mortgage broker in there with people in and out, a tenant that's like a vacation rental that has a office out there, and they're having people coming through there. That's pretty intense. However, I think I do stand with Commissioner Trowbridge on this, and I think it should stay office, and that's where my vote will be. Thank you.
Any comments from the Vice Chair? Okay, I think we're ready for a motion.
In regards to the general plan amendment 64838, I'd make a recommendation for denial.
All right, the motion is to deny item 39. Yes vote is for denial. Please vote. Motion carries.
In regards to item number 40, rezoning 64839, I'd make a recommendation for denial.
Motion is to deny item 40. Please vote. Motion carries.
In regards to item 41, special use permit 65273, I'd make a motion for denial.
Please vote. Motion carries.
And in regards to item 42, which is site development plan review 65272, make a motion for denial.
Thank you. Please vote. That motion carries.
And in regards to item 43, the tentative map 65348, I make a recommendation for denial.
Please vote. A motion also carries, so items 39 through 43 are denied.
Mr. Chairman, items 39, 40, 41, 42, and 43 will be heard at the City Council meeting on October 19th.
Okay, thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you,
Appreciate your
Commissioners. Have a good
patience.
evening.
Good evening.
Thanks.
All right, moving on to related items 44 through 48. Item 44 is GPA 64786. The applicant owner is Colca Land LLC. For possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from RNP, Rural Neighborhood Preservation, to R, Rural Density Residential, at the northwest corner of Elkhorn Road and Grand Canyon Drive in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 45 is ZON 64787 for possible action on a request for a rezoning from RE Residence Estates to R1 Single Family Residential at the northwest corner of Elkhorn Road and Grand Canyon Drive in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 46 is renotification WVR 64788 for possible action on a request for waivers to allow no streetlights where such are required and to allow a 188-foot street intersection offset where 220 feet is required in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 47, WVR 64789 for possible action on a request for a waiver to allow private streets to be developed to non-public street standards behind a gate in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. And item 48, TMP 64790 for possible action on a request for a tentative map for a 17-lot single-family residential subdivision in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant has revised their request for rezoning from R1 Single Family Residential to RD Single Family Residential Restricted, and is providing for 12 lots instead of 17 lots with a minimum area of 10,000 square feet. Staff is supporting the requested general plan amendment and rezoning as being appropriate for the area and compatible with other single-family residential development in the area. However, staff does not support the waivers to allow no interior streetlights and for private streets that do not meet public street standards, as these requests would not further the city's goal of providing safe, walkable communities for residents. For this reason, staff is recommending denial of the waivers and the associated tentative map. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and one letter of support since publication.
Thank you and good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing the applicant in this matter. This is a matter that's been debated a couple of times, and the reason is we had a couple neighborhood meetings. Our initial application started out with a GPA, which is before you today for rural, which staff is recommending approval. And also there was a zone change for R1 zoning, which staff was recommending approval. We had a 17-lot layout. We did have, as I already mentioned, 2 neighborhood meetings. Based off those meetings, we redesigned our plans from the last Planning Commission meeting when it was scheduled, and this is why we're here tonight before you. Tonight what I have is instead of 17 lots, we're asking to come in with 12 lots on the property itself, and we're changing the zoning from R1 to down zoning it to an RD zoning, which is more compatible and harmonious to the area itself. If I could get your attention to the overhead here, I could go through the application fairly quickly. With respect to, if we zoom out a little bit, with respect to the waivers of standards, the first one is the separation from our ingress-egress area here to the center line of the street out here on Grand Canyon Drive. It's about 188 feet. The reason why we are asking for this now is because we redesigned the subdivision itself, and it's easier to design subdivision with the cul-de-sac here, which is no different than you see in the Northwest with other 5-acre developments typically developed in this fashion. With that being said, we believe that the waiver of separation is negligible, if anything, in this area, especially out here in the Northwest. With respect to the waiver for the private streets and the lighting interior to the site, that's something that we discussed with the neighbors through some neighborhood meetings and some other various conversations that we've had with them on the telephone. So that's the reason why we're asking to have the private street standards along with taking away the lights only interior to the site. We are doing our full off-sites on Solar, Grand Canyon Drive, excuse me, and on Elkhorn Drive itself. So with that being said, we believe that the changes that we have on the plan itself is sufficient here, which makes it more compatible to the area than where we started with the R1 17 lots. Here to answer any other questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Gronauer. Can I get an idea how many people are here tonight on this item? Okay, maybe 8 to 10 of you. I'm going to open this for public comment now. If you wish to speak on this, please come up front. I'd like you to line up behind the microphones. I'm going to limit your time tonight to 2 minutes each.
Good morning. Good evening. Jack Fessler, 9732 Solar Avenue. Been up there about 15 years. I'm not quite understanding the harmonious to the rest of the area. That's always been R&P County, which is, I don't think there's a lot up there that's under 20,000 square feet, so I'm not understanding harmonious to the area. Given that, there really shouldn't be any more than 8 houses to a cul-de-sac on the 5 acres, 10 maximum. Okay, that's A. B, there's no streetlights up there. Again, Rural Preservation County. Because it was ceded to the city, I guess that's your zoning, none of us want the streetlights. We like the darkness, we like the stars, we don't need the streetlights. Especially where there's no ingress or egress. For instance, Solar Avenue, I understand he's coming off of Grand Canyon, there's no streetlights needed on Solar Avenue. So talk to my neighbors, we're good, 8 houses, no streetlights, because that's the way it is up there. That's harmonious up there. No 12 houses, no streetlights. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Peckman, 9695 Solar Avenue. I'm about 200 feet to the west of this property. Pretty much what Jack Fessler just said there. Almost every lot up in there is a minimum half acre. So you get down into, 10,000 square foot lots. It really is not a good fit. If you look at the aerial, you can see kind of what I'm talking about. So we would be in favor of 8 lots. And as far as the entrance and egress, not so much, probably off of Grand Canyon would be kind of like the Toll Brothers. If you look, well, it's not on this map, but not sure when this was taken. But there's 2 cul-de-sacs just to the south, and they both enter off of Grand Canyon with 4 lots in each cul-de-sac. And that seems to be a good fit. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Michael Peterson, 9660 Elkhorn. And I agree with my neighbors. This affects me directly because my house is right next to the proposed area on Elkhorn. It's a rural residential area. When I bought there 16 years ago, that's what the seller told me. He says it'll never change. Of course, come find out now. But I'll just ask you guys to vote no on changing. I would love to keep it at 8 houses, 10 max. The entrance, I would love to have the entrance off of Grand Canyon. Personally, if it comes off of Elkhorn, whenever they turn in there at nighttime, that's going to flash right on my rooms. And it is something that could wake us up or just whatever. Street lights, as they said before, all of Elkhorn has no street lights. I'd like to keep it that way. It's always been that way, and that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Denise Tropia Kelly, 9681 Solar Avenue. So I'm right west of this proposed property. And not to reiterate, but keep it at 8, keep it in line with our community, and keep it to 1 story, as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Bridget Salvi. I'm at 7030 North Conquistador Street. I live to the south of this property outside the notification, which just barely. As a precedent-setting property, this one will change the precedents for the RNP that's left, that's dwindling, that's left in this area. You're going to change it to less than 8. That is not desirable for those of us that still live here, many of us that still have horses, and the rural environment. To pull it out of that protected zone, it was annexed in March this year, and it still has an RE recognized by the city. So to pull that RE even from the city, to pull it down to 12, it was 17, granted 12 is better than 17, we seek 8. The other thing that I will say, the developer has been amicable in that they've paid attention to the grading and they've cut a good portion of the property land so that the houses that are on the western, which is an inside property line, on the drawing on the center, if your staff, this inside property line, they did notch it considerably down, several feet for depending on how the land fell. Actually, I wrote notes. I don't know if you can even see them. Some say 9 feet, some say 12 feet. That was great. But the fact that it's still not going to be 8, and when they could have done like Toll Brothers and did follow what Toll Brothers did, put the cul-de-sacs off Grand Canyon, put the intensity of traffic flow on Grand Canyon. Toll Brothers made a great product. I don't see why this product can't reflect what's already there and maintain a continuity of density for what's left of our RNP. There's only a couple parcels left. There's another one further down on Grand Canyon that is up for sale right now. So we'll be doing this again. So I'm just asking you, please, let's not break precedent. Let's stay where we can as much as we can at 8. And single stories, if possible, single stories to condition certain properties.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard on any of these items? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment and invite the applicant to come up and take a couple of minutes to respond. I'll give you 2.
Yeah, I'll be done less than 2. If I could get your attention quickly to the overhead. Just to give you an idea, the reason why we started off with the R1 zoning is because I want to show you on this aerial here. If you look over here, this is Wallapai and this is Elkhorn. This is a 20-acre piece of property that was similarly situated to the property that we have here today, the 5 acres. As you can see, D.R. Horton came in with R1 zoning here. We did some buffering lots along here where the R&P lots were located in here. So what we wanted to do as part of the discussion was come in with the R1, which is up over here on the 5 acres. However, in listening to the neighbors, we came in with the RD zoning. We have 10 of the 12 lots that are in excess over 11,000 square feet. We're amenable to certain lots to be single stories if need be. That never really came up for a specific discussion on certain lots, but we're amenable for that. So what we believe, like what your staff has pointed out, is they've recommended approval not only when it was R1, when we had the R zone change, but also for the RD zoning. And the reason is you use this as essentially the transition coming off of Grand Canyon in this area, which is no different if you take a look on Wallapai over here of what we had. And the last thing I do want to mention is with respect to the street lights on Solar and Elkhorn, we don't have a waiver of standards on this application. It's something that the neighbors would want in the future. We can always come back and look at that from that matter. But tonight, you're not going to be able to act on the lights on Solar and Elkhorn.
Okay, thank you very much. Public comment is closed. I do have one question for the applicant. There's been some concern about single-story versus two-story. Do you want to briefly address that?
Yeah, if need be, as I said, I know we're adjacent here to the west side of our property. If need be, if there are certain lots that we need to come in with single
That's what
stories.
Your comment was about
Yes.
the adjacency.
Yes, the
I understand.
adjacency, yes.
Okay. All right, I appreciate that. Go ahead, Commissioner Carrera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. I don't know if I need to disclose this or not, but one of the neighbors that came up is my new podiatrist, Dr. Tropia, who, if you didn't, when I was walking around with bandages on my toes and sandals, she's the one that did that to me, thankfully. But I don't believe that I have any advantage or disadvantage from her being my podiatrist, so I plan to weigh in on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm in support of this application. I think there's been some good compromises here. I appreciate the applicant's willingness to go from RE to RD instead of the R1. I know they'd like to see 8 lots, but I think the 17 down to 12 is the right transitional zoning for this parcel, considering what's on the east side and considering what is a little further west. I have no problem with with no lights. I agree with the neighbors on that, so I'll also support that waiver on the no lights. I think it's consistent with the area and meets the desires of the neighbors. I'm also okay with that smaller internal street on item 47. So you'll see my support on these applications tonight. Commissioner Quinn.
Mr. Gronauer, I think it's really important that you do reflect your integrity and make the homes that back into these neighbors single stories. So I'm not quite sure, you know, how will that fit in your plan?
If you want to, on the tentative map, you can make a condition that the lots that are on the west side of our project to be single story, that's fine. That would be 6 of our lots that are adjacent. We could have single story if you want to put that on as a condition.
I think so. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Carrera.
Thank you. Through you, I live in an RMP, and I believe in it. I'm in the middle of town on Martin Luther King in Washington, but I do live in an RMP, and I have an issue going from an RMP to a rural density residential. I wouldn't want anyone coming into our neighborhood and changing us from RMP to something else, because we are an RMP. And my philosophy is that if you wanted to build in our RMP, come on in and build and follow the guidelines of an RMP. So I can't support that. The residential estates to R1 single, fine. I don't know if that's even possible with the RMP. I think it is, but and everything else, I'm especially with the conditions that you put in about the single-story homes. But I can't get behind the RMP to the real density residential. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Cherry?
Through the chair, I feel like after hearing both sides, I can support the application, and I'm actually prepared to make a motion, if I may.
Yes, please do.
Item number 44, GPA 64786, make a motion for approval.
Thank you. Please vote. That's on another item. Please vote. Motion carries.
Item number 45, ZON 64787, I'll make a motion for approval, subject to all staff's conditions.
Please vote.
Mr. Chair, for our staff point of clarification, is this where we would add in the condition for the single-family homes? There are 48.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, for this zoning, we would want to add a condition that the approval is for RE residence estates zoning. Or RD residence, single-family residential restricted zoning.
And do you want to read that condition, or do we need to?
No, they're doing the approval.
Yes. So the motion itself is to approve RD. Do we need to put a condition on there?
You can choose to zone it to a less intense zoning district. So I think that motion is perfectly appropriate since RD is less intense than R1. I don't believe we need to make any condition.
Okay, so motion is to approve item 45 with the understanding that the rezoning is from RE to RD. And the applicant agrees with that, correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
Please vote.
Correct.
Motion carries.
I apologize for that mistake. Item number 46, WVR 64788. I'll make a motion to approve, noting that this takes away the street lights, or has a waiver for the street lights in the neighborhood.
Thank you. Motion is to approve item 46. Please vote.
And this is just for the on-site streetlights, correct?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Item number 47, WVR 64789, make a motion for approval.
Please vote.
And Mr. Chairman, on the upcoming item 48, Public Works needs to delete condition 12. It's a cleanup item from the previous layout.
Okay, so motion carries on item 47, and which condition was that on item 48?
It's a condition number 12 needs to be deleted.
All right, and there was discussion about adding a condition to the tentative map to include only single stories on the west side of this parcel. Can we do that?
Yes. I have a
Go
question,
ahead.
Mr. Chair,
Hang
through
on.
you. Thank you.
Let me get my question answered.
Okay. Typically, the site development reviews in the past on residential plan developments, you were able to restrict the development standards of a subdivision. Now that RPDs are not an available flexible zoning district and we are dealing with straight zoning, restricting the ability to use that zoning district's innate development standards, I don't see necessarily why somebody couldn't put it on there. It's just not a common practice.
Okay, so we're putting it on there. So we'll delete condition number 12 and include an additional condition which allows only single stories on the west side of the parcel. The applicant agrees with that?
Yes, yes,
Okay,
sir.
all right, go ahead, Commissioner Chair.
Through the chair, item number 48, TMP 64790, we will be deleting item number, condition 12, and having the additional condition of keeping the houses to the west, single family on the temporary map.
If I
Single
may,
story, excuse me, single story.
Mr. Chair, I had a question prior to
I'm
us
sorry,
making a
Commissioner
vote.
Creer, I skipped
Thank you.
right over you.
No problem, Mr. Chair, thank you. Through you, I just want to clarify that the neighbors are in agreement that the single-family homes would just be on the west side, or was that for all of the
West side,
homes?
because those are the, I'm sorry, I don't want to.
I'm asking the neighbors, right? One of the residents came up and said single-story homes. I didn't know if she was saying just for the west side of, you said the west side, but I didn't know if the neighbors were saying just for the west side, or if it was for all the homes to be single-story. I live in a neighborhood where all the homes are single-story, so I just want to make it clear if that's the case, and I don't mind voting, I want to, either way, according, but I just want to make sure the neighbors are clear if that's the case.
I had the authority for the west side for the single family, and because the rationale was, this is existing homes, and then the other homes, the other 6 are out on Grand Canyon, so that would be further away, and there'd be a buffer with the single-story homes.
Okay. So it's my understanding that the condition to which the applicant has agreed is to make single-story homes on the west side of the parcel, but not the east.
Okay, now, the neighbors want to have an opportunity to express, at least get on the record, either way, if they are looking for all the homes, all 12 homes are on the west side. Okay. Thank you. You'll have an opportunity to do that at City Council.
Yeah, if there's any heartburn over this, you'll certainly have an opportunity to discuss this before you get to City Council, because what we can't do is reopen this for new public comment. So
thank you, Mr.
The motion is to approve item 48 with the deletion of condition 12 and the additional condition of single-story homes on the west. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, if I could just clarify the condition, I've got some language for that. The lots adjacent to the western portion of the subject site shall be limited to single-story homes.
The applicant agrees with that.
Yes, yes, sir.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 44, 45, 46, 47, 48 will be heard at City Council on October 19th.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. And what I'll do is I'll talk to Ms. Solvey about the other 6 lots potentially being single-story after I can speak to my client, so thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to related items 49 through 53. Item 49 is ZON 65372. The applicant is Nevada Safes and the owner is MCC Investment Company LTD for possible action on a request for a rezoning from R1 Single Family Residential and C1 Limited Commercial to C1 Limited Commercial at 5250 West Charleston Boulevard in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Item 50, VAR 65373 for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 5-foot front yard setback and to allow a 0-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required for a proposed 1,280 square foot building and to allow a 7-foot front yard setback and 0-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required for an existing non-conforming building in Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Item 51, VAR 65374 for possible action on a request for a variance to allow 0 additional parking spaces on a parking impaired development where 8 additional spaces are required in Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Item 52, SUP 65375 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed boat and trailer dealership, new and used, with a waiver to allow a minimum site area of 23,087 square feet, or 25,000 square feet is required in Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. And item 53, SDR 65376, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for the proposed conversion of 4 shipping containers totaling 1,280 square feet to a building in Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. We'll hear from staff, please.
Mr. Chairman, staff is in support of the proposed rezoning of the northern portion of the property, as this would bring the entire site under a commercial zoning district and eliminate a dual designated development. Staff, however, cannot support the proposed intensification of use of the site as evidenced by the variance for providing additional parking for an already parking impaired site, the requested waiver from minimum site area requirements for the proposed utility trailer sales use, as well as requested variance to allow the placement of 4 existing shipping containers within the required setback areas at the rear of the property for storage. Staff finds the proposed use of the site is too intense and that the existing shipping containers will have a negative visual impact on adjacent residential neighborhood to the north, and therefore is recommending denial. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Chairman, Commissioners, George Garcia, 1055 Whitney Ranch Drive, Suite 210. Pleasure to be before you. And if we can go to the overhead. And first, let me say that, you know, often you have great projects before you, grand projects, exciting projects. This one, by its very nature, in the area it is, this building was built in the 60s. This is an area that is in need of all the help it can get in terms of keeping tenants, keeping it safe and secure for both the residents of the area and the businesses. My client is a retired Metro officer. Basically, he's trying to continue his efforts in the community with selling safes, so gun safes, you know, jewelry, those sort of types of safes that people look for today. And what he's doing is taking this area that's pretty well heavily distressed. The 2 buildings on either side are both vacant, and trying to do everything he can to both have his business survive and help his community. As you can see on the overhead, that's the R1 that staff is recommending for approval, and you can see everything else is commercial on both sides. The property that you can see here from the overhead, the trailers that we're discussing, those containers, overseas containers, are basically to provide additional storage for the business to operate. He uses the existing building for a display. That's the safes. There is 1 trailer that he uses in there for a small trailer for carrying safes, or you could put it on, take your like a quad runner or a motorcycle on it. They're not available for acquisition on the site. You order it here and it gets delivered to your home. So there's really not any boat, marine vessel, and trailer sales on site. It's just a trailer in addition to the safes. The trailers at the back are not really a building. They're described in that way, but they're really overseas containers. Function not for being able to be occupied by persons, and they don't create any parking demand. So we would request that the setbacks, both for the rear, we have landscaping on the rear of the property. We do have a block wall. Aesthetically, they've all been painted to match the building and the block wall to create an appearance that blends in. Basically, some of the variances relate to the existing building. Obviously, it was built at a time when there was a 0 setback on the lot line and very close to the front property line. We really think this is pretty much one of the things the variance required is you can grant those variances that create undue practical hardship so long as they're in the spirit and they don't create a detriment to the neighborhood. We walked the entire street of Alpine. There was no opposition, and we had a person in support on this whole block directly behind on Alpine. And that was one of the major concerns, to make sure that there wasn't any visual impairment to those neighbors where they felt this. In fact, actually, it was quite the opposite. What they were saying was that we have vagrants out here. We have vagrants sleeping on the roof of these buildings because these buildings have ladders. They allow people to climb up. My client not only keeps the graffiti down on the back walls, keeps it down on the adjoining properties where the vagrants are trying to set up basically squatting on the property. So he's trying to maintain it and chase off that. He's improved the security of the property with lighting at night, those types of things to basically enhance the safety as well as the appearance of the building and the product that's out there. We would request your support for the use permit, for the trailer sale, the ability to have the storage containers, which is really what the request is about. Happy to answer any questions and appreciate your taking time in the briefings.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Can I get an idea how many people are here tonight to speak on items 49 through 53? Okay, well, I'm going to open it for public comment, just in case there's anyone who didn't raise their hand. I invite you to come forward. But seeing none, I'll close the public comment and open this for discussion on the Planning Commission, beginning
ready.
with Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you. Hold on a minute. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. We did meet a few days ago. I drove the site in the early afternoon and one other time a little bit later in the evening. This is the kind of project that really belongs absolutely nowhere else in Ward 1 but right here. It doesn't belong anywhere else. Unfortunately, for that neighborhood, it is blighted, it's empty, and it's going to see my support tonight with just a couple additions and also an administrative review. My planning commissioners have nothing to say. I'm ready to make a motion.
Please do. Oh, Commissioner Trowbridge.
I just have one comment, and that's in regards to item number 53. Just an alert for staff is that I think we're going to see more and more of the utilization of these shipping containers for storage purposes. And I think that maybe we ought to take a look at whatever our code is that allows us to identify these as converted them to buildings. That seems like a quantum leap because it has an impact on the parking requirements. And so I think that we need to take a look at utilization of these storage containers and where they might be appropriate and how. But other than that, I think it's a fine project.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Regarding item number 49, abeyance zoning 65372, I'm going to make the motion and follow staff's recommendation this evening for approval.
Thank you. Please vote.
Thank you.
Motion carries.
Regarding number 50, although I don't believe in zero setbacks at any cost, this is not a fire hazard. This is steel upon steel, and there will be no fire hazard. So therefore, I am going to offer you this evening a motion for approval on variance 65373.
Please vote. Motion is to approve item 50, subject to conditions, as approved conditions.
Thank you.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Regarding item number 51, the variance 65374, I'm all for too much parking with handicap parking, but when I was there, I mean, let's be honest, there wasn't a car in the lot, but maybe the person that was running it, and you know, I hope there's no need for any extra parking at this time. So I'm going to follow my heart and make a motion for approval on variance 65374.
Thank you. Motion is to approve item 51, subject to all staff's conditions. Motion carries.
Thank you. And in regards to the special use permit 65375, I want to make it perfectly clear that there is only one display model and that these are ordered online. Therefore, I'm going to add a one-year administrative review. Not that I don't trust your client, but just to make sure there's not things being sold off of there. My motion will be for approval, adding the one-year administrative review to make sure there's not any sales being off property. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Quinn. Motion is to approve item 52. Oh, I do.
Mr. Chairman, if I can clarify the condition, an administrative required review should be conducted in 1 year from the date of issuance of business license.
Yes.
Thank you. Applicant agrees to that condition.
We do.
All right. Thank you. Motion is to approve item 52 with the additional condition and all other conditions. Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to the abeyance item SDR 65376. I'm going to make the motion for approval limiting this property to 4 shipping containers, not to be added, no more. So 4 is it. And that's my motion. Thank you.
Does that require an additional, is that really, I guess I'll ask staff's input.
That's fine.
Okay.
as is.
That's
Very good.
acceptable, Mr. Chairman.
All right, motion is to approve item 53, subject to staff's conditions. Please vote.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
That motion carries.
Chairman, Commissioners, thank you. Good night.
Mr. Chairman, items 49, 50, 51, 52, and 53 will be heard at City Council on October 19th.
All right, thank you. We're another 2 hours into the meeting. Time for a break, so we'll be in recess. Okay, this Planning Commission meeting is called back to order. We are on related items 54 through 57. Item 54 is ZON 66029. The applicant owner is Jose Picardo for possible action on a request for a rezoning from R3 medium-density residential to R4 high-density residential on the east side of 10th Street, north of Garces Avenue in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item 55 is VAR 65380 for possible action on a request for a variance to allow 20 parking spaces where 29 spaces are required in Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Item 56, SUP 65379 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a mixed-use development in Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. And item 57, SDR 65382 for possible action on a request for a major amendment of an approved site development plan review, SDR 59513, for a proposed three-story mixed-use development consisting of 140 square feet of restaurant uses and 18 multifamily residential units with a waiver to allow a 0-foot landscape buffer along a portion of the west property line where 6 feet was approved in Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Staff report.
Mr. Chairman, building upon the original approval for 10 units granted in August 2015, the applicant is now proposing an additional 8 units on the third level and a small commercial space at the corner. As the density would increase above 50 units per acre, the applicant is requesting a zone change from R3 to R4. Staff finds that both the R4 district and the commercial area conform to the mixed-use general plan designation and the downtown master plan, and would not negatively impact the surrounding properties due to the small size of the project. Staff therefore recommends approval of the rezoning. However, because the additional units trigger the need for a parking variance that is self-created by the applicant, the development is overbuilt and not compatible with the adjacent offices, many of which are already tight on parking and depend on public parking along 10th Street. Staff therefore recommends denial of the variance, special use permit, and site review. The Las Vegas Valley Water District has noted that this parcel is currently served from the alley on the east side of the parcel. The proposed development will require at least one large above-ground backflow prevention assembly that cannot be placed in the alley, below ground, or inside of a room. The applicant is advised to revise the site plan to provide a setback adjacent to the water main to allow for the above-ground water facilities outside of the public right-of-way. Note that there were additional approvals received after publication. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Greg Borgel, 300 South 4th Street, here on behalf of the proposed developer of the property. We certainly appreciate the staff's favorable analysis on the residential zone change here, which is, as was pointed out, the second time you've looked at this property for residential use. It is an area that desperately needs residential. It's flooded with offices and commercial, and I think we all know that in the downtown area, it's residential that makes it a living community. In the absence of the residential, a pure office commercial development becomes an abandoned neighborhood at night. And the mixed-use concept is entirely appropriate. And this is a mixed use in two senses. In one sense, they have added a small mixed-use component to the property itself. But more importantly, by putting this residential component in the neighborhood becomes a mixed-use community instead of simply a row of offices where everyone locks the doors and goes home at night. It'll provide a residential use where the people in the offices who choose to will be able to live near their offices. There are a number of law offices in the area. There are a number of support people in those law offices who probably would like to live within walking distance of their place of employment. So we think it's, as staff has pointed out, entirely consistent with the city's vision for this area. And this, by the way, is in the newly identified vision area for future downtown intense expansion, as is pointed out correctly in your staff report, and adjacent to areas where consideration has been given to reduce parking requirements because of the urban character and the desired urban character of downtown. And that brings us really to the variance question on parking. I will say that although staff didn't support the mixed-use concept or the site development review in their comments, it all hinged on the parking. In other words, their comments on the mixed-use idea were entirely favorable, except that we hadn't met the parking, and that's what the variance was for. And similarly, their comments on the SDR were entirely favorable, except that we hadn't met parking, and therefore they felt they couldn't endorse that. So the issue comes down to parking, and the question is, the design here calls for 20 parking spaces for 18 units, the majority of which would be efficiency units, and those efficiency units would have in their lease agreement a restriction to single occupant, one occupant. They are true efficiency units. They're not, there are a couple of one bedrooms and a couple of two bedrooms, but the majority are efficiencies, and the developer will, in his leasing agreement, limit them to one-person residences. So the likelihood of getting two cars on those majority units is really minimal. And I might add that my experience, and I've handled several hundred in the last couple of years, is that those efficiency units, although they're treated the same as a one-bedroom for parking, that is, they require 1 1/4 spaces per unit, actually don't create that demand. The demand in a true efficiency unit in an urban environment where transportation, public transportation is available, is much below 1 1/4, closer to 3/4 or a half in point of use. And I say that based upon projects that have been built at a higher standard, and they've run the parking studies and found out that half the spaces stay empty in that kind of environment, where it's urban, where there's public transportation, and where the efficiency units themselves are the majority of the development. So there'll be 20 spaces, which is more than one per unit for the entirety. They will be restricted to the use of the residence. It's a secured parking area. And so a portion of the variance that you see before you is for guest parking, but the guest parking, in fact, would be, regardless of whether there was a variance or not, when you have a secured locked parking area, the guests are going to end up on the street. That's where they park, whether you have a variance or don't have a variance. With regard to the street parking in the area, staff has pointed out that the area is full of offices, and that you would expect that that might cause a parking stringency in the area. Well, here's the answer. No, it doesn't. I've taken the occasion to drive the property morning, noon, afternoon, and early evening, and there is no parking problem on 10th Street. And as further evidence of that, the city has not attempted to impose or found any need to call for any parking restrictions on 10th Street. And not only are there no meters, there's no signs limiting hours of parking, and there are still no cars parked there. So regardless of what may happen in other areas where perhaps offices have been granted their own parking variances, in this area there is no parking issue for those guests who might occasionally come by and have to park on 10th Street. Having said all of that, we think that the case is made for the parking being sufficient, and if you find that way, then we would hope you also find that that relieves the only objection that staff put out to the mixed-use concept, which is very small on the property, but it is something which, frankly, we were encouraged to do in meeting with the development entities for this redevelopment area, that we were encouraged to do some and have done so. That commercial component needs some tweaking to meet all the standards that apply, but it's interior tweaking because we're working with the same building platform that you already approved when it was 10 two-bedroom apartments. And dropping back to the parking question, I would challenge as a matter of practicality whether this unit of this project of 18, the majority of which are efficiencies, actually generates more parking demand than 10 two-bedroom apartments, which you previously approved. I think we're in a wash as a matter of practicality. The math doesn't work that way, and that's because there could be places and times and designs, for example, of one-bedroom condominiums somewhere out in Centennial Hills where everyone is going to have cars or multiple cars. That's not true here in the urban environment that is served adequately by public transit. And toward that end about being served adequately by public transit, I point out that our location is virtually at the exact intersection of where you would put a property for people that wanted to utilize public transportation. It is a few hundred feet from the RTC line that runs all the way from Summerlin to the end of civilization to the east across the valley, however many miles that is, 15. And it's also on the main north-south line. They intersect at this point, as well as being on the line that takes you directly to the transportation center downtown if you chose to go that way to connect to anything. So being in the downtown expanding area solves the need for anyone to have a car here if you were worried about the parking count. And if you were thinking that they need to go further, they have the public transportation system which goes well, as far as McCarran Airport to the south and North Las Vegas to the north with direct service. So we have places here where a person doesn't need to have a car, where the city's policies have not encouraged excess parking facilities, but we're still providing more than one parking space per unit. So we think we've met those tests. The staff has asked for conditions which we agree to. Those conditions address what I described as the tweaking on the interior of the building on that commercial use. But otherwise, this is the same building you've already approved. And so we would hope that you're responsive to the points I raised about the new unit count. And I will point out that that developed from a market analysis after your first approval. It turns out that there's not a lot of demand for two-bedroom apartments in this area, and there's huge demand for the efficiency type apartments for the kind of employees in the area that I referenced before. And when the developer took that information to the bank said, we'll finance this project. He has a financial commitment for this project to go forward, which would not have been available for the one you previously approved because of the lack of demonstrated demand here for the two bedrooms, which were previously in the entire project. So we hope to get your consideration on the entirety, and I'll take your questions.
Thank you. These items have been properly noticed for public hearing, and I'll open the public hearing. If any members of the public wish to be heard, please come down. Seeing none, I'll close the public comment and see if there's any discussion amongst the planning commissioners. Commissioner Slotman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I've looked at this project, and the reason for the variance, give me 1 second, or the waiver for the 6 foot, or for the 0 foot landscape buffer on the west property line versus 6 feet. Through you, a question for Mr. Borgel. Is that due to the stairs actually coming down to the sidewalk?
The stairs do come down to the sidewalk. However, the real reason, the only change interposed since your prior look, is that the access point to the proposed commercial component in the extreme southwest part of the building also obviously has to be pedestrian capable. So this little area lost its landscaping since your prior.
Okay, we weren't on the overhead. If we can go to the overhead and have
then
you
pointing didn't help you, did it?
point that out.
Okay, same area. This would be the entrance area to the southwest corner of the proposed little commercial facility. And so, whereas on the original plan that you saw on the 10 two-bedroom units, this was landscaping, it would now be concrete as a pad for entry to, outdoor entry to the commercial.
Okay, and question for staff is there a way if we approve that and they don't have the mixed use, that we could require them to have the landscape in there versus a hardscape? And the reason why I ask is because there's a 1950 style restroom that's about 2.5 feet wide and 6 foot long that's not ADA accessible. And, you know, the 140 square foot retail, as soon as they put in a full ADA bathroom, he's gonna be down to 80 square feet for a deli. And if that goes away, is there a way that we could revert this back to landscaping versus hardscaping?
Yes.
Okay.
And we would agree to do that as well, and that was one of the tweaks I addressed that staff's other conditions call for. We have to bring it fully up to ADA. We understand that.
Okay, and as far as the Water District's comments about placing the RPDA on inside the building, it looks like you might be able to place it along the back alley. Is that what your intentions are?
Well, intentions may be a bit strong. We will do what we're required to do. That would be our first choice.
Okay. You know, I mean, considering the efficiency units, and I mean, we were working on a project where there were micro units, 150 square feet and 250 and 350 square feet. And, you know, I think when you're renting to certain people, you know, with the smaller square footage and the studios, a lot of them don't have vehicles, so I'd be comfortable with that.
Commissioner Cherry?
Through the chair, in the 140 square foot restaurant, has the grease trap been taken into consideration where that's going to go?
It's not contemplated to be a cooking facility. It's contemplated to be a deli. So it would, the answer is we certainly intend to comply with all requirements, but our understanding is they're pretty minimal when all you're doing is carving ham and cheese.
Okay, and my experience has been with a 3-compartment sink, they make you put in a grease trap somewhere, but that's just you'll find a way to deal with that. But I will say, specific to the Las Vegas Valley Water District comment, I would want to see that on-site, not off-site, and have a condition with an approval. Otherwise, I think it's a great project and can support it 100%. Yep.
Very good. If there are no other comments, I'll entertain a motion.
Through the chair, I'd like to make a motion on item number 54, ZON 66029. Make a motion for approval.
Thank you. Please vote.
Subject to staff's conditions.
Motion carries.
Through the chair, item number 55, VAR 65380. Make a motion for approval, subject to all staff conditions.
Please vote. Motion also carries.
Through the chair, item number 56, SUP 65379. Make a motion for approval, subject to all staff's conditions.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Through the chair, item number 57, SDR 65382. I'll make a motion for approval, but I would like to add that condition that the RPDA would be on-site to the property.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I guess to clarify the condition, it would be any above-ground utility pertinent shall be located interior to the site?
Yes, thank you.
The applicant agrees with that?
Yes, sir. We'll accept that condition.
Thank you. Please vote.
And before we vote, to the motion maker, would you mind amending your vote to also have a condition that if the mixed use went away, that the hardscape would convert back to landscaping?
Yes, I'm happy to add that to the motion.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you very much, and good evening.
Mr. Chairman, items 54, 55, 56, and 57 will be heard at the City Council meeting on October 19th.
Okay. We're going to take a full page now. Items 58 through 63 are related. Item 58 is SUP 65414. The applicant is DF Durango LLC, and the owner is Durango I-95 LLC. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a beer wine cooler off-sale establishment within a proposed 6,278 square foot convenience store with fuel pumps on the southwest corner of Durango Drive and Al Capitan Way in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. 59 is SUP 65415 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 6,278 square foot convenience store with fuel pumps in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 60, SUP 65416 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed gaming establishment, restricted license in a proposed 6,278 square foot convenience store with fuel pumps in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 61 is SUP 65417 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed car wash, full service, or auto detailing in conjunction with a proposed 6,278 square foot convenience store with fuel pumps, with a waiver to allow service bay doors to front a right-of-way where such is not allowed in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. 62, SUP 65418 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed auto smog check in conjunction with a proposed 6,278 square foot convenience store with fuel pumps in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. And item 63, SDR 65550 for possible action on a request for a major amendment to a previously approved site plan, SDR 20496, for a proposed 6,278 square foot convenience store with fuel pumps, with a car wash, a waiver of the Town Center Development Standards Manual and Title 1908 to allow a commercial building to be located away from public rights-of-way, and a waiver for a reduction of perimeter landscaping in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. We'll hear from staff.
Mr. Chairman, revised staff report can be found in your backup materials. The applicant has addressed planning's initial concerns related to the landscape buffers and materials, and staff is now recommending approval of the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here tonight on behalf of the applicant. We did hold this for 30 days. During that time, we revised the plan. We removed some of the waivers, and in particular, I think the most important waiver that we removed was the reduction in landscaping. And we also held a voluntary neighborhood meeting on August 29th. We appreciate staff's recommending approval on all of these items, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll open this for public comment. Are any members of the public here to speak on any of these items? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment, and we can discuss this as a planning commission. Let me thank the applicant. I know you made significant changes to make this more compatible and appealing. I appreciate the neighborhood meeting, and I think what we have now is a resulting project that's far better than the one that started, and so you'll see my full support on this application.
Thank you.
Commissioner Quinn.
There's no further discussion. I'm ready to make the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Regarding item number 58, SUP 65414, we're going to follow staff's recommendation tonight for approval.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to number 59, abeyance SUP 65415, following staff's recommendation this evening for approval.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 60, SUP 65416, following staff's recommendation this evening for approval.
Please vote.
Oh, I forgot to vote. There you go.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 61, SUP 65417, following this evening's staff recommendation for approval.
Please vote. Motion carries.
On to item number 62, abeyance SUP 65418, following staff's recommendation this evening for approval.
Please vote.
And Mr. Chairman, before we move on to item 63, I'd like to make a correction to condition number 13 to replace 10th Street with Durango Drive.
We do agree with that change.
Okay, very good.
Thank you. Regarding item number 60,
Hang on. Item 62, motion carries.
oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Moving along to item number 63, I'm going to follow staff's recommendation for approval, SCR 65550, noting that the number 13, it's not 10th Street, it is
Durango.
Durango.
Drive.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please vote. That motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, items 58 through 63 are all final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you.
Thank you. Items 64 through 74 name the applicant as D.R. Horton. My law firm represents D.R. Horton in some matters, and therefore I have a conflict of interest that requires me to abstain, so I'll turn those items over to the Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On item number 64, VAR 65772, applicant D.R. Horton, owner TB Jack LLC, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 10-foot front yard setback where 25 feet is required on Lot 1 of a proposed 12-lot single-family residential subdivision at 8425 La Mancha Avenue, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 65, VAR 65773, same request. In respect to lot number 2, Ward 6, Ross, staff recommends denial. Item number 66, VAR 65774, same request in respect to lot 3, Ward 6, staff recommends denial. Item 67, VAR 65775, same request in respect to lot number 4, Ward 6, staff recommends denial. Item number 68, VAR 65776, same request in respect to lot number 5, Ward 6, staff recommends denial. Item 69, VAR 65778, same request in respect to lot number 7, Ward 6, staff recommends denial. Item number 70, VAR 65779, same request in respect to lot number 9, Ward 6, staff recommends denial. Item number 71, VAR 65780, same request in respect to lot number 10, Ward 6, staff recommends denial. Item number 72, VAR 65781, same request in respect to lot number 11, Ward 6, staff recommends denial. Item number 73, VAR 65782, same request in respect to lot number 12, Ward 6, staff recommends denial. Item number 74, VAR 65777, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 12-foot front yard setback where 25 feet is required on lot 6 of a proposed 12-lot single-family residential subdivision. Ward 6, staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Vice Chairman, the applicant is requesting a variance on 11 lots out of a 12-lot subdivision so as to be able to offer a particular home model that does not fit within the buildable areas determined by the zoning district setback requirements. Staff finds the requests are self-imposed as the applicants intend to overbuild the lots as recommended denial of all applications. Please note additional letters of protest have been received after the publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing D.R. Horton in these matters. If I could get your attention to the overhead here. Just within the last year, last several months, with D.R. Horton, we came in for an RD zone change on the property itself. Came in with the tentative map. We have 12 lots that have been approved. When we were coming through with the approval of that, we had a two-story product that we were proposing that's already approved for the property itself. One of the things that D.R. Horton wanted to do is change the product line here to the single-story homes, which is no different than what they have for their single-story product in the Northwest on similar variances that you've previously approved and the City Council have also previously approved. So what we're asking for is a front yard setback variance to be 10 feet. And the 10 feet is only for the portion of where we have a third car garage, which would be located on the plan here as I'm showing you, located in this area. It only goes to 10 feet for the front yard setback. We won't be making any requests or changes or variances for the rear yard setback. It's 30 feet or excess of 30 feet, which would be the same thing that we had with the two-story product that we were previously approved with. So with this new product here of what we're proposing for the single-story homes, we think it's a better fit for the adjacent neighbors that we're adjacent to along the west portion of our property here. With that being said, we'd ask you to approve the applications. As you know, although we're asking for one setback variance for the house itself, we have 11 of our 12 lots are going to have those variances, and that's why those variances are before you tonight.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action. Yes, Commissioner Cherry.
Through the chair, I don't see any issue at all with the request. I think it's actually going to help enhance the neighborhood going to single family. I'm prepared to make a motion.
Please do.
If there's no further discussion. Item number 64, VAR 65772, I'll make a motion for approval.
Subject to staff's conditions?
Subject to staff's conditions.
Thank you. Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Item number 65, VAR 65773, make a motion for approval subject to staff's conditions.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Item number 66, VAR 65774, make a motion to approval subject to all staff's conditions.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Item number 67, VAR 65775, I make a motion for approval subject to all staff's conditions.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Item number 68, VAR 65776, motion for approval subject to all staff's conditions.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Item number 69, VAR 65778, make a motion for approval subject to all staff's conditions.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Item number 70, VAR 65779, motion for approval subject to all staff's conditions.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Item number 71, VAR 65780, motion for approval subject to all staff's conditions.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Item number 72, VAR 65781, make a motion for approval subject to all staff's conditions.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion. What? I'm sorry. Please post. What's that? Oh. Motion carries.
Item number 73, VAR 65782, make a motion for approval subject to all staff's conditions.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Item number 74, VAR 65777, make a motion for approval subject to all staff's conditions.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Vice Chairman, items 64 through 74 are final action unless appealed to the City Clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Good night. And thank you, Commissioner Slotman, for handling those. We are now on to related items 75 through 79. Item 75 is VAR 65909. The applicant is Founders Academy of Las Vegas, and the owner is Pre-Rancho Jones, LLC. For possible action on a request for a variance to allow an 8-foot tall wall in the front yard where a maximum wall height of 5 feet is allowed on the northwest corner of Leon Avenue and Alexander Road in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Item 76 is VAR 66310 for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a deviation from complete street standards to provide a horse trail in place of a sidewalk adjacent to Leon Avenue in Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. Item 77 is SUP 65910 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed public or private school primary in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Item 78, SUP 65911 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed public or private school secondary in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. And item 79, SDR 65912 for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 58,745 square foot public or private school, primary and secondary use in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Could we please hear from staff?
Mr. Chairman, staff finds the proposed use to be compatible and harmonious with the surrounding area and is supporting the proposed special use permit, perimeter wall height variance, and the site development plan review, but cannot support the requested variance for the complete street standards along Leon Avenue. The proposed installation of the equestrian trail in lieu of a protected sidewalk fails to meet the intent of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan's goals of emphasizing pedestrian linkages to schools. Alternative design of the street frontage could accomplish both the sidewalk and the trail. However, the design as presented is preferential in nature and self-imposed hardship that cannot be supported. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publication. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we hear from the applicant, how many people are here to be heard on these items tonight? All right, 10, maybe 12 of you. All right, again, we'll be limiting time tonight. I'll give you each 2 minutes and ask the applicant to limit the introduction on this to 10 minutes. How does that sound?
That sounds fine.
All right.
Good evening, Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here tonight representing the applicant. If you could look in the overhead, please. Thank you. This is the aerial that is currently attached to your staff report. The site that is hatched right here is the subject of the school site that I'm going to be talking about tonight. This is Alexander Road, and this is Rancho Drive. Currently, Founders Academy operates in some existing office buildings on the west side of Rancho Road. With this application, they are looking to finally purchase and build a school site from the ground up. That would be on the piece of property that is located right here. Alexander is here and Leon Avenue is here. The grades for the school, they currently are kindergarten through 12th grade, and they would be proposing to do the same size school over on this piece of property with a maximum enrollment of 750 students total. We believe, both Founders and actually the landowner, believes that this is a good location and a good fit for a buffer towards the residential that is located immediately east of us in the RE area. The property itself, the vacant property, is master plan for medium-low. And under your land use plan designation, that would allow a density range for homes between 6 to 12 units to an acre. So we've expressed that to the neighbors, hoping that they would see some benefit to having a school use, at least on this piece of the property. The remainder of that vacant property still stays master planned as medium-low, but the use for the use permits on this particular piece of property would be for the school. We've met with the neighbors twice in 2 different settings. Once was in June at the NARA board meeting that they have. We presented to their board and a number of members who attend those meetings. And then in addition to that, We held our own neighborhood meeting and worked with NARA on that, but I did get the labels from the city of Las Vegas, and we mailed out a voluntary neighborhood meeting on July 11th. So from those two meetings, we made changes to the site plan, and I just want to walk you through those. They are the changes that you see before you today. We haven't made any changes since what's in your packet, but the changes we made from where we started was at the direction and some of the comments that we heard from the neighbors. So starting with along Leon Avenue, they asked for an 8-foot tall block wall. That is the subject of one of our variances, and staff is recommending approval of that. On the north and on the west side, we would have a 6-foot tall CMU block wall. We do not need variances there. And then along Alexander Road, we would have a 6-foot tall wrought iron fence with decorative pilasters. Also along Leon Avenue, the residents asked for a horse trail in lieu of a sidewalk. So that's the subject of the other variance that you have before you tonight. Staff is not supporting that. Of course, we understand that with the complete streets. However, because immediately to the east of us starts an RE area, and as the residents explained to me, there are still a number of people who do ride their horses in this area, and in particularly on Leon Avenue. They asked that we put in for no sidewalk and instead do a horse trail. We would still be doing those street lights, landscaping, curb and gutter, finishing out that street. The only change is, in lieu of the sidewalk, we would do the horse trail on Leon Avenue only. The other, I think actually really great comment that was raised from the residents is the original design of the site had the school closer to Leon and the fields on this side. And it was at our second meeting where one of the residents said, since this is a 2-story school, it would actually be a better buffer to the residents over here if you flipped the two uses. So we now have our field closer to Leon and our school over here. I should note that this is a non-lit ball field. There are not lights on that ball field, which I also think is important for protecting the nighttime uses and the light spillover to the residents to the east side. The other request that we had is when we originally started, our site was under 7 acres in size, and we had a request from one of the NARA board members to increase the size, which ultimately means having the school purchase additional land, but it would, and they were right, it would help with our on-site queuing, number one, and also in addition to our on-site queuing, we were able to meet the landscaping requirements required by code. So we went back to the property owner and increased the size of our site as well. Our original design had this driveway right here on Alexander Road, much closer to Leon Avenue. We have always maintained that the one access point that we are showing on the north side of Leon would be for emergency access only. From the very beginning, we have said that, we maintain that. It would be gated, emergency access only. However, one of our original site plans had this driveway much closer to Leon, and I think you'll hear from a number of the residents tonight, one of their concerns, obviously I don't speak for them, but one of the concerns that they expressed in our meetings was traffic going eastbound and into their residential community. So in an effort to try to help with that, we have no access onto Leon, and we move the driveway that was in this location more over into the middle of the road. And then also we have this other driveway on our far west side. I think it's important too, this goes to the traffic component, is that our maximum enrollment is 750 students. We do have 2 use permits before you tonight. Even though it's one school, it is 2 use permits. One is for primary education and then secondary education that gets us from K through 12. And within those conditions, and I think we need to modify it just slightly, but there is a condition that limits the maximum enrollment between the 2 schools. So the total school could have a student population of 750 students. We think that's an important condition. We've said it from the very beginning. We're not trying to be larger than that. That's what our charter allows for. So that condition exists in your staff report, although you have to add the 2 numbers together between the 2 use permits to get to that maximum number. Again, going to the traffic, there is a condition that currently exists in the staff report, which we are agreeing to, that requires city to come out and evaluate our traffic circulation plan 60 days roughly after school starts to see how the traffic is flowing, if there needs to be changes made, and if so, we have to implement them right away. That condition is in your staff report now. We agree to it entirely. One condition that is not in your staff report, but I have said it from the very beginning, and we would gladly agree to it, is no use of outside bells or outside PA system. That was another thing that was important to the residents, that we didn't have more outside noise than was absolutely necessary. Obviously, there's going to be some outside noise when they are either playing on the playgrounds or having some field activity, but we have indicated no outside public address system or outside bells. Staff is recommending approval of all of the items with the exception of the horse trail on Leon Avenue. I want to just personally thank the residents and the NARA board. I really do mean this. I genuinely enjoy working with them. This has been a difficult application, I think, because many of those residents will get up and tell you that they like schools, they want schools in their neighborhood. It's just that they didn't really particularly care for the siting of the school right here on the corner of Alexander and Leon. But we made as many changes as we possibly could to the site plan to address as many of the concerns as we could. Final note is that we did submit our traffic study already to the city. It has been approved with a number of conditions, and I did provide that to one of the board members on NARA at their request, so they could have that to review as well. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Lazovich. I will now open this for public hearing, and I'd like everyone to come down front and line up behind the microphone so we can move this along. You're on a 2-minute timer. Make sure you state your name and address, and let us know what you think.
Thank you, Councilman Moody, Commissioners. Lex Anderson, 3709 Waterhole Street. For my part, I've got 2 issues about traffic. Traffic's already taken care of one of them. They're going to redo the traffic study on Alexander, so that's great. Traffic was required to do a study comparable to the Founders' 750 student population. And so they chose Somerset Academy. It's up north. It's up by Durango. It's a total student population of 1,947. It's an amazing campus. It's an amazing campus. They're on 12.14 acres. And what they did is they used the 750 K through 5 elementary school next door. Can you see this on the overhead?
We can.
Please?
We can see it.
Is it there?
Yes.
Okay. And how they use the K through 5 over here on the right, and the parking lot over here. You can see that for Somerset, it's quite a different environment. They got Sky Point. It's a real wide street. Elkhorn over here to the north, same thing. You got Interstate 95 over here to the left. It's an ideal situation. Behind it over here on the left, you see they got the gym. There's about, I estimate, about a 4-acre parking lot. We think they got like about 5 acres for a parking lot. And to behind it and to the other side, it's mostly high-density 2-story homes. They really did a good job of it. As far as traffic goes, when the kids get out of school, one thing that we found out when we actually went and looked, a lot of them park over here on the north side, and then they walk over. And that's probably what's going to happen with our community too. They're not going to be going inside, they're going to be parking outside. I figured about 3 dozen cars went over to the other side, and that was smart. How much more time do I have?
You're done.
That's it? Okay, that went quick. And now we're looking forward for the next traffic engineering report. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Valerie Ramos, 3421 Bond Court, Las Vegas, Nevada 89130. Traffic engineering virtually guaranteed on page 2 of their traffic study report that after Founders Academy is built and operational, there will have to be an additional access on Leon Avenue. This is unacceptable. The small residential 2-lane Leon Avenue is the only buffer between the eastern edge of Founders Block Wall and the rural preservation overlay neighborhood to the east. This needs to be resolved before the fact. When you read in the master plan about rural preservation overlay, 3 key issues come up. Establishment of a substantial buffer, emphasis on a neighborhood stabilization to ensure that the rural character is preserved, and the mitigation of adverse visual, audible, aesthetic, or traffic impacts. There is no mention of rural preservation or the master plan anywhere in the traffic study. We would appreciate it if staff would address this in light of the general traffic impact on the neighborhood, and specifically in traffic engineering's indication that another access on Leon is inevitable.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ned Mills. I reside just a block from the proposed school at 3925 Leon Avenue. I'm a music producer, and I don't like doing politics, but I'll be real brief. I'm here to talk about 2 things. We were told at the public hearings about the school that we were assured by Founders Academy that there would be no school bells of any kind. However, in a letter from Mr. Ted Edgerton to Rick Schroeder of Transportation Planning, it says that the school is proposed to initially have a single bell tone. So if the attorney, if she is in agreement, I would like to have that put in stone, that there will be no bells or alarms, PAs of any kind, not just the promise, but to have that in stone. The other thing I'd like to speak about real quickly is I had proposed at the meeting that if the school location could not be located elsewhere on that huge 35-acre tract or on the 35 acres they own on the north of Jones, that, can you see this in the overhead here? I had made a proposed sketch.
You'll just need to lean back a little bit so we can see that.
I made a proposed sketch of a traffic plan that could make sure that all the traffic would go on to Rancho. And if you put a concrete median where when they go into the school, they go this way, and when they exit the school, if there's a solid median from here all the way to the intersection, it would be a forced right turn. And if they do that, I just spoke with Councilman Barlow's assistant, Mr. Joe Mitchell, and he said he believes that they would be in agreement with that, because that way it's not a perfect solution, but it could keep all the traffic out of the area from into the neighborhood. So everything would have to go in and out of Rancho. So so once again, if you have it's called a forced right, like a traffic island. So when they go in this way, cars can't try to make a shortcut in the neighborhood and turn into the school. If you put this 45-degree angle island, and I sent this to traffic. However, unfortunately, in their letter, they said that was not an option. But Councilman Barlow's assistant just told me tonight before he left that it is an option and it is on the table. So thank you very much. I'll be happy to submit this to you if you like.
We'll take that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, sir.
My name is Trent Fuchs. I live at 4001 Leon Avenue, which is directly across the street from the proposed school. I am the most affected person here. We've been there since 1982. We moved there was no Alexander Road. Since then, they paved that, made it a freeway. Now I have a school that's being built across the street from me. I'm just wondering if any of you people would buy a house directly across the street from a school. And the answer is probably no. It's something we don't want, something I don't want. I'm pretty adamant about this thing. I know that they've done a good job trying to satisfy some of our needs, and I appreciate that. But I don't appreciate the school being there, and I wish there was something I could do about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm Linda West Myers. I live at 5104 Cold River Avenue. I'm a past board member of our Northwest Area Residents Association, and I just wanted to mention to y'all that the board does represent over 700 homes, which include probably 2.5 voters per house or something along that order. The land between Rancho and our rural residential border has always been a bit of a challenge. It was kind of sawtoothed and it was mixed because you had one zoning on Rancho and then we have our rural preservation. So a school is probably not a bad choice for this area, but we're very concerned about the traffic. And we're concerned about the parking, and we're concerned about the safety of the children. We still have a little memorial up at the corner of Bradley and Alexander where we had a deadly accident, and we don't want to see any of that. If the parents might, for some unknown reason, choose to park at the VA medical clinic and send their kids walking across Alexander when there's high traffic, we don't want to see any hazards to the kids. So the suggestions that especially Ned came up with to mitigate the flow of traffic are greatly appreciated. Also, we do love our horses, and we want to keep a path for them. So if you can accommodate that, that'd be fabulous. Thank you very much for your time and attention, and we regret that our education expert, Dr. Linda Young, who is the founding board member of NARA, is not able to be here this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. My name's William Haygood. I live at 4225 Leon Avenue, which is my property line and this property butt up to each other. Not the one they're using, but part of the 35 acres. Anyhow, if you can see this on here, I just want to show this is where the school's going to be going. Here's my home here. Horses ride down here daily, probably 20 or so at least, come past my house every day. And that's why we really wanted to get the horse trail put there for them, because it's a daily thing that they use. And I know Jennifer said she was trying to do that. So I'd really like to be able to maybe get that done. Another thing is, she did mention that the crash gate is only for emergency purposes only, that goes to Leon. And that's something we really want to make sure it doesn't have any access out to, because as of right now, I might have 20 cars go past my house a day. And that's it. It's a very low traffic area. And if parents were rushing their kids to school, they're definitely going to be shortcutting out of the parking lot that way. So that was one other thing that I wanted to make sure that we kind of agree on, that there's not going to be exits into the neighborhood, because it is a very low traffic area as of right now. And that's why we pretty much all bought there. And also the 8-foot wall that they asked about, I just wanted to say that that's a good idea, and I'd like you to pass that as well. And then also what Ned was talking about, the median, as far as to try to keep traffic flow out of the neighborhood itself. That'd be an awesome thing if we can do that. I guess there's one in Boulder City. That's where he got the idea, that they already use like that, just to make sure that people aren't going out the wrong way on the street. So that's it. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Yvette Peters. I reside at 3901 Leon Avenue. And I appreciate the fact that they were able to flip around the athletic field, you know, more towards the residential side. But another one of our concerns besides the noise is people parking along that street. So they propose putting up like no parking signs, but if we could have like no public parking signs, that would be great, because we still want our guests, when they come to visit, to be able to park in front of our homes. So we don't want them to not be able to park there when we have birthday parties or whatever. So that was one of our concerns. And then the flow of traffic into the area from the school over onto Leon. With Ned's idea, I think that would solve a lot of that problem. So I think that's a really good idea. So we'd like to hopefully push that forward. And the horse trail, that's important to our neighborhood, because we moved to that neighborhood because it is a rural residential property. And we like to see the horses coming up and down the street. We love to live there, and it's a nice, quiet neighborhood, and we'd like to keep it that way. That's it.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Liz Thompson. I live at 3909 Leon. I'm a realtor and recognize the fact that this project will have a major impact on our neighborhood. I don't have a problem with having the school there. I would like to see the horse trail approved and the parking removed from the west side of Leon next to the school. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, looks like everyone has been heard that would like to be heard, so I'll close the public comment and give Ms. Lazovich a few minutes to respond. How about we give you 2 minutes?
Thank you, Jennifer Lazovich, again for Founders Academy. Listen to all the comments. I might have to look to Public Works, put Lucian on the spot on some of these issues that came up from the neighbors. We have said from the very beginning we were okay with no vehicular access onto Leon. So in other words, it would be for emergency access only. So we're fine with that. If that's something that, you know, Public Works could be okay with, we're okay with it. That's number one. Number two, we absolutely would agree to a condition for no outside bells or PA system. Obviously, outside is the key word. We do use it on the inside of the school for getting kids or notices on the inside, but we don't need any outside bells or PA system. Well, we've put the application in for the horse trail. I know that this can be a tricky issue because it is adjacent to a school, and where do the kids walk? You know, we have the kind of conflict between perhaps a horse trail and children walking to the school. If I recall correctly, there's 25 feet along Leon, of which we were suggesting that 5 feet of that would be a horse trail. The rest of it would be landscaping. And so I'm not sure if there's a way to, you know, have us do something where you do both, so they can still have the horse trail there, which I know is important to them. But what I do know is that we don't have any room to push the school site over on our side, because then we start losing parking spaces and interior stuff. But, you know, we have some space on the Leon to try to accommodate perhaps both issues on that. And then on the no parking signs on the west side of Leon, we're happy to do that. We talked about that during one of our neighborhood meetings. I think that we have to get city authorized signs for that, and maybe to address what the neighbors are saying, because we don't want to penalize the people who are coming to visit them. Is perhaps we could put no parking during school times or something like that, some kind of a sign that would ensure that they could still have their visitors come visit them and park wherever they need to without being worried about being towed or something like that. But we're certainly open to that idea. I think we have to understand what kind of city signs there are that we could put, because it would be technically on a city street, but we're definitely willing to do it. And I think that addresses everything. The biggest issue that I heard was traffic, was something that Ned brought up, and it was the right outs only on to Alexander to make the traffic go westbound towards Rancho. I'm here with Ted Egerton, our traffic engineer. We're happy to look at something like that. I think we would ask that we get a left in on the middle driveway right here. I think that's important, because what you don't want to do is have a solid median and then they go up to the stop sign at Leon and Alexander and make U-turns. You don't want to do that either. So perhaps there's something where we could do a left in, but then you have your right outs, which I think is what they care about the most, to make the traffic go westbound towards Rancho.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll close the public comment, and before we open up discussion on the Planning Commission, maybe we could hear from Public Works to address some of those things that have been raised, specifically about access on Leon, parking on Leon, and I think those are the two primary concerns that Public Works could address.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. Initially, when the application was submitted, there was a thought that we would require a couple of driveways on Leon as a potential measure. That's actually, it's stated in the report as condition number 14 and will need to be deleted because as Ted had worked, Egerton worked with Rick Schroeder on the traffic study, we realized we don't need that as a condition. It's a and what I'll read is it's condition number 2 of the approved traffic study, which is approved on August 30th. It says, access to the development is proposed to be provided by 3 new driveways, 1 on Leon Avenue and 2 on Alexander Road. The driveways on Alexander Road will be permitted left turns in and out at this time, except during drop-off pickup operations. The driveway on Leon will be crash gated at this time. Additional driveways may be required as determined by the updates to the study. Any movements may be restricted or required in the future as determined by the traffic engineer. So there is no guarantee that driveways are going to be required on Leon. Like was mentioned in Jennifer's presentation, we'll go out after 60 days, we'll review the traffic circulation. They're using one bell time for 750 students. We're not sure how that's going to work. Their current campus has, 4 driveways and access to both, Rancho and possibly Alexander. So we're not exactly sure how the traffic's going to operate on the site. And so what that condition allows us to do is review it after 60 days if they've had a chance to get school going, and then we can see if they need to have 2 bell times. There's different ways to solve a problem of too much congestion in the streets. And if there's a situation where you need to go 2 bell times or another driveway, those are both options. We'd leave it to the traffic engineer to suggest how they'd like to mitigate. If we think it's not working well enough, then they have the opportunity to explain what mitigations measures they'll take to alleviate our concerns. But I think that's probably the main. And as far as the the left turns in and the right turns out, that's not something we would really recommend. It's something that if this commission or city council wants to direct staff to look into and work with them, we can definitely do that. As far as the parking on Leon is a public street. We don't normally recommend eliminating parking on public streets, but same thing, if this commission or city council wants to recommend, certain parking requirements on Leon, then we can certainly accept that as well.
Okay. Thank you very, very much. Let me lead off. I happen to live in Nara. I do live outside the notification area, so I do plan to vote on this since I don't feel like I'm affected because of my location. I've been protective of our area. The neighbors that know me know that. However, I think this is good for our area, and I want to state why I believe it is. Number one, if we approve this school, it automatically will make the surrounding uses less intense than we might expect from some other type of project. Number two, it is zoned for 6 to 2 units per acre, so we could do so much worse than we're doing with this school, and I think it's a good zoning buffer. That's my third point. The fourth point I want to make actually ties in with the traffic concerns. And I also am familiar with the motorcycle death that we had at Bradley and Alexander, and too many people speed down Alexander. I think by putting a school in there, we're going to limit that speed, and I think we'll make it a safer area. Let me speak for a minute on on item 76 about the horse trail. We absolutely need a horse trail. There are horses coming up and down Leon all the time, but this is a school, and we also need a walkway for students and their families. So I think we need both here, and I think with that 25-foot area there, I think we can do both. I think we can have plenty of room for a horse trail, and I think we also can do the sidewalk. So, with regard to 76, absolutely I want the horse trail, but my preference and my support will go along with that only if we have a sidewalk as well. It sounds like the applicant agrees. Well, Ms. Lazovich made that clear in her opening remarks about no use of an outside bell, which I appreciate. I think we've got to have that crash gate on Leon. I'm also in support of protecting Leon, however, to keep it free of any ingress and egress other than for that emergency gate. I would support a left in on Alexander, but Public Works has made it clear that that's got to be part of a traffic study, and that is just going to be part of a natural evolution down the road. So for those reasons, you're going to see my support on this project. Commissioner Carrere.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I support this project as well, and I think that the applicant has made many concessions to try to accommodate the homeowners. As I mentioned before, I live in a neighborhood rural preservation area. I live right behind, not right behind, but a school that I travel in and out of my development every single day, Mabel Hogart, and I think it works well in our community. And with the no bells and the outside bells, I should say, an outside PR system, and no public parking sign on Leon, I think that the crash gate is needed. It sounds like. I think that the entrance though on Alexander, we talked about the right coming out of there leading over to Rancho, I think is appropriate. And then, just like the chair said, with this traffic study that's going to take place will really dictate the best use of that. I wouldn't want to tie the school down to a set way to do it without having something to go off of. And I think that needs to take place after the first 6 months or so, that you can really nail down exactly what needs to happen. So I am in support of it. I am in support of the horse trail as well. I don't mind the idea of tying it into sidewalks also, but I wouldn't have a problem if it were no sidewalks as well. I live in an area that's zoned for horses. We have a lot of horses. We don't have sidewalks, or we are. So it would be just fine. I don't think it's necessary. But I am in support of it. I travel that area all the time. That whole corner, Alexander, Jones, Rancho, with those vacant lots there, I think this is a good use for it. So I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Vice Chair.
Yes, I think first and foremost, the sidewalk has to go in. I mean, we're talking about the school here, and even though people aren't going to be picking up students on Leon, at some point or another, somebody's going to go on Leon and pick up a kid, or a kid's going to go around the corner. And, I don't think it's right to not have a sidewalk. Now, I think that that sidewalk can coexist with a horse trail, and I think you can get creative and come up with a way to make a horse trail and that sidewalk coexist, but there has to be a sidewalk if there's a school. I had another point, but I forgot what it was, or they addressed it already. So anyways, I appreciate everybody coming out and sharing their comments. The concern with putting up the signs of no parking, it's kind of hard to discriminate between who's parking there to pick up kids versus who's parking there that lives within the neighborhood. And I've seen something like that before, where it said no parking between these hours in the morning, no parking during these hours in the evening, but it also kind of hurt the neighbors, because if they parked their vehicle out and left it there, then their vehicles could be subject to citations. And so I think it's just something that maybe the schools will have to monitor and make sure that y'all are making sure everybody's being directed into the school versus having people being picked up off of Leon. So,
Commissioner Chair.
Through the chair, I could definitely support the application. I think your comments earlier were spot on. It's a school, so I'd have to see sidewalks, but I would like to see it as a hybrid with a horse trail as well. I understand the not wanting the PA system. What do schools do in the event of emergency? Is there anything?
Two-way radios.
Two-way radios. Thank you for the answer. So I will be supporting the application. Thank you.
Just through you, Mr. Chair. Jen, I've been thinking about this too, about the sidewalk and the trail. I've rode horses my entire life, and I think the sidewalk should be next to the school. The trail because these horses are going to get spooked by these children. They're, you know, I mean, it just, the horses were there first, the kids are there, and I have a little bit of a concern for the people on the horses with the kids outside. I mean, just to throw that at you, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
without any objection, I'd like to make a motion.
Before you make your motion, I think staff has a recommended condition regarding item 76.
Okay.
Sorry, if the desire is to have both the horse trail and the sidewalk, there is an existing exhibit for an equestrian trail located in the trails element of the Las Vegas 2020 master plan, which is in full width, 20 feet, which could be accommodated on what they're showing on their site plan. So if the motion is to approve it, to have the horse trail there, we'd add a condition to item number 76 when the motion's made.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Creer?
Thank you. Agenda item 75, VAR 65909. I make a motion for approval in contingent with staff's conditions.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries.
Agenda item 76, VAR 66310. I make a motion to approve with all staff's conditions, including the additional condition that was added.
Mr. Chairman, for clarification, that condition would be the proposed horse trail shall conform to the equestrian trail as prescribed in Exhibit 3 of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan Trails element.
Does the applicant agree with that condition?
Yes, I was scribbling down, yes, we do.
Okay. All right, please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chair, agenda item 77, SUP 65910. I move for approval.
And Mr. Chair,
Subject to staff's conditions.
sorry, before the motion is acted upon, there was a concern about the number of students, 750 students, and having the two different SUPs. So we wanted to amend condition number 7 of this SUP to add, this number may be increased as long as the total number of students enrolled for this site does not exceed 750 students.
Okay.
And that will be for this SUP and the other SUP. So it doesn't really matter if it's primary or secondary.
Okay.
We agree with that change. Thank you.
Okay, on both items?
Yes, thank you.
All right, so Commissioner Creer, is your motion, does that include the amended condition number 7 on item 77?
It does.
All right, please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item 78, SUP 65911. I make approve to approve, subject to staff's conditions and the conditions of Public Works.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Agenda item 79, STR 65912. Move for approval, subject to any conditions.
Mr.
For
Chairman.
point of clarification, Mr. Chairman, that would, if there's the intent to have no public address or bell system, I have a condition for that. That condition would read, the installation and use of an outside public address or bell system is prohibited.
Would we also include the parking sign on Leon in that? Or no?
Mr. Chairman, if that's a desire of the commission to have no parking on Leon, then this would be the application to put it on. I just wanted to remind you that we're also deleting condition 14 as that required the secondary driveway on Leon, so we're getting rid of that requirement.
Okay.
So let me just speak to the condition on parking. My suggestion would be to let that discussion occur with the neighbors and the applicant between now and City Council. I think some good points were raised about whether or not they want no parking because it could affect their own parking on Leon at times. So that would be my suggestion, but
That's fine.
I think that type of parking would require some kind of permit system, wouldn't it? So, because if you wanted no public parking, but you wanted the neighbors to park, they'd have to actually come in and get a permit, and then the whole system they'd have to go through. So.
Okay. But the motion is yours, Commissioner Creer, so whatever you'd like to make.
No, I concur. I moved for approval according to staff's conditions and the additional condition from Public Works.
And the deletion of number 14.
Yes.
All right, please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 75 through 79 will be heard at City Council on October 5th, 2016.
Thank you very much. And one thing I just want to note, Ned came up and asked me a question when we were, look, I commit that I will still talk to them about their issues with access coming off of Alexander towards Rancho prior to City Council.
Great. Thank you, and thanks for staying with us tonight. It's past your bedtimes. All right, moving on to related items 80 through 82. Item 80 is VAR 65923. The applicant is Nathan Strager. The owner is David J. Truss Wilden et al. For possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 0-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required for a proposed 7,800 square foot commercial building at 4545 West Sahara Avenue in Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Item 81 is SUP 65924 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for an alternative parking standard to allow 47 parking spaces where 54 spaces are required for a proposed 7,800 square foot banquet facility and general personal service dance studio on Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. And item 82 is SDR 65925 for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 7,800 square foot commercial building with a 1,000 square foot patio with waivers to allow a 0-foot wide side and rear yard landscape buffer where 8 feet is required along the east, west, and south perimeters in Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, an existing R1 zone residential property or development is situated directly to the south of this property. Proposal to reduce the required setbacks and landscape buffer along the south perimeter exposes this existing neighborhood to parking lot traffic, lighting, and noise. In addition, the significant reduction in required landscape materials would contribute to the heat island effect. Staff finds the subject site to be overdeveloped without sufficient justification and incompatible with the surrounding development, and therefore recommends denial of the variance, special use permit, and site development plan review. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
My name is David Strait from 1223 Heather Oaks Way in North Las Vegas. We're proposing a dance studio, as is said in our proposal. The dance studio is composed of 2 elements, 3 studios in one building where lessons are taught to mostly young people in Latin, primarily Latin dancing. That studio will not, the students who go to that studio will then for special events, move to this other half of the building and conduct celebrations of their graduations or contests to show how, to show off their newly acquired talents. The lot itself, we think that this proposal is a good addition to the neighborhood. It provides an improvement to what was formerly known as occupied by the Phillips Supper Club many years ago. It's been a vacant lot since then. It's situated between two older commercial developments to the east and to the west. On the east side, there is virtually a 0 setback between our property and this one. There's an established fire lane and a 31 setback from this building to our property line on the west side. The west side is bounded by a retaining wall, and our property line is actually about a foot away from that retaining wall. In order to get the fire lane to run from Sahara all the way back and exit through an alleyway here, we needed to move the building over to the left, which does produce the requirement for a variance because of the side yard setback. Now, in doing so, we've basically eliminated a possible place for trash and homeless people to congregate, but we think that the use of the site is very good. We think that we've improved the neighborhood and raised the standard of the area, and we think that this business is a beneficial one to this neighborhood, and it will be a good addition, and we also don't believe that it produces any hardships on any of our neighbors. We proposed an alternative parking standard, and the reason for that is that there's no dance studio or combined dance studio and event center written into the zoning code. So the staff has used a exercise and fitness center formula to calculate our parking. In fact, we will probably never need more than 35 spaces, which would be the higher occupancy of 1/2 of the building. There will never be a time when the studios, the teaching studios are occupied and there would be an event going on in the other part, because it's the same staff and the same personnel who would be in both places, much like a church and a parish hall. We know that staff has recommended denial. They don't think that we have any unusual circumstance here, but I would submit that this is a long, narrow lot with 100 feet of frontage on Sahara. It's between two very old buildings, and we think that we've made a very good use of it. We think that the appearance on Sahara is a vast improvement over what's there now, for sure. And we're open to any questions.
Thank you very much. These items have been properly noticed as public hearing items. Does anyone wish to be heard on items 80 through 82? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment, see if there's any discussion on the Planning Commission. Commissioner Quinn?
There's not much discussion. I just want to remind my fellow commissioners that this is the old Phillips Supper Club lot. It's kind of a bastard-sized lot where it's kind of long and narrow versus wide. This is going to be an asset to the community. These people have to go to 3 or 4 different locations to do what they're going to be able to do in one location. I had a very nice meeting with you, sir, and the owner. And I think what's most important about the parking, because I'm a stickler about more parking than less, is when the kids are dancing, they're not driving. The mom and dad will drop them off, they'll pick them up, that kind of thing. I'm not going to talk much more about this, but I will tell you that I'm in full support of this project. I look forward to being invited for a dance class. And with that, I'm going to make the motion tonight, if there's no discussion, on number 80, which is variance 65923. My motion is for approval.
Subject to conditions?
Subject to staff's conditions.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries.
With no hesitation, number 81, SUP 65924, my motion is to follow staff's conditions and to make the motion for approval for this project.
Thank you. Motion is to approve item 81, subject to conditions. Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to number 82, SDR 65925. My motion is also for approval this evening following staff's recommendations, and I'm going to let Mr. Perigo give you the good news. Thank you.
So your motion is actually to not follow staff's recommendation, but approve, subject to conditions.
But to follow your conditions, Mr.
Thank you.
Lowenstein.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, those items 80, 81, and 82 are final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to items 83 through 87, which are all related, beginning with item 83, VAR 65942, The applicant is PN2 Incorporated. The owner is GHR Holdings LLC for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a stub street terminus where a cul-de-sac is required and to allow a deviation from complete street standards for a proposed 16-lot residential subdivision on the north side of Rosada Way, west of TP Lane in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 84 is WVR 65940 for possible action on a request to allow no streetlights where such are required and to allow an intersection offset of 100 feet where 220 feet is required for a proposed residential subdivision in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 85, WVR 65941 for possible action on a request for a waiver to allow private streets to be developed to non-public street standards behind a gate in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 86 is VAC 66114 for possible action on a request for a petition to vacate U.S. government patent easements on property located on the north side of Rosada Way, west of TP Lane in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. And item 87, TMP 65943 for possible action on a request for a tentative map for a proposed 16-lot single-family residential subdivision in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Staff report.
Mr. Chair, the subject site consists of 10 undeveloped acres with existing large lot residential development in all directions. Lots in the proposed development would be of comparable size. However, the requests to vary from public street and complete street standards and intersection offsets are unwarranted, and staff recommends denial. Staff has no objection to the patent easement vacation as it is no longer necessary in this location.
Thank you.
Therefore, staff recommends denial of the variance waiver, 2 waivers, and tentative map, and approval of the vacation.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, one other thing. There were additional protests after publication. Thank you.
It's those hesitations that make me think we're ready, and the late hour. Good evening.
Good morning.
Good morning. It is good morning, and you do look a little tired.
Yeah, it's been a long day. So, Michael Gardner, 1879 Whitney Mesa Drive. I'm representing the applicant and GHR Holdings, and wanted to present to you kind of our unique 10-acre project. As you probably noticed, we're in a bit of an island here within the 10 acres. We are surrounded on the east, south, and west side of the properties with RE zone property. However, it's in the county. So to the north of us, for half of the property, it is also the county. So one of the challenges we have with a property like this is, I would say that almost 90% of the adjacent, 70% of the adjacent property has already been developed, and the roads are actually already in. And so what we're proposing is, in an attempt to keep the rural neighborhood preservation consistent with that general area, is to not have the street lights and the improvement of both Washburn and Rosada to match the properties on each side, so we create that continuity versus having about 600 feet of sidewalk and landscape and curb and gutter that just start and then stop 600 feet, because they will not have that connectivity on both of those right-of-ways. When we set out to work on this project, our goal was never to increase the density. We were trying to be very respectful of the rural neighborhood. In fact, it's zoned to allow us to go up to 20 units or 20 properties. However, we stuck with 16, mainly for the respect of making sure that the lots met the city standards of 20,000 square feet, minimum of 100-foot width. But with the challenges of giving the 30 feet plus the additional landscape easements on both Rosada and Washburn, when we started to calculate all the lots and be respectful to all of those dimensions, we ended up having some issues with street widths. Therefore, we proposed that rather than doing sidewalks and lights within the development, we would go to the 37-foot wide roads that are more consistent with that neighborhood without the curb and gutter. Again, trying to be respectful of the rural neighborhood. In respect to the offset of the streets, I have a quick little exhibit here showing our, there we go, the subject property. We shaded in the county's adjacent properties here, so you can see how affected we are and landlocked within the county. And so one of the challenges we have is from the northwest part of the property to the southeast portion of the property, we have about 10 to 12 feet of grade change. And as part of our proposal is we would improve Rosada all the way across, and so therefore we were proposing for drainage purposes as well as connectivity, as well as you are well aware, this is going to be one of the first properties that we're going to be able to bring sewer to the hundreds of acres to the west. So we're going to be kind of that first connection point. So we're going to be putting in sewer on the Rosada side into the development, as well as putting in the oversized sewer. I believe it was a 8-inch that was required, and then bumped up to 24 across that property as well, that would be future tie-ins for the rest of the development that can occur to the west. I think that covers it. I'm more than willing to answer any questions that you may or may not have.
Okay, thank you. These items have been noticed for public hearing. Is anyone here tonight to speak for or against these items? I see 3 of you. Come on up. I'll give you 2 minutes each. Make sure you state your name and address, please.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, I can't. Wait, we got to make a record. It sounds like you're the spokesperson. So.
Yes. My name is Teresa Krolak Owens. Good morning.
Hang on 1 minute. So we do have someone else here to speak tonight. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. So she is not speaking for you. I'll give you 5 minutes.
Okay, that's fine.
And then give you 2.
I actually wanted to ask, Michael, was it? Yeah. You were mentioning about...
I need you to speak to me.
Sorry.
So,
Michael was mentioning about respect for the surrounding areas, but I have yet to hear of a neighborhood meeting that was held for this subdivision. So we do know that the cards went out to the notification area, but typically the precedent is when a developer or somebody wants to develop a property, they would go through the channels that D.R. Horton and Pinnacle and all the other builders have to have neighborhood meetings, so that we're not looking at this kind of subdivision, which is absolutely unacceptable in the RNP. And we can work with the person who's developing this to show them how properties that are on 5 to 10 acres have been developed in the past that are more congruent with the Rural Preservation District. So we were hoping to ask to have this item held over until neighborhood meeting, at least one neighborhood meeting could be held. That's what we're asking, if he would be willing to have the item held over to the next planning commission, so that we could have a neighborhood meeting to inform people what is happening here, and that the neighbors could have some input into this.
I'm going to give him time after you and this other gentleman to offer a response, so that can come up during that.
Okay, will I not be able to speak again, or?
You won't.
Okay, I'll just have to pass this off in case he doesn't want.
Okay. Ma'am, did you state your name and address for us when you came up?
I didn't state my address.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
It's getting late. We're all...
It's Teresa Krolak Owens. My address is 5770 North Park Street, 89149.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brett Lowridge, 9585 West Washburn. I agree with the lady previous that a neighborhood meeting would absolutely be wonderful. I personally don't have a lot of issues with some of the things they're asking, and I think that people would agree with that as far as the street lights, the private street. Not an issue to me. It's a private street, it's behind a gate, you know, walk on the street. We walk on the streets that are public out there because it is a rural area and we would like to keep it that way. There was a couple items that weren't mentioned that were also in the packet. I don't know if they're planning on doing what was shown as far as elevations and floor plans and such for the community. And I would just like to know if that is the plan and if we can get that in there. They seem to all be single-story houses, fairly large size. You know, I think there could be a benefit. However, I would like the input of a neighborhood meeting if possible from Michael. And if you can get 20 lots at 20,000 square feet on here, you can make a heck of a lot of money playing Tetris, because I don't know how you can do that with streets and stuff, but I would be impressed. But like I said, neighborhood meeting would be awesome. And then also, I just have one of the plans, I don't know if you can see it, that shows kind of the elevations and stuff. And if that's what the plan is, just would like to know that, because we weren't really involved with what was going on. So.
Okay, thank you. I'll close the public comment and invite the applicant back up. I'll give you 2 minutes to respond.
Okay, just very briefly about the neighborhood meeting. When we went through the process, what we were instructed was that we didn't need to have one as part of our submittal for the tentative map. So I apologize that we were just following the instructions that we were given. And so what we would like to propose is if we can put some sort of stipulation on there that if we can have the neighborhood meeting before we go to the city council, and have those discussions. So if there's any revisions, we can present it at that time. We are definitely open to having the conversations, so we definitely would do that. And then as far as the elevations go, our intent is to do single-story community. However, we're still in flux on specifically what that would be. So we would definitely like to address that as part of that conversation.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to close the public comment, and we can discuss this as a commission. Let me start by saying that I am in support of your project. I think you are building to rural standards. I believe it is compatible with the surrounding area. I support the neighbors in seeking a neighborhood meeting. It's not required, but I know the Mayor Pro Tem certainly likes to see neighborhood meetings. I'm not going to make it a condition, but certainly at City Council, if the neighbors came up and say, you know, the Planning Commission Chairman asked for a neighborhood meeting and we didn't have one, that would not go well for you. So having said that, you'll see my support on these with the understanding that you'll hold a neighborhood meeting before City Council, and I hope you can work through some of these, the concerns of the neighbors. Any other comments? Questions? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Through the chair, item number 83, excuse me, VAR 65942. I'll make a motion for approval.
Thank you. Subject to conditions?
Subject to all staff's conditions.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries.
Item number 84, WVR 65940. I'll make a motion for approval subject to all staff's conditions.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries.
Item number 85, WVR 65941. I'll make a motion for approval subject to all staff's conditions.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Item number 86, VAC 66114. Make a motion for approval following staff's recommendation, subject to all conditions.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion also carries.
Item number 87, TMP 65943. Make a motion for approval subject to staff's condition, and would ask the applicant as requested to have that meeting between now and City Council.
Thank you. Please vote. That motion carries. Before anyone leaves, I first want to hear from the director, and then I have a comment for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Items 83 through 87 will be heard at the City Council meeting on October 19th.
All right. I am going to ask the applicant to get with the neighbors who are in attendance tonight to make sure you get names and emails so that you can give them proper notification and let them know when you've scheduled that neighborhood meeting.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Moving on to items 88. Item 88, VAR 65562. The applicant owner is Alden Properties LLC for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 1-foot setback for a proposed monument sign where 5 feet is required at 3202 West Charleston Boulevard in Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting a variance to allow a monument sign to be constructed within the front yard setback area of a commercial development in a landscape buffer between 2 driveways. Staff has determined that the sign will be located within the required site visibility zone for the western driveway, which could create a safety hazard for vehicles exiting the site. In addition, the site has an excess of 2 parking spaces, one of which could be utilized to construct a monument sign located outside of the required visibility zone. That meets all requirements of Title 19. Staff is recommending denial of the request, and please note that there are additional letters of protest since publication.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Excuse me.
Mr. Cudler, I'm going to have you hold for 1 second. I need to have a short discussion with the city attorney, okay? Mr. Cudler, just out of full disclosure, you and I have a previous legal relationship together, and I don't believe it will put me in type of any conflict situation, but I just want to put that out there, okay?
Yes, thank you.
Now go ahead and state your name and address.
Don Cudler, business address is 3202 West Charleston. I am one of the primary owners of Aldon, along with my partner in the property, Alan Cap. This is a law office that's been there since approximately 1978. The sign was built at that time.
Will you get just a little closer to the microphone so we can hear you? Thank you.
Sure. The sign was built back in 1978. It was conforming at the time. Unfortunately, back in March, I was pulling up to the office on a Saturday morning, looked up and said, "Where is my sign?" At which time I noticed that, if we can go to the overhead, we found out later on Monday that apparently a woman had lost control of the car, taken out 2 fire hydrants, the bushes, our sign, and ended up in the parking lot. And not drunk, but just, fortunately, I don't believe anybody was highly injured. Now, the thing is, we just want to put the sign back where it was. We're not looking for anything new, different than it was. It's been in that position. I've been working in the building since 1993. The sign was there long before I was there. The sign immediately to the west of us is an identical sign in the identical position. The sign to the next building over to that is also in the same position. The sign to our east in the newer building is also in the same position. If we were to move our sign back on approach to this, people would not be able to see it. People would not be able to recognize the address. When the sign was originally built, it just had 2 names on it, no address. Since we've added the address upon Alan and I purchasing the building, it has become, people have told us, look, it's great, we can see the address on approach, so you're not waiting until the last minute, hitting your brakes in a 45-mile-an-hour zone, trying to enter that first or second driveway, and causing a traffic jam or a problem. So we're not asking for anything that wasn't there in regards to the variance, where I just want to put up a new sign. Now, the way I read the code was, had the been damaged, been less than 50%, no variance would be required at all. It just happens that the sign was totaled and requires a total replacement. We have a picture on the approach. Now, mind you, this picture, if you're still in the overhead, is obviously taken from the sidewalk and not from a driving
I'm sorry,
lane.
Mr. Chairman, can you ask him to move that mic just a little bit?
Yeah, we're still having
there
a
you go.
tough time hearing you. There you go.
Oh, I'm just getting an echo up here. So looking at this view, if we were to move the sign back 5 feet, we end up with a sign that's less visible on approach if people are coming in the right-hand lane at a 45-mile-an-hour street just past Campbell, looking to find a business, and it's suddenly appearing in front of them, being able to see the sign. Now, we would have to take out 1, possibly 2 parking spaces. It also changes the whole landscape and look of the building, which matches the building next door. The building next door is a copy of our building in look and almost in feel. The floor plan is the same. It was taken from the floor plan that the two Mr. Massey's designed and then put next door. So you would end up with a sign sticking out in the middle of the parking lot. Wouldn't look right, would look exactly like what it will be. It will be a patchwork job. Rather than having been consistent with the design of the entire building and the parking lot, you're going to have something that looks like it was obviously patchwork. Now, there was a concern that the sign is there and it might block the view as people pull out onto Charleston into that 45-mile-an-hour street. I've been there for 20-plus years, since 1993. Never been an accident in there as people pull out of that driveway. I've never heard of an accident as anybody pulled out of that driveway even prior to my being there with the existence of that sign, nor has there been one in the building next door with the sign in the same position and the building next door in the same position relative to the property line.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment and
I'm ready.
Entertain a motion.
Yeah, this sign is something that's been there for years. You're not changing anything but making it look nicer due to the fact that that's it, regardless of the little setback change. I'm going to make the motion tonight for approval of variance 65562 with all staff's conditions, and then Mr. Perigo's got good news for you.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item is final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. Have a
Take
great
care.
rest of the evening.
Okay, we're going to hear one more item, and then we need to take a short break, so if you can use the restroom if necessary. Item 89 is VAR 66259. The applicant is Opportunity Village, and the owner is the State of Nevada Division of Lands. For possible action on a request for a variance to allow 6 parking spaces where 207 spaces are required at 6300 West Oakey Boulevard in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Staff report.
Mr. Chairman, this request for a variance is associated with a requested site development plan review, SDR 64479, that was heard by the Planning Commission and recommended for approval on June 16th of this year. A condition of that review required the applicant to secure a perpetual shared parking agreement with the College of Southern Nevada for 206 parking spaces. Opportunity Village and the college are in the process of formalizing a parking agreement. However, after pursuing the issue, they have discovered that since both entities are located on sites owned by state agencies, they are limited by NRS 321 regarding the method used to sell, lease, or utilize state lands, and that a perpetual agreement is not feasible due to the additional statutory regulations and possible financial obligations that may be required. As a result, they are requesting this variance. Opportunity Village and the college have historically had an informal agreement whereby parking for the village is permitted on the adjacent college parking lot. This relationship was acknowledged in 2009 when Senate Bill 300 was passed, which provides additional land for Opportunity Village to develop future parking on an adjacent lot to the east if needed. Due to the statutory restrictions of NRS 321 regarding the use of state lands, the informal agreement between the two institutions that is in the process of being formalized, and the option to develop additional parking if needed in the future. Staff is supporting the requested variance. Please note that there are additional letters of protest since publication.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Creer?
Since this is in agreement with the College of Southern Nevada, and I am a member of the Board of Regents for the Nevada System of Higher Education, which purviews this, I don't believe I should be engaged in it. I'm going to recuse myself from it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm on
Good
a
evening.
roll, Brian Scott.
Good evening, good morning. Giovanni Pezzi, 241 West Charleston Boulevard, Las Vegas, Suite 107, representing the client Opportunity Village. As the staff member mentioned in the report, the project itself is a 20,000 square foot addition to the Opportunity Village campus on Oki. The SDR was approved by this commission back in June, with one of the conditions of approval being the parking and the language. We had to obey the item at least twice just to be able to get conversations going with the state. Being on and surrounded by state property presented some challenges, as was mentioned. So it was decided later to increase the flexibility and the arrangement with the College of Southern Nevada and the state itself. Actually, we decided to ask for a variance on the parking, which actually closer reflected the needs for the facility in what they actually deal with. And again, it helps with flexibility in the agreement working with the state. We agree with staff recommendations and can answer any questions.
Thank you. We'll open this for public comment. Is anyone here to be heard on this item tonight? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. And Commissioner Cherry?
It's your pleasure, sir.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Quinn. I'm prepared to make a motion on item number 89. Item number 89, VAR 66259, the request to allow 6 parking spaces where 207 spaces are required. I'll make a motion for approval, subject to all staff's conditions.
Thank you, Commissioner Cherry. Please vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item is final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Okay, we are going to be in brief recess.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
All right, for those of you who are still with us, we are re-adjourned and starting with items 90 through 92. Item 90, SUP 65961, the applicant owner is TIB LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 4,072 square foot liquor establishment, tavern, with 850 square feet of outdoor seating area on the east side of Oso Blanca Road at Farm Road in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 91, SUP 65962, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 4,922 square foot gaming establishment, restricted license with a waiver to allow such use within 330 feet of a single-family detached dwelling in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. And item 92, SDR 65963, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 4,072 square foot liquor establishment, tavern, with 850 square feet of outdoor seating area in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing a tavern with gaming to be located on the north side of Farm Road, sandwiched between US 95 and Oso Blanca Road. The use is appropriate for the site, but does require a waiver of required distance separation from a residential use for the gaming. Staff supports the waiver as the nearest residential development is located across Oso Blanca, which is a 90-foot frontage road and has no direct access to Oso Blanca. As such, there is no direct adverse impact on the neighborhood. The proposed site design meets all requirements of Title 19 as conditioned, and staff recommends approval of the requests. If approved, condition of approval number 3 of SDR 65963 should be revised to indicate site and landscape plans date stamped 8/23/16 and building elevations date stamped 8/4/16. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Tyler Johnson, 4945 West Patrick Lane. On behalf of the applicant, I will try and be brief. It's been a long evening, but I am accompanied tonight by the owner and applicant, Mr. Jason Godfrey, who I want to emphasize is a local owner and operator. He has 2 other facilities, similar facilities here in the valley that he, Felix, currently owns and operates. As stated, we meet all the applicable landscape, setback, and parking requirements. Staff has recommended approval. We accept all conditions as noted and can try and address any questions you may have.
Thank you. These items have been properly noticed for public hearing. Is anyone here to be heard for or against these items? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment, and let me start by saying I agree with staff's recommendations for approval on this. I don't know if there are any other comments, Commissioner Creer?
I just have one question, Mr. Chair. What are the other 2 facilities? You said the applicant has 2 other facilities?
Yeah, a Sagos and a Kilroy's are the 2 others.
Kilroy's?
Mm-hmm.
Any issues with them?
Nope.
Okay, thank you.
He's won several Best of Las Vegas awards, so he's a successful business owner.
Great, congratulations.
Commissioner Quinn?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Regarding on number 90, SUP 65961, I'd like to follow staff's recommendation this morning for approval, following all conditions.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to item 91, SUP 65962. Following staff's recommendations with their conditions, I make the motion for approval.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries. And Commissioner Quinn,
Yes.
when you make the motion on 92, will you just state that includes the 3rd condition as revised by staff?
I sure will. Regarding number 92, SDR 65963, following staff's recommendation for approval, changing the 3rd condition, and my motion is for approval this evening, following your condition.
The applicant agrees with the revised condition.
Number
Thank
the
you.
3rd condition.
Please vote.
Sir, thank you.
Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 90 through 92 are final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Items 93 through 95 are also related. 93 is SUP 65974. The applicant is Golden Tavern Group, LLC. The owner is Remington Commercial 8, LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed liquor establishment, tavern, at the northwest corner of Oso Blanco Road and Durango Drive in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 94 is SUP 65975 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed gaming establishment, restricted license with a waiver to allow such use within 330 feet of a single-family detached dwelling in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. And item 95, SDR 65976 for possible action on a request for a major amendment to a previously approved site development plan review, SDR 58128, for a proposed 336 square foot, 5,336 square foot liquor establishment tavern on Pad C in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing a tavern with gaming to be located on a pad site within a shopping center surrounded by US 95, Oso Blanco Road, and Durango Drive. The use is appropriate for the site, but does require a waiver of required distance separation from a residential use for the gaming. Staff supports the waiver as the nearest residential development is located across Oso Blanco, a 90-foot frontage road, and has no direct access to Oso Blanco. In addition, the site is located within a shopping center site, which is intended for a variety of uses, including food, beverages, and retail. As such, there's no direct adverse impact to the neighborhood. The proposed site design meets all requirements of Title 19 as conditioned, and staff recommends approval of the request. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. Sean Higgins, 6595 South Jones. I'll make it brief. We would agree with the staff's recommendations and their recommendation for approval, and are in agreement with their stated conditions. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. This is now open for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard on any of these items?
No.
Seeing none, I'll close the public comment and instruct Commissioner Quinn to keep her thoughts more
Oh,
quiet.
excuse me, I didn't know my microphone was on. It's a little late.
Is there any discussion on the Planning Commission? Commissioner Quinn?
Mr. Chair, your pleasure.
Through the chair, I'm ready to make a motion. Item number 93, SUP 65974, make a motion for approval subject to all staff's conditions.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries.
Item number 94, SUP 65975, I'm making a motion for approval subject to all staff's conditions.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries.
Item number 95, SDR 65976, will make a motion for approval subject to all staff's conditions.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 93 through 95 are final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Quinn, you know I'm kidding. You can speak whatever you want.
Chairman Moody, I know, because
All
I
right.
bring dessert.
That's exactly right. All right, moving on to item 96, SUP 65957. The applicant owner is 1511 Casino Center, LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a multifamily residential use at 1511 South Casino Boulevard in Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Staff report.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting to change the use of the property at 1511 South Casino Center Boulevard from commercial to multifamily residential for the purposes of providing apartment units for rent. In the C2 district, this use is permitted only in conjunction with an approved mixed-use development. Such developments must provide ground-level retail, office, or other commercial space in addition to multifamily residential units on upper levels. As no commercial component is proposed for the existing building, the applicant must file a special use permit to allow the use at this location. As a standalone multifamily residential use is intended for residentially zoned parcels and not commercially zoned parcels, the preferred course of action for the applicant per Title 19 is to rezone the subject parcel from C2 to R4 and to change the general plan designation of each of the R4 parcels connected with this project from C commercial to MXU mixed use, which allows for the widest possible use of ranges on the site. Staff therefore recommends denial of the request for a special use permit as a means of allowing the multifamily residential use on the property. Please note that there were additional approvals and protests received after publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Julia Ferrule. Address is 4496 South Pecos Road. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. This particular location is and has operated in conjunction with the parcels attached to it as noted on the site plan that you were provided, and has been operating as long-term residential even prior to our client purchasing the community. The prior occupancy, as noted in the oversight from the staff, noted that it was run as a hotel, when actually the folks that lived in the building in question, there were 23 of the 44 units occupied, and out of those, 91% of those individuals had lived there for longer than 90 days. Our intent is to continue to improve this particular area of downtown by providing updated apartment product and updated community for the resident base. There are additional improvements along with the unit improvements that have been made, parking lot resurfacing, pool upgrades, and creating a picnic area for the residents to encourage individuals to live in the downtown area. They are all studio floor plans, and there is one bedroom floor plan on site intended for the on-site manager.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment, and let's start with the Vice Chair.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, a question for the applicant. I know you probably just stated everything that I'm about to ask you, but I'm going to ask you again. And I looked at the photos, and you did a really good job with renovating this property. And at least from the photos that I see, with granite countertops and wood floors and new paint, new cabinets, and so you're still using it as hotel use, but you also want to have the ability to rent it out for a longer term, or?
The community has been renting out longer term through this operation. When we applied for the business license, they had indicated that the one building was not zoned for that, and we would have to then go through the process of special use permit, which we've applied for, and we are attempting to get that so then we can operate the 3 buildings as one location, 76 units for apartment rental.
Okay, thank you. And question for staff, just so I understand, what's the problem with the one building versus the other 2?
Through the chair, the other properties are zoned R4, which allows the apartment use or the multifamily residential use. This particular property is zoned C2, which means that in order for them to operate multifamily residential, they would have to have a mixed use on the site, and they're not proposing any commercial. Whereas the use before was a hotel residence, which allowed for long-term residential stay, but it was a commercial venture, a commercial business. This would be strictly multi-use residential, multifamily residential. It's late.
What's the problem with the hotel residence?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
What's the problem with the hotel residence?
That is it's a commercial use, and it's allowed in the C2 district, whereas multifamily residential is strictly a residential use that belongs in a residential zoning district.
But why wouldn't hotel residents, which they currently have, allow them to do what they're wanting to do?
Go ahead.
Through the chair, the hotel residence use allows both short and long-term stays, whereas apartments are basically just long-term stays. The other issue with the hotel residence is you still have to pay the hotel tax and so forth.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments?
Through the chair,
Mr. Cherry?
if I may, is the property up to ADA standards through the conversion?
It is set up with existing standards.
So it does have ADA units on the property?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm prepared to make a motion on this.
Thank you.
Item number 96, SUP 65957, make a motion for approval, subject to all staff's conditions.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item 96 is final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 97 is SUP 65967. The applicant is El Capitan and Lee Incorporated. The owner is EM50 UAV SLB CO LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 14,757 square foot packaged liquor off-sale establishment at 7752 North El Capitan Way in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Staff report.
Mr. Chair, the site is located within a recorded commercial subdivision, and the parcels making up this development are separated from existing single-family residential development to the north by a perimeter wall and adequate landscaping. The proposed use meets all town center distance separation requirements for the packaged liquor off-sale establishment use. The existing packaged liquor sales on the adjacent parcel are accessory to a general retail store use and are not a protected use as described by Title 1912. The use can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious and compatible with the other proposed uses in the shopping center and with the commercial and residential uses on adjacent properties. Therefore, staff recommends approval, and note that there were additional approvals and protests received after publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Chris Kempfer here on behalf of the applicant. With me in the audience is Mr. Lee and a couple of representatives from Lee's Liquor who have bravely stayed for this entire time and very much appreciated. There's also a couple of folks I know who want to speak, perhaps on the other side, who are just as brave. But this property is located at Durango and El Capitan, as you know. It is proposed to go in the abandoned Fresh and Easy. That has been abandoned now for approximately 18 months. There is a fence around it. The reality is that safety of neighborhoods and property values of homes are affected by abandoned properties probably as much, if not more, than any other consideration that you can think of. I'm not going to repeat everything that staff said, but I think it's very important to note it is an appropriate use in this zone. It meets all distance and separation requirements. There's no request to vary any of your codes. And as staff also noted, both approvals and objections have come in since this application has been filed. So I would just, at this point in time, would suggest we hear what anybody else would have to say, and perhaps I could just respond if I might. Thank you.
Thank you. This item has been noticed for public hearing, so I'll open the time for any members of the public who are here to be heard on item 97. Come on up and state your name and address. And if anyone else wishes to speak, will you come on up and get in line?
Yes, Virginia Gibson, 8212 Impatience Avenue. And Mr. Lee did have a neighborhood meeting, and it was very well attended. Everyone there was very much opposed. We had strong objections to the proposed store because of the saturation of liquor establishments in the area. Lee also has a store that's just 1.6 miles from the El Capitan location. This, as he mentioned, that it does back up to single-family housing. In the vicinity of the intersection of Durango and El Capitan / Form Road, we have 10 establishments that one can purchase or consume alcohol, and with at least 5 more proposed. And tonight, you've proposed 2 taverns, I believe, in that area, and a convenience store. So the 10 properties that's already there are Walgreens, 7-Eleven, Albertsons Convenience Store, New York Restaurant, Letitia Restaurant, Lucky's Tavern, The Lodge Tavern, House of Vino, and Rosita's, and that's all in this area. You know, we have traffic laws, helmet laws, seatbelt laws to protect the public. Don't you have an obligation to protect us from excessive liquor establishments that cause DUI deaths and injuries, destruction of property, and alcoholism that destroys health and families? I would like for you to deny. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none. You need 1 minute?
I won't need much more than that. There's a couple of things I wanted to mention. One, for the neighbors who are here, the store hours are limited. They start at 9 a.m. On Sunday, they close at 9 p.m. Monday through Thursday, they close at 10. Friday and Saturday, they close at 11. There is security in place from dark until they close, so they are offering that additional protection. And all the stores she represented, not one liquor store. Their package, you cannot compare somebody who for 14 years in a row has had the top liquor store in all of Southern Nevada to a 7-Eleven or an Albertsons or whatever that might be. He is a specialist in what he does, and for 30 years he's been the best that we've had seriously to offer. And one quick final comment, I did my own research and with regard to properties, and in Boca Park, where I live, there are 15 places that offer liquor sales, and including restaurants and taverns and whatever. So it's an honor to have him in our community. He started out very humble beginnings, and he's made himself a business through hard work and good and faithful efforts. So, thank you.
Thank you. The public hearing is now closed, and we'll discuss this as a commission. My vote will follow staff's recommendation of approval. I know this was controversial. There was a neighborhood meeting that a lot of people showed up and spoke at. Ms. Gibson, I thank you for showing up tonight. I think it's important that your voice was heard, and maybe had it not lasted as long as it did, we would have heard more. But as I look at this, I understand the saturation argument, and that has worked from time to time with us. But in this case, I think it is an appropriate land use, and so that's why my vote will follow staff's recommendation of approval.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a question for Karen Duddlestein. If someone shows up to a liquor store to purchase alcohol and appear to be under the influence of alcohol or intoxicated, do the same rules apply where they cannot sell the liquor to that individual?
Mr. Chairman, if I might, Karen Duddleston for the record. There is a state law against serving intoxicated individuals, and that is the State Department of Taxation and Metro that enforce that regulation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think we're ready for Commissioner Cherry comment.
No, through the
Or a
chair,
motion?
I'm prepared to make a motion if we're
Thank you.
ready to move. Item number 97, I'm going to follow staff's recommendation for approval, subject to all staff's conditions.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item 97 is final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Okay, thank you. Again, thank you all for staying with us tonight. Moving on to item 98, SDR 65790. The applicant owner is St. Louis Square Incorporated for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for the conversion of an existing commercial building into a proposed parking lot with waivers to allow a 5-foot landscape buffer along the east property line and a 7-foot landscape buffer along the south property line where 15 feet is the minimum required at 519 East St. Louis Avenue in Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to extend an existing parking lot onto an undeveloped lot that was previously used for retail purposes. All structures on the site have been removed and the site is currently vacant. The applicant is requesting waivers of the landscape buffer width requirements in order to match the existing parking lot. Staff supports this request in order for the new lot to be integrated with the existing lot so that drive aisles and parking areas are functional. The applicant is also requesting exceptions to planting materials to allow no trees or shrubs in the interior island and only shrubs in the perimeter buffer areas. Staff does not support the request as it is inconsistent with the requirements of Title 19 and will result in a development that provides no shade or visual relief for the pedestrian environment. Staff is recommending denial. Please note that there are additional letters of support since publication.
Thank you and good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Russell Rowe here on behalf of Culinary Health Fund. With me to my right is Maria Martinez-Rioch with the Culinary. I think you're all familiar with the Culinary campus at St. Louis and Las Vegas Boulevard. It's home to their member services, most importantly their health clinic and pharmacy. As a result of that, if you go there just about any time during their operating hours, and especially after a weekend, and most especially after a long weekend, which I've experienced, the parking is very full. They get a tremendous number of their members to come for the services that they provide. So to help alleviate that, the fund acquired the vacant parcel at St. Louis and Weldon Place, or also St. Louis and Paradise where they meet. The whole purpose of which is to transition that property into parking. I have on the board here a picture of the current parcel as it looks today. There was an old 1,000-square-foot building that the fund tore down for the purpose of transitioning this into parking. And then if you look at the additional pictures we have. So this is a picture from Weldon Place looking at the rear of St. Louis Place. That's the existing parking lot they have now. The vacant parcel is just to the left of this lot. So the interior shrubs and trees that you would typically see don't exist today, and so we're asking that just to continue with the existing, or the parking lot that would go in the vacant parcel. If I read the staff report correctly, staff didn't oppose those requests. The real concern was with respect to the exterior landscaping around Weldon Place and St. Louis. And what we provided in the application was essentially continuing the existing landscaping that you see here now along Weldon Place, which is oleanders on 5 feet of landscaping with oleanders all along the street, and then we would continue that around St. Louis to match the existing site. We've met with staff last week. We understand there's some concerns about that, and one of the compromises we suggested to them was provide the trees and shrubs per code on St. Louis, because there is a desire to try to improve that area, despite the fact our neighbors have virtually zero landscaping behind us. We're sensitive to that, we understand that, and if that will satisfy staff and you are willing to do that on St. Louis to try to provide an improvement there, and with the rest of the application being as submitted.
Okay, thank you. This item has been noticed for a public hearing, so I'll now open this for any public comment, if any. Seeing none, I'll close the public comment and start with the vice chair for comment on the commission.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, through you, just a question for the applicant. It looks like you're putting in the buffer trees on the south and east, one tree per every 20 linear feet, which meets our code for buffering along the perimeter, and you're stating that you will do that, correct?
Yes, correct. So to clarify, Commissioner, we would comply with code for trees and shrubs requirements under Title 19 along St. Louis on the perimeter here, which is a 7-foot depth landscape buffer as submitted in our revised plan.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, if the motion is made for approval, there is a, if approved, amendment to condition number 5. An exception from Title 19.08030 is hereby approved to allow no planting materials within the interior of the parking lot and to allow only shrubs within the provided perimeter landscape buffers along Weldon Place, where 24-inch box trees with 4 shrubs every 20 linear feet is required. In the perimeter landscape buffer along St. Louis Avenue, 5 24-inch box trees with 4 5-gallon shrubs for every required tree shall be required.
Commissioner Cherry.
Through the chair, I'm prepared to make a motion. I appreciate the applicant adding in that landscaping on St. Louis, and that's nice to see. So on item number 98, SDR 65790, make a motion for approval with the condition number 5 amended as staff just stated, and then subject to all staff's conditions.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, item 98 is final action unless appealed to the City Clerk's office within 10 days.
Okay, thank you very much. We're now on to item 99. Excuse me. Okay, let me first read this into the record. Item 99, SDR 65978. The applicant is Chick-fil-A, and the owner is Sahara Rancho Office Center, LLC, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 80-foot tall, 769-square-foot illuminated freestanding sign at the northeast corner of Sahara Avenue and Rancho Drive in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. I have a comment, but let's get staff's report first, please.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, the proposed sign will be located along the southeast property line adjacent to the elevated I-15. The applicant is requesting additional sign height so that it may be visible from the elevated interstate. The sign is located more than 600 feet from the nearest residential property to the northwest and will not negatively affect the surrounding uses. Therefore, staff recommends approval. Please note that additional letters of protest have been received after the publication. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Lazovich. Because this item was noticed for September 13th, had this been called within an hour of the calendar turning to the 14th, we'd have been fine, but I'm instructed that because it's now 1:15 a.m. that we need to move this to the next planning commission.
Did you say that with a straight face? That's my boy.
God. I didn't even want to look at the people behind me.
Yeah.
I don't want to look at Mr. Steinberg. I feel like
Yeah, hopefully that won't get us in trouble with anything else.
Yeah, no.
I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Wow, well, thanks. Jennifer Lazarevich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, recovering from that mild heart attack I just had since I started with you last night. Now it's this morning. Appreciate staff recommending approval. Be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. This is now open for public comment. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and see if there's any discussion on the Planning Commission. Commissioner Carrere.
Thank you. Just real quick, one comment that I had was about the wattage of the signage, making sure that is in some compliance. Since it's a highway signage, I want to make sure that it's not too bright to blind any traffic coming through there. So I'm not sure how that is, how that is worked out or what jurisdiction that falls in, but I know that there are studies that are done to let you know about the wattage and how bright the bulbs can be and should be on the highway.
One comment that I could make just about the sign in general is that it does have full dimming capabilities on the inside of the sign or mechanically within the sign, so that we don't have to worry about that. I'm unaware as I sit right here and I'm looking at Peter, because I don't know if there are brightness levels associated with on-premise signs, which this is. I know that there are with off-premise signs.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, in regards to LED signs, there are the nits count that is applicable. As from the sign elevations submitted, it just seems like it's an internally illuminated cabinet sign and not an LED sign.
That's correct. It is an LED sign? It uses LED illumination, but it's not a digital sign in the sense of.
But it's going to be a highway sign, though. It's going to be facing the I-15, correct?
It's going to be facing that.
Right.
The
And it's
15,
going to.
yeah.
And how tall is it going to be? So I don't have to look it
80
up.
feet.
Right.
There's-
So it's going to be above I-15.
Correct.
Great. And so passengers will be driving along I-15, and they will, at night, they'll face that sign, and if the nit count is
Nits.
not,
NITS, N-I-T.
Nit count is higher than what it should be, it could literally blind people, and it could cause problems. So I think that we need to make sure that going into it, that we recognize the fact that the nit count needs to be at a certain decibel level, and that we are aware of that. That's my only concern.
And I think our response back would be we will comply with code for sure on any of that. The expertise that I've had in the past with brightness levels for signs along freeways has been in the billboard industry, and they usually measure to ambient light. It's usually 0.3 foot candles above ambient light, which I think is actually the appropriate way to do it, because it takes into account the light that's immediately around you and what the brightness could be. But we will comply with code.
Yeah, I know, I used to be the director of marketing at Palace Station. That big marquee there, it's an issue, so thank you.
Through the chair, if I may add for the commissioner, when it's fully enclosed, my experience, it's greatly mitigated as opposed to an LED bulb that you actually see with some of these screens that have to have that count lowered so it doesn't have that light pollution. So I think his concerns are valid, but it will be mitigated significantly. With that, I am prepared to make a motion.
Excuse me, but I'd like to make this
Commissioner
motion.
Quinn?
Excuse me.
Commissioner Chair, thank you.
Oh, you're asking to make the motion?
I am ready to make a motion. I want to thank Mr. Steinberg for developing this corner. It's been a blight in Ward 1 for many, many years, and due to the fact the Palace Station is going to be doing about a $400 million expansion with big signs, lights that are going to be seen from hopefully everywhere. We welcome Chick-fil-A to our neighborhood. We welcome Mr. Steinberg's strip center, and we wish you nothing but the best. With that, my motion tonight is for approval following all of staff's recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, before I say what's going to happen with this item, I'd like if we could have Mr. Lowenstein define what a nit is, please.
No.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, right after the director explains that to me.
This item will be heard at City Council on October 19th.
Thank you very
And
much.
Through the chair, the definition of a nit is a measurement of the illumination of a light, and often read in foot candles versus nits.
Good night, Ms. Lazovich. Thanks for everything.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that. You got me.
Good. That
You
woke
really
you up
got
a little
me.
bit. All right. Moving on to item 100, ROC 65908. The applicant is Don Karestik. The owner is the Chapel Properties LLC for possible action on a review of condition of an approved special use permit, SUP 57687, to amend condition number 3, which states, quote, "The hours of operation for the packaged liquor use shall be from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. Fridays and Saturdays," unquote, at 1717 South Las Vegas Boulevard in Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Staff report.
Mr. Chairman, staff supports the original condition placed by the Planning Commission and recommends denial of the applicant's proposal to have the condition number 3 removed. Please note additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publication. Thank you.
Thanks. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm going to apologize in advance. My thoughts are very delirious with given the hour, but Alana Greer for Chapel of the Flowers at 1717 South Las Vegas Boulevard. Initially, one of the staff's concerns was the oversaturation in that area, and in order to work with staff, we actually proposed the time, some conditions in order to establish and show that our objective is not to service the general public, but to service our clients, which consist of the bride and groom, the couples who are being married at the chapel, and their guests. And in order to do so, we had placed it on the operating hours. And there was another condition as well, just to show the same thing, that we would not do any advertising outside. Those conditions still remain. We just experienced some growth in the last couple of years, and we've had ceremonies take place a little bit later, in which case we are not able to offer them the beer and the champagne and the wine, and we'd like to be able to offer that to all of our clients. And we'd just like the extension from 8 a.m. until midnight so that we don't come across this issue again. Any questions for me?
No, but I will open this for public hearing. Since we are empty, it doesn't look like anyone will speak for or against this item, so I'll close the public comment and start with the vice chair.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I went back and watched the video from the previous time when we approved this, and it was beer and wine only, and absolutely no outdoor advertising. And I planned on driving by this prior to this meeting and forgot to, but I did go on Google Maps, and it looks like you don't have any outdoor advertising. So, and looking at the pictures that the city staff took as well, I have no problem going ahead and granting this extension.
All right, please make your motion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on item 100, ROC 65908, I move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item is final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Have a wonderful day, everybody.
Good luck, and you are the sole survivor.
I am.
All right, moving on to director's business. Item 101, TXT 65077. The applicant owner is City of Las Vegas for possible action on a request to amend LVMC Title 19 Unified Development Code, UDC, of the City of Las Vegas to reintroduce standards for the CD, Design Commercial District, and remove provisions and standards for the CDO, Design Commercial Overlay District, and provide for other related matters. Staff has no recommendation, but we are going to hear from staff.
Mr. Chairman, this text amendment would just reinstate the CD district for, in the UDC Title 1908, which was deleted when the UDC was created in 2011. Basically, it brings it back as it was, updates the uses, and then we did some cleanup on some of the use provisions in the CD and PO, bringing those from the 1912 section to 1908 in the individual zoning districts. At this time, we have not removed the provisions and standards for the CD overlay district, and that remains.
Okay, thank you. This item has been properly noticed for public hearing. If anyone wishes to speak, please approach the microphone and state your name and address. And there is none, so I'll close the public hearing and see if there's any discussion on the commission, beginning with Commissioner Cherry.
Through the chair, well, one quick question. Do the sign changes in this text amendment specifically apply to CD only? Or is it everything? I got a little lost when I was reading the additional material, supplemental stuff.
Through the chair, you're talking about just sign?
Yeah, in our supplemental information, the updated pages, there's I don't know, 30 pages on, maybe 20 pages on signage.
Basically, like I said, the standards that were there for the CD district in 2011 are basically brought back and reinstated almost identically to what they were. There's some updates to bring uses into conformance with, the changes that have happened since then, but other than that, it's almost identical to what was there.
And Mr. Chairman, just to be clear, so what you're seeing is that because all of those illustrations or those sign standards apply to CD, that's included in there because CD's been now added to the list of zoning districts where those sign standards apply.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you. With that, if there's no further discussion, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Please do.
Item 101, text 65077, make a motion for approval.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries. Anything about city council on that? What? Any? Oh, yeah.
That item will be moved to City Council in ordinance form.
Okay, we've now arrived at the citizens' participation portion of the agenda. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. No subject may be acted upon by the Planning Commission unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Seeing none, this meeting is adjourned.